Fifth fastest is number 4, Roadsport, 227.983. Fifth, 6th is 77 laps. Turn 77 is the Dixon White. 77 John Dixon White. Time of 2:28.5.17.
Good morning and welcome back to Silverstone, day 2 of action here, and we've got 10 races coming up for you. Race 2 and 3 in the ROKiT F4 British Championship a little bit later. We've got 2 races in the Britcar Trophy. They are joined by Uncle Luke's Snetterton Saloons in one of those, and 6 races in the Caterhams. Ewan and Sam here with you today on the ground. Sam, 10 minutes ago you were in your racing overalls. For those that don't know, Sam is also racing today.
I am indeed. I'm racing in the Caterham Academy. So we've had qualifying this morning, which was at 9 o'clock, and it was very treacherous conditions out there because it was wet and dry, so it was very greasy, but it was a lot of fun. But
looking forward to it, I'm certain.
Yes.
Because I've seen a bit of you on YouTube doing a programme about this as well.
That's right. We've got it's called the Academy Racer, and we have 3 episodes out at the moment, so we're filming it this weekend as well for the next episode, which will be out later in July.
So once you're done with racing today, jump on YouTube and watch Sam in those episodes as well. Now, I'm going to leave you in the very capable hands of Sam. We've got our first race coming up in about 10 minutes time. You're going to speak to a few of the drivers.
I will do. Thank you very much, Ewan. See you in a bit. Right, I'm going to come and speak to Tom first, because I just want to say how well Tom did yesterday from the back of the grid to second, which is absolutely fantastic.
Thank you very much.
That was quite a drive. You were a man on a mission, obviously.
Absolutely, yeah, elbows out, and made it towards the front, and see what we can do today.
Yeah, brilliant. Well, I wish you all the best. Yes. And going to mention, obviously there was a bit of an incident yesterday in the 310s with Freddie Chiddicks and Phil Bianchi. Phil, I believe, is out today though, but unfortunately Freddie Chiddicks isn't. Let's go and have a quick word with David Yates. Good morning, David. How are you?
I'm very good, very good. Eager to get out there again.
Yes, this waiting bit's horrible, isn't it?
Nausea, sickness, it's horrible.
Yeah, but it's funny because as soon as you get out there on the track, that all sort of, well, once those lights go out, it disappears, doesn't it?
It just goes. Everything just goes, and there's only one focus after that. So
that's it.
Yeah, looking forward to it.
Excellent. Well, enjoy.
Well done, Mr. Morgan.
Thank you very much. Right, there's the whistle. So I thought we might have a bit longer, but obviously we haven't. They're trying to run to schedule, if not a little bit ahead. So I'll hand over to David in the commentary box.
Yes, thanks very much indeed, Sam, and Ewan down there. Good morning, race fans, and welcome to the home of British Motorsport here at Silverstone. Day 2 here on BARC TV. Very busy weekend of racing with the British Automobile Racing Club. We've got Caterhams galore here this weekend. We've got 4 of their championships. The Mottl Caterham 7 310R is about to kick us off. We've also got the Bilstein Suspension Caterham Roadsports, the Mission Motorsport Caterham 7 270Rs, and the Caterham Academy joining us today as well. Also, we have, as already mentioned, the Britcar Trophy Championship at the Snetterton Saloons joining them in race 1 as well, and the single-seater stars of the future, the ROKiT F4 British Championship, certified by FIA. 2 races for them today as well. My name's Dave Goddard. We're taking you through the action today, and alongside me, a man who knows everything there is to know about Caterhams is Chris Hutchinson. Good morning, Chris.
Good morning, and good morning everyone out there as well. Sorry I couldn't be with you yesterday for the action, but I have caught up, and certainly looked like a typical Caterham affair out there, didn't it? The weather's sort of treating us to that, the variable conditions, which mean the drivers just don't know really what to expect from corner to corner. If you've never been to Silverstone here on the Northamptonshire Buckingham Circuit, it's a massive facility, and genuinely you can have different weather down the south end, where we're looking on our pictures now, to the north end, where we're commentating from this weekend. So you'll probably hear about that. I mean, there's talk of showers today, but maybe a decreasing number of showers. But the drivers will certainly still be wondering what each corner's going to bring.
Well, we had everything at once at times yesterday, but I don't want to mention the weather too much. I don't want to put the curse of the commentator on things. So our
sometimes
first race,
the weather makes it better, even better than it normally is. So.
Well, we shall see. The Britcar British Endurance team certainly coped very well indeed with it yesterday in their 2-hour race, where the weather was changing all the way through. We'll shortly be underway with the first of our 10 races today. There's the second of 3 races this weekend for the Mottl Caterham 7 310R Championship. These are the quickest and most powerful Caterhams we have. We haven't got the Caterham 7 UK Championship. They had an away round recently supporting the British GT Championship. But Chris, tell us a little bit more about the cars, the 310Rs we'll be seeing here.
So all the cars, the Caterhams we've got here today, are all based around the base Academy model. So we run a ladder of championships, and the 310R we're watching is the fastest cars we've got here this weekend. And they have, sort of 4 years ago, they were all Academy cars, but they've gone through a series of upgrades. So they've got more power than the Academy cars. They've got a basic 150 horsepower, 155 horsepower. They've got an H-pattern box, and they've got a limited slip diff, which is the big differentiator between these and the 270Rs, who will also be watching a couple of races. You can see them all setting off on their green flag lap, then preparing around this Silverstone circuit, 3 miles around here. No windscreen, full race machine. It's no longer race legal in the format we race, but you can quickly convert it back if you want to.
Well, let's have a look at the grid then. This is based on the results of race 1 yesterday. It was a very close first race. Taylor O'Flanagan taking his first ever 310R victory. He starts on pole in number 11 alongside 81 Tom Willis, who, as we heard, came from last on the grid. He had his practice times disallowed for failing post-qualifying scrutineering yesterday, so he starts second, last to second for him yesterday. Second row is number 22 Hugo Busch alongside Lars Hoffmann in the number 70, the German. Row 3 at number 9 Harry Cook, who led the championship coming into this weekend alongside David Yates in the 15. Ben Lopez-Appleton on row 4 alongside Harry Eyre. Alex Vincent and Mark Jones round out the top 10. On the 6th row is the former CEO of Caterham Cars, Graham McDonald in number 19 alongside number 4 of Duncan Mallett. Jeff Price and Steve Metcalfe on row 7. The 8th row, William Wood and Rob Bullen. Row 9, we have Richard McCann and Joe Priding. 10th row, Chris Welch and Ron Mounsey. And on row 11, it should be Philip Bianchi on his own. He was involved in an accident with Freddie Chiddicks at Brooklands Corner yesterday. Freddie Chiddicks, a non-starter, quite a lot of damage to his car. Fortunately, both of those drivers were okay. Just looking towards the back of the grid, yes, looks like the black and white number 92 car, Philip Bianchi, is there. Had some damage to the nose of his car. He T-boned the spinning car of Freddie Chiddicks, unfortunately. Freddie, that will put a big dent, quite literally, in his championship hopes this year, because the scoring system is so close in these championships, isn't it, Chris, that one non-finish can kibosh your hopes of a title.
Yeah, there's only a point difference between every single finishing position, except for the winner, who gets an extra point gap. We also have a point for fastest lap, but yeah, really important. We do drop score system, so at the end of the season they will drop their lowest 3 scores out of their championship total, so it gives you a little bit of flexibility, but certainly it's not how Freddie wanted to end this weekend or start this weekend, so that's going to be a serious problem for him. And it was significant contact, and unfortunately it just means he can't get his car back out there. But we have got the rest of the field out there ready to put on. Say the experienced drivers, these often in their 4th, 5th season, or even beyond that. We've got people like David Yates who've been racing it since I started back in 2013, so still out there racing and putting on a good show for all of the drivers. So it's great to see them out there. But you will see some hard-fought action around this Silverstone Grand Prix circuit. Yesterday they were pretty they maintained their sort of grouping, didn't they? It was a front group of about 15 at one point, I think, as they were racing around, and it was an exciting affair. And certainly this it's not a typical track for the Caterhams, with it being so wide and so long. However, Caterhams overtake anywhere, even on tight, twisty circuits. So let's see how they get on today. I'm sure they're going to put on a show for us.
So number 11, Taylor O'Flanagan, will start on pole. It was a fantastic race yesterday, more like a NASCAR draft at the front of the field. It was so close between these 310Rs. They're coming towards the conclusion of their green flag lap now. Taylor O'Flanagan in the yellow car on pole position. 81 Tom Willis is in predominantly silver. Hugo Bush in grey with Dayglow orange trim.
Yeah, they were on 401 yesterday, but I'm just seeing the Silverstone holding screen today.
Alongside him will be Lars Hoffmann. He's in red and white in the Motor colours.
I haven't, no, I'm purposely avoiding that. I'm going to catch up when we get home this evening. Anyway, the cars have completed their green flag lap and coming back to form upon the grid. The fact that we don't have TV pictures at the moment means that we'll be unable to tell you what's going on in certain parts of the circuit. But hopefully, as we had yesterday, they'll be back with us and just see just make the TV on to oh, there we go. We've got the fact that Mark hasn't got a line of stone. Makes me wonder.
So cars onto the grid then. This will be a 20-minute race for the Motor Caterham 7 310R Championship. The revs are up and away we go. Down towards Copse Corner for the first time. Tom Willis gets away well, so does Lars Hoffmann. It's Willis who leads the way into Copse for the first time. They are all away cleanly. There is the number 92 of Philip Bianchi with a bit of modifications on the nose cone after that contact with Freddie Chiddick yesterday. Watch for him starting to make his way through the field. But they're making their way up towards the Maggots and Beckett's complex. It is Tom Willis. Great burn from the stern for him last a second yesterday, who leads Taylor O'Flanagan. Hugo Bush is in third position ahead of Lars Hoffmann, and David Yates rounds out the top five all the way through the Beckett's complex. A-OK, no problems at all there. Number 3 goes through there in the midfield. That's William Wood, side by side for the lead, down into Stowe Corner for the first time. Hugo Bush getting the slipstream side by side with Taylor O'Flanagan. Tom Willis goes back to third place, and it's Bush who will lead out of Stowe Corner for the first time.
Yeah, these big long open straights, you're all going to see a lot of overtaking today, especially with the conditions looking a little bit more consistent under their tyres. So there's a little bit of a wobble there from Mountsie as he went through the rear end. We got side by side once more into the Vale, one of the biggest overtaking opportunities on the circuit. But we we overtake at all these tracks, but it's currently Hugo Bush, our pole sitter from yesterday, who is out front and moving off into the distance at the moment. But it's not going to last for too long. David Yates, Harry Cook onto the wibbly stuff, and that was you can see how much the spray was thrown up just on the exit of the corner there. So yeah, got to be really careful about that. Touching the curbs here, it can be like ice. You'll have heard that around motorsport in general, but I can say from first-hand experience it really is slippy as soon as you hit those curves. But it's Hugo Bush ahead of O'Flanagan. Willis just made that great start, but has dropped back down to third place, and he's defending from Hoffmann.
Harry Cook rounds out the top 5 as they head through Village and into the infield loop for the first time. William Wood in number 3 there, chasing Steve Metcalf in the light blue. Number 16, he's got the 85 of Rob Bullen, the DW Motorsport car, on his tail. They make their way towards the Wellington Straight, then down under the bridge into Brooklands. This is one of the main slipstreaming and overtaking opportunities on this Grand Prix layout. Hugo Bush it is who leads the way, second in the championship coming into this weekend. Lars Hoffmann has a look on the inside there, can't get up alongside Tom Willis in the number 81. They come through towards the completion of the first lap. Wood still all over the back of Steve Metcalf in the number 16. As they come through to complete lap number 1, it is Bush who leads. Tom Willis is in the slipstream of Taylor O'Flanagan for that second place to finish side by side in yesterday's race. Just 34 thousandths, if memory serves me right, was the margin of victory for Taylor O'Flanagan, his first win at this level in 310R. Tom Willis all over his tail, and Lars Hoffmann coming under a lot of pressure as well from the erstwhile championship leader coming into this weekend, Harry Cook.
Yeah, Harry Cook's had a great start to the season and just dropped away a little bit yesterday, didn't he? But he's right back in the battle here now. Circumstance just went against him slightly in the race. Duncan Mallett, another person we should watch out for, currently sort of down in that 10th place, but making good progress after he was interrupted. He was shown in the top battle for quite a long time yesterday, so keep an eye out for that car as the rest of this field flow on through. But yeah, Bush has had another good start to his season. He's got to keep it going, and this is a bit of a lottery track here. You can see how much overtaking and drafting the drivers are all doing as we're going to go 4 wide. Why not into Stowe this time? Harry Cook comes right down the inside of everyone, but I think Willis probably managed to hold on around the outside. The Stowe corner is one of the last ones to dry out, though. It can often be slippy at Stowe, whereas it's dry everywhere else, so it's another thing for the drivers to be aware of and keep an eye on.
Looks like it is Tom Willis who is just about in the lead as they come into the club complex. He is second place, number 9. That's Harry Cook. Hugo Bush in third position. Taylor O'Flanagan's dropped back into 5th place by the look of things. That is the number 70 of Lars Hoffmann just ahead of him, the Motor Oil's liveried car. The rest of the field makes their way onto the Sir Lewis Hamilton straight, past the Formula 1 pits, and then into the right-hander at Abbey Curve. A couple of cars have lost the draft, as they say in NASCAR. They've dropped away at the back of the field as the leaders head into Village Corner. Tom Willis just about has the lead ahead of Cook, Bush, Hoffmann and O'Flanagan. Somebody running wide onto the grass there and a spin. Now who's that's gone around? It's the 92, Philip Bianchi. He was having flashbacks of yesterday there, I would think, but fortunately nobody close enough to hit him. They've all managed to go wide and miss him, and Bianchi rejoins. He's got it all to do again from the back of the field. Yeah,
they've had to rebuild some of that front end, and I wonder if it just washed out on a little bit more than he expected and got onto the greasy stuff on the edge of the track and just grass, and there was no grip on there. So we're going to go 3 wide Brooklands for second place, but it is Tom Willis back out in front. It's Hugo Bush slots into that second place, holding off against Harry Cook. We'll be seeing whether he can get back on the podium today. Hoffmann, another good showing yesterday, but looking like he wants to get back involved, and Taylor O'Flanagan dropping down just a little bit in this early period, but he's going to be right back up there. Also McDonald making good progress, Harry Eyre behind him, and there's that Duncan Mallett. He hasn't made up any spaces this time through, not that time, but he will be still looking to see whether he can break in further up into that top 10. So we see Tom Willis coming down towards us, Hugo Bush defending from Cook, who really looks on a mission today, doesn't he?
He's just done the fastest lap of the race, Harry Cook, 2:29 points at 5.75. The pack starting to get more and more busy towards the front of the field. This is looking like a mirror image of yesterday's race, almost up the inside. Lars Hoffmann, where did he come from there going into the Maggots Beckett's complex? He's taken the lead ahead of, in second place, Hugo Bush. Hoffmann now runs wide coming out of Beckett's, the long right-hander there. Now he was in 4th as he crossed the line. Shows how well he's used the toe there. And they're all going to try and toe up behind him. They'll start to spread out across this hanger straight. Tom Willis goes to the inside, Harry Cook goes to the outside. They're side by side with Hugo Bush. You can see Hoffmann's already back into 4th place again. Who's going to emerge with the lead here? Harry Cook goes for the brave outside line. Looks like Hugo Bush has just about got his front wheels in front there as they come out of Stowe into Vale. This is brilliant, more like motorcycle racing as they charge their way down to the club complex this time. They can't go 4 wide through there, surely. Hugo Bush manages to hold the lead ahead of Hoffmann in second, Willis in third, then it's Cook, O'Flanagan, and it looks like Duncan Mallett possibly has... no, there's Duncan Mallett number 4, so who's that coming through into 5th place? Could be Ben Lopez-Appleton, the number 5.
No, that's Graham McDonald here. That's it could be, in fact, is it the grey Ben Lopez-Appleton? He's made some great progress. You're right, absolutely. Great for him to see him recovering after, I think he spun at one point yesterday. He certainly had some issues. But anyway, Hugo Bush came in here second place in the championship. He leads Lars Hoffmann, and then we've got Tom Willis. Cook comes in here leading the championship, and then we've got Taylor O'Flanagan. He's right, absolutely, in the number 5 of Ben Lopez-Appleton, firmly ensconced in that battle again, and he defending against David Yates and McDonald in the 2 blue cars. So as they head around then and off on what is their 3rd lap at the moment, that's Taylor Flanagan we see disappearing. There's Lars Hoffmann with coming down into Brooklands this time through. Hugo Bush defending from Tom Willis, close as you like in this race series. ROKiT F4 follows on as Taylor Flanagan takes his yellow machine to see what he can do.
So out of Luffield towards Woodcote they go. Who's going to be who leads at the line? 12.5 minutes of this race to go then. Looks like it's going to be Lars Hoffmann as they come to the line. No, it's Hugo Bush who's got the nose in front. It's going to be all change again as they head up towards Coppice this time. Bush from Hoffmann. They were absolutely 6,000ths of a second apart at the line. It was Hoffman who showed in front of the timing screen, correcting itself. Now here comes Willis trying to make a move on the inside. Then it's Harry Cook, showing us to the second decimal place, showing us equal across the line, 6,000ths of a second if you look on the timing screen. Here comes Harry Cook up the inside of Taylor O'Flanagan. David Yates fighting back in there as well, the blue number 15 car. Then it's Ben Lopez Appleton, Graham McDonald in the blue car with the Scottish flag on the bonnet, then Duncan Mallet, and up behind him looks like Harry Eyre in the 55. 10 of them together battling for the lead.
Yeah, and it does look like it's that front 10. Harry Eyre just trying to cling on as best he can in that 10th place, but he is losing the draft very slightly. The draft, as they come four wide once more, it's becoming a normal affair into Stowe this time. They are going to sort themselves out. That Harry Cook has not worked on that outside line. He's tried it for the third time in a row, and again, I don't think it's going to help him. He does mean he's on the inside of the car, so it is a good defensive mood into this Vale corner, which does look very varied. Harry Cook going around the outside once more, so he's trying out and finding bits of grip that other people aren't, and it's worked for him. He's going to get Bush, still side-by-side contact there, I think, as they went through the right hand of the starting this club corner up the Lewis Hamilton straight. But it is Tom Willis once again back up. They're all going to have to work out what is the strategy I want for this race. They're not going to be able to disappear off up the road, so they've got to work out where do I want to be at what time. We've still got half this race to go.
You can see as they move offline on the Hamilton straight, so there is still a little bit of spray around. There's a bit of water down on the circuit there from the earlier rain showers yesterday and overnight as well. It's Willis who leads from Hoffman, then Cook, Bush down to fourth. Here comes O'Flanagan attacking David Yates. So they go into the left-hander at the loop. Did I see a yellow flag there? No, maybe not. Still, I think saw a glimpse of one of the yellow lights on through there, but increasing his lead slightly now is Tom Willis in the number 81, the man from Alton in Hampshire, down in 13th place in the points, but that's because he didn't make the trip to the Netherlands to race at Zandvoort, so looking to move up the table. He certainly moved up the field yesterday. There's Ben Lopez Appleton again going for the outside on Taylor O'Flanagan, the pole sitter, yesterday's winner, mired in the middle of this battle at the moment, just can't quite catch the break. He wants running wide there, Graham McDonald in the number 19. Here comes Ben Lopez Appleton, the Anglo-Spanish driver, side by side with the number 11 of Taylor O'Flanagan. Over the line they go. What's the order going to be this time? Willis leads, new fastest lap, 2:28.738, trying to break the toe from Harry Cook and Lars Hoffman down the straight there. Bush is in fourth place. Then Yates, this contact there with Taylor O'Flanagan. Oh, good save, David Yates. I thought he was going to spin and take out the four cars behind him. That's showing his experience there. That was certainly a Code Brown moment, as David Addison would say, for David Yates. Meanwhile, Harry Cook takes the lead, but he's gone wide into Beckett's, puts a wheel onto the grass, and Tom Willis takes the lead back again. Lars Hoffman closing up. It's all happening at the front of the field, as it was yesterday. Yeah, that bit of cornering, if there is any dampness, it's one of the slippiest pieces of tarmac in British Motorsport, just as you go through that Maggotts-Beckett's complex, and he just dropped his wheel onto the edge of the track. They're lucky to actually be able to gather that all up. So Tom Willis still maintains that, but we're going to go three wide then for second this time. Hugo Bush down the inside. Lars didn't know he was there and squeezed him. Hugo Bush really had to get out the throttle there, so we've seen a couple of dicey moments there. You can see on your pictures the change in colour in the tarmac, and it really does make a difference between the sort of lighter coloured drier patches and the darker coloured where the damp patches is. Now that the lighter coloured tarmac is growing, but nevertheless, like you say, if you go offline because you want to do an overtake, it really does get squirrely very quickly, and especially down the south end of the track. It looks like as soon as you go off that sort of main racing line, you can see up here on the right hand side of your circuit, it really is damp up there. Along the Sir Lewis Hamilton straight, then again they weave around doing the rattlesnake, as I believe we called it last season, trying to break the toe. The first four have broken away slightly. Willis, Cook, Hoffman and Bush. Hoffman now in second place. David Yates heads the second group. There's Duncan Mallet side by side with Taylor O'Flanagan, but they're behind Ben Lopez Appleton in the number 5. O'Flanagan going for the outside into the loop. Is that going to work? Yes, it is. That's not an overtake you see very often, it has to be said. Graham McDonald is in behind them in the number 19. He's being pursued by, I think that's Duncan Mallet, the number 4, in behind him. Hard to keep track of the midfield battle here. The four leaders down into the left-hander at Brooklands, past the BRDC clubhouse, the British Racing Drivers Club, side by side for second place, trying to go around the outside there is Harry Cook. That'll set him up for the double right-hander at Luffield. He's got to defend though, because the DPR car of 22 Hugo Bush is right behind him. We've still got 7.5 minutes of this 20-minute race for the Motor Caterham 310R Championship to go. Coming over the line to complete lap number 5 The lead is with Tom Willis, but Hoffman has just done the fastest lap, 2:28.037. He's going to go for the lead as they come down to Coppice. He bobs out of the slipstream, can't get close enough. He's got to be mindful that Harry Cook is there behind him as well, and Hugo Bush in fourth. These four have broken just over a second clear of David Yates in fifth place now.
Yeah, looked like more of a defensive mood there from Hoffman. He was having to defend from the cars behind. They're going to go side by side into Maggers and Beckers. We saw it was not grippy as he went off the line, but they've managed to get it all together. But yeah, I think Hoffman was tucked into the inside there to defend from the behind rather than actually looking to see whether he could make any move up on Willis as they head through Beckers then this time through. It has been consistently this top four in the top four positions. So Willis, Hoffman, Cook and Bush, they've been in every single different order, but it's now Yates who comes up into that fifth place as he went over the line, although he's lost a couple of places as he went into turn one. So it is all changed in that mid-pack, but it's been consistently this four out front, having just maybe a tenth or two advantage as in the early part of this race, and see whether in these last 5 minutes there's any of this chasing group, and it certainly looks like Ben Lopez-Appleton is thirsty to try and catch up and get involved.
Taylor O'Flanagan's got through into P5 as well. He's trying to tow up onto the tail of this quartet now, side by side for second, Hoffman and Bush. It's still Tom Willis who just about holds the lead. He's pulled away by a few lengths there coming through the club complex. He got a stronger exit from Stowe and was able to pull away. Now here comes O'Flanagan. It's going to be 10 cars in this group again now because he's towed the second group in. He's got up ahead of Harry Cook there, up into P4 in the yellow car. Watch for Taylor O'Flanagan. Has he timed it right? You've got to time your finishing move, a bit like in we mentioned NASCAR earlier on. It's a bit like the same thing. You've got to time your finishing move in the pack to slipstream your way in front through Brooklands and Luffield for the final time. Here comes Duncan Mallet, gets a wheel out over the curb there. David Yates dives up the inside, attacking Ben Lopez-Appleton. Graham McDonald, the former company boss of Caterham, in behind them. Now, where is O'Flanagan? He's there in fourth place, but again, the first three have got away again slightly.
He's a multi-champion, you know, very, very experienced driver, knows how to manage a race and be where he needs to be, and he's got to work a little bit with Harry Cook to make sure they can solidify this gap, because where this gang are behind, Ben Lopez and Yates and Mallet and McDonald have been fighting each other, they are really holding themselves up, and therefore a gap has opened up once more. And with 5 minutes to go, Taylor O'Flanagan finds himself on the right side of that gap, whereas Ben Lopez-Appleton finds himself on the wrong side. Have they got the speed in this final 5 minutes to try and catch up and come through? Certainly around the Silverstone circuit, there's every opportunity to do so.
Here they come down the pit straight once again towards Copse Corner. Tom Willis holding the inside. Lars Hoffman will try and drive around the outside. That rarely works at Copse. Very easy to run wide onto the tarmac runoff area there. Hugo Bush in third. Harry Cook and Taylor O'Flanagan keeping up. It's 5 together for the lead. Now they have dropped David Yates, Lopez-Appleton, Duncan Mallet, Graham McDonald, Harry Eyre. That's your top 10 as they were over the line. So it's these 5 together. David Yates in P6 now trying to close the gap. The lead gap was 0.17 of a second. O'Flanagan did the fastest lap that time through, 2:27.223, and you can see he's really on it there as they come out of Beckett's corner, getting the back end slightly sideways. Now what's going to happen down the Hanger straight this time? A couple of cars bouncing their wheels onto the curb there on the left of the picture. Hoffman's going for the inside, but Hugo Bush moves across to try and defend. Hoffman keeps the line, so does Hugo Bush. Bush is going to take the lead, so Tom Willis has led for a couple of laps, but now Hugo Bush takes up the initiative. There's Taylor O'Flanagan. He's just hanging on to the back of this group. I reckon he's going to try a couple of lunges on the final lap.
Yeah, like you said, hanging your rear of your car out is not necessarily the quickest way around, but Bush is, again, timing this nicely with 3 minutes or nearly just under 4 minutes to go. But Hoffman also has been there or thereabouts in that second place for so long now, as they head up the Hamilton straight. But yeah, Willis looks strong in his car, doesn't he? And it shows from yesterday that he's really got a car that's performing well. And he was in second place yesterday just as they went over the line from Taylor O'Flanagan. So we'll see whether he's got that little bit of extra speed. But certainly he was able to hold on in that lead for quite a few laps. And in fourth place is not necessarily a bad place to be, given the stage of the race we're coming into. You can still manage that.
Taylor O'Flanagan's got David Yates right on his tail. It's 6 for the lead now, and again O'Flanagan going around the outside at the loop. It doesn't quite work for him this time. Tom Willis able to hold him off. He's been out slipstreamed around this lap. Is that Duncan Mallet slowing down a little there, possibly the number 4? I think.
It looked maybe a little bit lethargic as he was going down, but it might have just been the acceleration out of the hairpin and going away from us. But it is currently in the lead then, Hoffman, Cook, and we're going to go 3 wide through Brooklands. We're Willis down the middle, but O'Flanagan had to bail out. The Hugo Bush is going to see whether he can make anything around the outside of Luffield. Again, that's going to be a tricky move with O'Flanagan down the inside, who's looking like he's going to tuck it on the inside of Tom Willis. Does that, and that's going to see him up into third place. Can Willis fight back then as they go round Woodcote? Going to start onto into their 7th lap now, and 2 minutes 30 to go. It's going to be tight as to whether this is the final lap. I think it's going to be ever so close as they come down to the final, the corner next time. Obviously, if the clocks run out by the time they cross the line, then that will be the last lap.
We didn't see a last lap board there, so they might well get 2 laps out of this. We'll have to wait and see what the timekeepers say, as now it's getting really busy towards the front of the field, up towards the Maggots and Beckett's complex now. Who has got the lead? It's Harry Cook into the lead for the first time in this race. Has he timed it right, or has he got the timing wrong? Because he could still be out slipstream. Hoffman in 2nd place, so Flanagan in 3rd position. Then we've got Hugo Busch in 4th. This is getting close to what we saw at Zandvoort a few weeks ago. I think every race was under 1/10 of a second in terms of winning margin. Look at them weaving about down the hanger straights. This is brilliant stuff. And who's this going for? These? And also, Tom Willis has clipped the back of Hugo Busch there. No damage by the look of it. They just banged wheels there, but Tom Willis throws it round the outside in the 81, trying to get the inside line away for the club complex. Harry Cook continues to lead, trying to get back his championship lead. Duncan Mallet back on the pace. May have just missed a gear there on the last lap. He's having a go on the inside of Graham Donald at the back of this group. It's Cook, Hoffman, Willis. 4th place we've got Taylor O'Flanagan. Then Hugo Busch is down to 5th. His car looks okay after a little bit of contact with that of Tom Willis. Behind them is David Yates down the Hamilton straight for what could be the last time, just over 1 minute on the clock.
Yeah, really need to keep an eye out whether it is, and we'll look at see whether we can see the flag as they come out of that last corner. But let's commentate like they are coming down to the last corner, because the drivers won't know either. They have timers reading on their cockpits, and they'll know that it was close as they went across the line. So Harry Cook now takes the lead then for the first time since the early part of this race. There's Duncan Mallet getting around the outside of Graham McDonald, and Harry getting up and moving himself up into the battle just as the tail end of this race starts. 40 seconds still left on the clock as they come down round Aintree and down the Wellington Straight. Taylor Flanagan's not exactly where he wants to be if this is the last lap, but he's probably in a perfect position if it is the 2nd last lap.
Yes, it's all about the timing of the move, as we said earlier on. Look at this, 3 wide for 2nd place as they head down into Brooklands. Tom Willis has been boxed in on the inside.
I can see the last lap being hung out now, so they are going to have 1 more lap.
Okay, so coming around to start the last lap, Tom Willis on the outside of Taylor O'Flanagan. Has he timed it right? He's attacking the number 70 of Lars Hoffman. Behind them is David Yates in the number 15. He could still be in with an outside chance here, but it is Harry Cook who will lead the way across the line. Hugo Busch is the man attacking him. There's the last lap board. 1 to go. The clock just counting down to 0 about 2 seconds after they cross the line there. They just get the last lap in, and Hugo Busch has taken the lead. Harry Cook has been shuffled back to 3rd place. Lars Hoffman goes into P2. It's O'Flanagan under fire from Willis for P4. Then it's David Yates. I think that's Ben Lopez Appleton next in the order, and Harry Eyre in the 55. Look at this, down into Beckett's up on the curve is Lars Hoffman. They just about held that together. David Yates has come through into P3. A superb move there. He got the positioning exactly right. It's now O'Flanagan that leads from Tom Willis. The order's totally changed.
Yeah, like I said, if he was in 5th place and if it was the last lap, he didn't need to be there. But as soon as we're onto this now, what we know is the last lap. He is in the lead of this race. Willis, though, also back at the front, looking like he's fighting down the outside. He's got a fast car in a straight line. The rest of the cars fan out then as they come down into Stowe then for the last time. David Yates looking down the inside. Hugo Busch seeing what he can do around the outside. Can Willis hold it around the outside? They were squeezing each other down onto the curbs that time. Willis is going to hold on around the outside that time through. O'Flanagan down into the 2nd. We've got then Hugo Busch on 3rd.
Yates tapped the back of O'Flanagan there going into Stowe. That's how close they're getting. It's Tom Willis who's now got the lead. O'Flanagan in 2nd place, and everybody else is 3rd. It's Hugo Busch is in P3 as they come through the club complex. 4th is Hoffman. Yates is back to 5th. He was 5th. He was 3rd briefly coming out of Beckett's up towards Abbey Curve. And has Tom Willis made enough of a break here, do you think?
No, I think that's gap is a perfect lineup for to see Taylor O'Flanagan catch up down the Wellington Straight. I wouldn't say he wants to leave it any bigger than that, but he's absolutely in the right place at the right time. He's fighting off Hugo Busch down the inside of Hoffman, so Hoffman's going to see he's going to fight back at this stage of the race. You need every single position. You need to be in that 3rd place. They both lock up as they go through the loop that time. They really are on the raggedy edge now. They know what's on offer. They've got a podium. They can sniff it. They can smell it. They've even got a win if they've got it. You can see Taylor O'Flanagan, though, is catching up as they come down the Wellington Straight this time to Brooklands. It's going to be a crucial Brooklands.
There might have been a bit of contact there between David Yates and Graham McDonald there coming out of the loop, but never mind that, because round the outside goes Taylor O'Flanagan. Superb move into Brooklands Corner. For third place, it's Bush and Hoffman side by side. Yates up there with Harry Cook, and Hoffman runs wide. He nearly lost the back end of the number 70 car there. They're coming up towards the line. We'll pick them up as they head over the line. The checkered flag is in sight. Who is it going to be? Is it going to be Taylor O'Flanagan for a second time this weekend? He's side by side with Tom Willis. It's going to be a photo finish for the second time this weekend. Over the line they go, and Tom Willis gets it by 8 thousandths of a second. That's got to be the closest finish in any race for Caterham so far this season. Willis wins it from O'Flanagan by 0.008 of a second. Hugo Bush comes over in third. Then it's Lars Hoffman, Harry Cook, David Yates, Graham McDonald, Ben Lopez-Appleton, Duncan Mallet and Harry Eyre, as quickly as I can say their names.
Absolutely fantastic end to this race. As you can see, the midfield now and coming over to finish their races, all having fantastic action, I'm sure, up and down. But what a battle for the lead there. Looked like O'Flanagan had it absolutely nailed as he went around the outside of Brooklands, but Willis just had enough time to get alongside, and he carried it over. You can see on the timing screen on the left of tower saying 0.00 gap, but we can see on our official timing there was 8 thousandths of a second. We are going to have to, at the end of the season, add up all of the lead gaps, because I don't think it's going to be very many seconds across every single Caterham race that we've seen this year. They've had some fantastic finishes, and I know that Tom Willis will be absolutely delighted to take that win.
Yes, after his effort yesterday to come through from last to second, he was right in the lead battle all the way today, and he will be very, very pleased. That's indeed good to see the marshals giving the drivers a wave as they head round on their slow down lap. Now here is the results. When you go to the 100th of a second, Tom Willis and Taylor O'Flanagan are even, but go to the 1000th and Willis beats O'Flanagan by 8 1,000ths of a second. That's how close it was. That's a few inches across the line. Hugo Bush in third, ahead of Lars Hoffman, then Harry Cook, David Yates dropping back to sixth, who ran third a couple of laps from home. Graham McDonald, the good seventh, ahead of Ben Lopez-Appleton, Duncan Mallet, Harry Eyre round up the top 10. Philip Bianchi up to 12th from the back of the grid. That was with a spin as well early on at Village. Behind Mark Jones, then William Wood and Alex Vincent rounding up the top 14. Jeff Price behind them. Then it was the 84 of Joe Priday, Rob Bullen the 85, 45 of Richard McCann, Steve Metcalf, Chris Welch and Ron Mounsey completing the finishes, all 21 starters going the distance.
Got a bit hairy at times, didn't it? But it was fantastic to see these 310 hours. Remember, these are really experienced Caterham races. They race close. It was a bit too close at times there, and the track conditions certainly added to the spectacle. But Tom Willis managing to hold on into that win. Like you say, a spectacular race yesterday to come all the way through the field. So we took that win. So we watch a few highlights then of the previous race.
Yes, off the line it was a very clean start. Tom Willis and Taylor O'Flanagan setting the early pace before Harry Cook and Hugo Bush were able to come through. A huge fight resulted. One car going across the gravel into Stoke. That's Chris into Beckett's. Well, that's Chris Welch taking a shortcut. Hugo Bush with a great move into club up the inside to take the lead. Typical slipstreaming Caterham action. Lucky escape for David Yates. That contact with Taylor O'Flanagan, it was just brilliant all the way through. Never more than a few centimetres between any of the cars at the front of the pack. Tom Willis surviving that contact as well with the back of Hugo Bush's car.
Yeah, that was just a few seconds before they came around on that last lap, and fantastic to see him come through. But yeah, that could have been nasty, couldn't it? Right at the end of that race, a little bit of contact down the straight, as you say. We said the sort of rattlesnake as they were weaving down, but yeah, contact nonetheless. You can see, I think the next set of cars maybe. Oh no, that's just the 310s coming in. It's such a long
Yes.
track around here at Silverstone that it does take them a while to get in.
Yes, we will be heading down to Parc Fermé shortly with Sam and Ewan to talk to some of the drivers. Our next race will be the Bilstein Suspension Caterham Roadsport. It's going to be in a few minutes' time.
Yep, Sam's down in the Parc Fermé, so we can hear from him now and can hear from our drivers how they fared in that race.
Well, nothing like Caterham racing being that close, which is just always the way, isn't it? But this 0.08 of a second between Taylor and Tom, which is absolutely incredible. So I'll just go through and speak to Tom. Oops, sorry, Hugo. Tom, congratulations.
Thank you.
Goodness me, that was 0.08 of a second between you two.
It's even smaller than yesterday. I think it was 16 thousandths the other way around yesterday. So yeah, I had a bit of a deja vu moment coming around the last corner because I was behind them in exactly the same position as yesterday, but managed to just get the better exit and get him on the line. So yeah.
Super close.
Yeah, over the moon, over the moon.
Yeah, congratulations, well deserved. Great driving though between you two.
Cheers.
Right, I'll leave. I'll speak to Hugo because the circuit guy is speaking to Taylor. So I'll just come and speak to Hugo. Hugo, that was a fantastic race, and there was 5 of you racing for first.
Yeah, I mean first to fifth. You kind of use your Silverstone. I thought I was in a good place, third, coming into Village, and then me and Lars just got in each other's way really. But third's okay.
Yeah, third's great.
Thank you.
Well done. Right, let's go and speak to Taylor. Congratulations, Taylor. When you were in fifth, I was thinking, he's going to plan this. He's going to plan it so that, and you did, and then it was 0.08 of a second between the two of you.
Yeah, I can't take credit for planning. I was trying to cling on at that point and thinking I need to pull something out here. But yeah, it came together, and then gutted. I thought I had it comfortably. I was slowing it all down the last corner, and yeah, I had that a couple of years ago, and there was a bit of movement, and I was like, I'm not going to do it, I'm going to keep it clean, and he managed to pip it, so fair play, well done.
Yeah, well deserved second place, well done. There we go. Right, the next race will be out on track very shortly, so I'll hand back to David.
Thank you very much indeed to Sam, and there's more where that came from. More Caterham action coming up next. It's the Bill Stein Suspension Caterham Roadsport Championship. This is the second rung on the ladder of the Caterham Championships, isn't it, Chris?
Yeah, that's right. So all these drivers, pretty much all, I think, except for one, were in the Caterham Academy last year, and they've chosen to upgrade their car. So they've added different tyres. We're running the 888 cars, AR tyres, and that makes about 2 seconds a lap, maybe something like that. A track difference around something like Silverstone, and that's the. It's a very, very cheap upgrade. They can continue their race, and the differences between the Academy and the Roadsport, other than the tyres that they run, are the fact they get 2 races per weekend. So this is the second time we're going to see them out on track here at Silverstone. They get their 2 20-minute races, and that obviously adds a different flavour to the race weekend as well. But the cars maintain their completely road legal status, so they can drive to and from the circuit and drive around if they want, and many of the drivers choose to do that as well. The second rung of this ladder, we're going to also already seen the 310Rs, which is the 4th rung, and then later we'll see the 270s as well, who are the 3rd rung. Sam, who we've been seeing in presenting her role, she's got a busy weekend because she's also racing this weekend. She's taking part in the Caterham Academy and doing a fantastic job. So she's got an absolutely flat-out weekend doing the presenting skills and also out there on track. And we'll see her in the Academy race, which we'll have just after the lunch break today at around about 2:30. So do watch out for that, and we can follow Sam and her progress. And I think at lunchtime we're going to watch also the Caterham Academy race. So there's a documentary series following Sam around this year. So we're going to be watching that over lunchtime, so do stick around over that lunch break to get a flavour of what it means to be a part of this academy. But yeah, the Roadsport cars are next up, and these drivers, they've had a whole season's racing with the academy, but their experiences are gaining each time they come out in really tricky conditions for them yesterday with again, rain, not rain, it was showering on them, it wasn't, and all their testing's been the same. So really good experience to know what it feels like to race in mixed conditions out there around this Silverstone Grand Prix track, and what a treat it is to be on the Grand Prix track.
Well, yesterday's race, it was a 3rd consecutive win in the championship for number 12, Paul Goldstein. Looks like we've got podium presentations going on down there as well.
I think they've sprayed the champagne, so they've had all that done, but great to see them again just enjoying their time out there. There's see Hugo Bush picking up his 3rd place trophy. They're all in Parc Fermé now, so they'll get the scrutineering all done, make sure all the cars are legal. Have seen a car was underweight and been excluded. It's certainly something we're very careful about here in Caterham. It's an absolute even playing field, and the cars are checked regularly to confirm that they conform to all it. But I can see the drivers exiting on the assembly of the Roadsport cars, so they'll be soon be around to join up on their grid for their second race here at Silverstone.
Well, let's have a look at the grid then. It is based based on yesterday's race result. It is Paul Goldstein, number 12, in his very gold car, living up to his name, that's on pole position alongside 79, who qualified on pole yesterday, Barry Thompson. They were separated by 0.18 of a second at the flag yesterday. Second row 78, Nick Heighton, alongside the 88 of Adam Keane. John O'Emery, who led the championship coming into this weekend in his purple, number 43 on row 3, alongside number 5 of Henry Morris. Fourth row, Ben Stewart and Arif Hanif. It's Barry Hanif on row 5 alongside Monty Hind. Sixth row is Henry Speaks in the 37 alongside Istvan Demesh, the Hungarian, in number 55. Row 7, 89, Patrick Cunningham, and 26 of Tim Payne. Then Rob Cowan starts alongside Joel Meyer-Potts on row 8. Row 9 is Lee James and Andrew Porter. Neil Bell and Harvey Ashmore on the 10th row. And moving on back, we've got Miles Ain on number 15, 30 of Gerthed Ducey, 16 Andy Miles and 77 Norman Jeeves on row 12. Row 13 Chris Coates in the 25 and number 6 Anthony Nichols. Row 14 Will Jarvis alongside Andrew Mackay. And completing the top 30 on the grid, Giles Hanson and Graham Handy. Row 16 is David Jarvis and Brian Joyce. Then on row 17 we have Dean Pollen and Reuben Hunter. Craig Jarvis and Howard Ashmore on row 18. Row 19, Django Jones, who had an off at Cops yesterday, starts alongside Anne Hall. And then we've got the cars that failed to finish race 1 yesterday. Orlando Morris and Balnijar on row 20. And Neville Sykes and Stephen Trinder, who ended up in the gravel, exiting Club Corner in yesterday's race, brought out the safety car briefly, rounds out this big grid of 42 cars.
Yeah, we can do live snatches here at Silverstone. But often they do choose to put out the safety car, especially if a car's directly in the firing line, which certainly one or two of the cars in the gravel were yesterday. So they got the cars cleared very quickly, and we were back up and running, and we had a good lot of Caterham action yesterday. And let's hope for more of the same. Track conditions now should be, steadying a little bit for all these drivers. So hopefully they'll know what's underneath them as they head around the track. They will go on their green flag lap, and they'll be able to feel out and see where all that grip is. Again, the change in colour of tarmac is going to be important, but out my window here it looks relatively consistent in the pieces of tarmac that I can see around the track, so that'll be good for these. They're Roadsport, so they're running the windscreen as well, and that on a windy day, it's not absolutely gusting today, but it's certainly got a bit of a tailwind as they come up into Abbey, so it'll be a headwind down Hanger Straight, and that really will increase the tow as they're going down the Hanger Straight, so watch out for that. So with these windscreens, they have to punch a big hole in the air, and that's why a following car, if you've not watched Caterham action before, you'll see the following cars are able to go a lot quicker, and it's up to maybe 10 miles an hour down Hanger Straight. They'll have an extra bit of speed, and that's why we see them fanning out to be 4 wide. Let's see how wide these Caterham Roadsports can make it. As you can see, the width of the Silverstone circuit here, that's quite unusual in club motorsport. You could probably fit about 6 or 7 Caterham side by side. I wouldn't choose to want to do that though.
So there'll be a green flag lap first of all then, for this big field of 42 cars. Looking out of our commentary position window at the back of the grid, I love the psychedelic livery on 63 Anne Hall's car. That's quite impressive. Starting alongside Django Jones, mentioned ended up in the gravel but was rescued by the marshals up at Cops during yesterday's race. Hit a wet patch on the outside of Cops corner. Django will run fairly well through the field, I would think. He was 10th in the championship at the start of this weekend. It was John O'Emery who led by just a couple of points coming into the weekend. At Snetterton and Zandvoort, he and Paul Goldstein have both taken 2 wins and 2 seconds, but John O'Emery led because he got fastest lap in both races at Snetterton. But yesterday it was Paul Goldstein who took the win and takes the lead of the championship. There's the gold car, number 12 on pole position. John O'Emery in the purple, number 43. They're going to be the main 2 to watch here.
Yeah, John O'Emery dropped back a little bit early in the race, and he sort of struggling to be pushed forward, dropped back again as the race went on, but ended up in 5th place, so saw him good towards the end, and Django Jones was doing very well before we saw him have his little spin, so as you say, we should watch for him coming through the field, because he was having a great result for him up in the top end of the field, and let's see where he can get back to then. But Paul Goldstein is regularly sideways. He's a very exciting driver to watch out there on circuit, and yesterday he was sliding around the rear of the car, but he managed to recover a situation which looked unrecoverable, didn't it? He on the last lap he was quite a long distance behind as he went down the escape route down Vale, and somehow managed to catch up and overtake across the line, so timed it perfectly. And so Paul Goldstein came home, and it was good to see Barry Thompson right back up in the top end of this field. So someone's come through from the academy fighting for the championship last year. We didn't see him at Snetterton, he wasn't there, but at the last race out he was I think in top 10, something like that. So for him to be fighting right back in this lead, it's kind of where we want to see him. So good for Barry Thompson to do that. As we see this huge field, look at them filling up the Hangar Straight. It's unbelievable to see this. 42 cars heading down towards us then into Stowe, and a fantastic sight that is.
And these are all second-year drivers pretty much as well, having graduated from the academy. The academy race later on, we've got, I think it's 52 cars out there, and they're all novices. That's going to be even more spectacular, I think.
Yeah, we'll cover all that because we've combined both grids of the academy. They're going to be all racing together, although they'll be fighting for points in different championships. So that's going to be interesting for us to keep ahead of, and watching that sight. I can't wait to see that, as we see Stephen Trinder just there with his slightly higher roll cage, so you can easily spot him, but he ended up in the gravel, and he's going to hope to correct that this time, see whether he can make any progress forward from where he is.
Yes, mentioning the roll cage, why does he have that higher roll cage, Stephen Trinder, do we know?
It's just his seating position, so for him to be comfortable in the car, he needs to sit a little bit higher, and you need to have a certain degree of distance above your helmet for to comply with the regulations. So the only way we can accommodate his sitting position in that car is to run with that slightly higher roll cage. And yeah, it's you can easily spot him out there on track, and hopefully this time we won't see him in the gravel, we'll see him complete that race as the rest of this field flow around these famous corners of the Silverstone Grand Prix track. 3 miles around here, and as we've mentioned how wide it is, you can see just how wide it is compared to a Caterham, and why it's we see so much overtaking. And so many of these corners are so fast in a Caterham just because of the sheer width of the track compared to the car itself. Really fast committed track, and as we've seen in the 310R already, it's a really tactical affair, as these long straights with the headwind do mean that the toe that's famous in Caterhams anyway is super exaggerated to the extent that, yeah, we're going to see overtaking galore, I'm sure.
Mentioning Barry Thompson, he's only down in 21st in the championship at the moment. That's because he missed the opening meeting of the season at Snetterton, so hopefully he'll aim to drop those scores. Likewise, Nick Hyton didn't race at Snetterton either. He's there in 3rd place on the grid there, just in the top 20 of the championship at the start of this weekend. After yesterday's race, they'll have moved up a bit. It's John O'Emery who led by 2 points coming into this weekend ahead of Paul Goldstein, Henry Morris 3rd, and Monty Hind in 4th in the points. They're all up there towards the sharp end. Paul Goldstein in the gold and black car, alongside the 79 Barry Thompson in his black and white, almost winter camo livery on his car with the orange trim. Nick Hyton in the 78 alongside him. Behind them he's in blue. Adam Keane in a dark greyish green colour. John Emery's purple, as we mentioned. Number 5 alongside him in black and green is Henry Morris. Then 31 Ben Stewart is grey and green. Arif Hanif alongside him is blue and black. Those are your leading colours on the grid to watch out for. Thanks to our volunteer marshals as always. We could not go racing without them. Just getting the cars into line on the grid. Quite a while. It takes quite a while for a field of this size 2 grid up with 42 cars out there. They are all present and correct. No damage from yesterday. Just a few spinners on the first lap taking cars out of the race. Just a few of them moving into position. There's Django in chains. I can see as he's written on his car, as I can see out of the commentary position window at the moment. Lines up alongside the 63 of Ann Hall.
The cars having to go around the bend of the track here at Silverstone, such are their numbers, and hopefully they can also get a good view of the gantry and the lights from back there. I can see Stephen Trinder just pulling up now, so nearly in place.
Green flag is waved at the back of the grid then in the sunshine at Silverstone. This will be a 20-minute race for the Bill Stein Suspension Caterham Roadsport Championship. We await the red lights to come on, the revs are up, and away they go. Down towards Copse Corner for the first time. And who's going to get the advantage? Paul Goldstein on the outside of the circuit, but it's Bazza, as it said on his number plates, up alongside him. That's Barry Thompson in the 79, who will try and take the lead away into that first corner at Copse. We'll see who's leading as they come up to Beckett's for the first time. Everybody looks to have got away cleanly. It is Paul Goldstein, the pole sitter, who has got the early advantage ahead of Barry Thompson. Looks like Adam Keane possibly has got up into third position as they start to sort themselves out. They're all through Beckett's. Okay, one car running a bit wide, and there has somebody spun in the pack where there was possibly a little bit of bumping and boring. No, they've all made it round. 1 or 2 stragglers left at the back of the field, but looks like no major damage there from the early skirmishes. Side by side between Goldstein and Thompson down the straight. Here comes John O'Emery trying to move through on the inside. Barry Thompson moves to block it. Trying to get round the outside is Adam Keane as they go into Stowe Corner. For the first time up behind them is the number 78, that's Nick Heighton.
We had a little bit of contact there between Goldstein and Keane as they went round. Goldstein had to lost the rear of the car as he had to tweak his steering inside to avoid the contact. But he's lost a bit of momentum there, and it does mean Keane moves ahead, but that could have been pretty nasty. He nearly lost that car in the middle of this massive pack, and that wouldn't want to see that. But it is Barry Thompson just ahead of John O'Emery then as they're coming up the other start-finish straight, but it's not the one we're using this time. So Emery jinks out to the right side, so he is recovering himself to the top of this field, leading as he came into this weekend. As you say, Goldstein did a good job yesterday of taking away that lead. So we see this fantastically colourful Roadsport grid fly through and into Abbey, which will probably be absolutely flat out for them on a day like today. Emery, though, does take his slot at the lead of this race. Keane looking down the inside of Barry Thompson, looks like he might have that done, but we'll see whether anyone has a response. Really tight even in the midfield there between these cars, battling and not giving any inch out on track. A little bit of locking up going on, but yeah, great battling.
That's Nick Heighton, 78, has dropped quite a lot of places down the order, so whether he's got a bit of damage from those early exchanges or just got forced out wide, we didn't see, but he's dropped quite a way down the order. He started from the second row of the grid. John O'Emery leads as they come down towards Brooklands. Bit of a squeeze there. Barry Thompson and Paul Goldstein side by side there as they go either side of Adam Keane. Looks like Goldstein might get back up into second place there as the rest of the pack streams through the left-hander at Brooklands. They've all made it round okay. That's good to see. The leaders now heading up towards the start-finish straight. Once again, looks like it is John O'Emery who has got the advantage, trying to pull away from Goldstein. You see him move across there to break the toe. Likewise, Barry Thompson trying to get up the inside of Paul Goldstein, side by side between the two of them.
Yeah, let's see how he comes back through the field then. Like you say, a good spot. You did say you saw a bit of a car out wide, and I wonder whether that was Heighton just losing some ground, maybe getting squeezed onto the grass at some point. All wings intact, shouldn't say that really, but there we go. At the moment we've got all wings intact. But Emery, yeah, looking like he might have sprung a little gap, but that will disappear quickly as soon as these drivers settle down, and Goldstein and Barry Thompson see whether they've got plenty of experience racing each other throughout last year. Adam Keane just losing out a little bit. There Speaks out a little bit wide there in the number 37, so he's losing a bit of ground there as he goes down onto Hanger Straight. He's sort of rear end of that top 10. But Emery does look like he's springing a gap, and he's done this before. He can spring that gap, but can he hold it here at Silverstone? I doubt it, but we're going to go 3 wide for second place. Barry Thompson holding off around the number 5 of Morris, so Morris doing well to move himself up into this lead battle, but Goldstein holding on to see what he can do as they head down into Vale then.
There's Henry Morris going very nicely indeed up there in 4th place, but the lead at the end of lap 1 for John O'Emery was 0.66 of a second. That's an eternity for the end of the first lap of a Caterham race, it has to be said. Running a bit wide there, the 37, that's Henry Speaks. Is that a little bit of smoke I can see coming off the right rear? Yeah, there's something wrong with that car, you can see there. Something wrong with the right rear, that tyre's rubbing on something. Is that the right front wheel? Yeah, there's damage to the right fronts. That's the wheels at a drunken angle.
Yeah, it could be. There could be a lot of different things that's caused by it. And certainly just looking at that front wheel, the front wheel's not looking too bad. I wonder whether he's got a broken A-frame, so underneath it holds the whole of the rear assembly in a straight line. I wonder whether that's now broken and rubbing on something. But anyway, that's him out of the contention this race. He's gone onto the grass in his avoidance of the rest of the field. But smoke coming out the rear there is not a usual thing. So let's hope that he's going to be able to get around to the pits. That will be. We haven't got any other Roadsport races, so that'll be the end of his race weekend. But the rest of the race continues around him. Then, as we see, crikey, O'Reilly, that Speaks again, trying to avoid. Well, other cars trying to avoid him as he's indicating to the right to say go around it. But there's Keane down the inside, and the battles continue then through Brooklands this time. Emery was in the lead last time we saw him. Is he still there as we look out the front? Yeah, it looks like that gap might even be greater than 0.66 of a second.
Okay, the leader's about to go across the line then to complete their second lap. It is Emery who has pulled away slightly from Thompson, Goldstein and Morris. Those four have broken away from the rest of the field slightly. Let's see what the gap is as they cross the line. It's 0.7 of a second now, so he's increased his lead very slightly.
I told you it was bigger.
Just by a few tenths there. Side by side for fifth position. That's Ben Stewart going well, the number 31 ahead of Adam Keane. Then we've got Arif Hanif and a couple of cars run wide there. Adam Keane was one of them. Nick Heighton was the other as he tries to recover his way. He dropped down as low as 11th and he's done the fastest lap of the race. No surprise there. 2:33.971. Arif Hanif going along very nicely indeed. The number 74 car is on the tail of I think that's the 31 of Ben Stewart, just ahead of him there, the man from Heathfield in Sussex. They swing their way out of Beckett's, the number 89 car. It's Patrick Cunningham. He's chasing Istvan Demesh, the number 55. So there are the leaders, John O'Emery, side by side between Goldstein and Thompson. They have been since the start-finish line virtually on this lap. Goldstein up the inside will retake second place. Gold car, gold crash helmets, Team Gold Racing, gold in his name. Looking to win the gold for a second time this weekend and a fourth in succession.
Yeah, and wouldn't put it past him. He's manages these situations very nicely indeed, and kind of reads races very well. And like I said to you, he's very exciting to watch in the car. But over the last sort of few races and as this season's progressing, he's certainly looking the real deal there. But Emery at the moment showing them all how to try and spring a gap up front. And we do have to keep an eye on Heighton, who is making his way back through in that number 78 car. Currently in 8th last time he went across that line with the fastest lap. So let's see how far up he can make it in this battle. And he's got a little bit of work to do, but we've still got 13 minutes, so plenty of time in this 20-minute race to get that done. Emery has lost his lead there. There's Keane losing a little bit of ground in his green car. We've seen that a couple of times as well. And you mentioned the Hanif brothers, and we see them regularly up here battling now, so their trend line in performance is definitely upwards. It's whether they can keep it going all the way to the end of the race, and that's what we'll watch out for. But great to see them battling between each other and with the others out there on track.
Arif was very wide on the curves there, trying to attack Monty Hind as they came through Aintree onto the Wellington Straights. Side by side there, going down into Brooklands between several cars. The outside line seems to be the place to be through there. Arif Hanif now going round the outside. There's Barry Hanif, the green and black number 11, just behind Monty Hind in the 76. Coming through to complete lap number 3 at this time through. 12.5 minutes of this race still to run. Still John O'Emery who leads Paul Goldstein. I think the gap has come down this time as they go over the line. Yes, it's down to a quarter of a second because Goldstein's just done the fastest lap. No, he hasn't. That's been usurped now by Istvan Demesh further back in the pack with a 2:33.341. Thompson is third. Henry Morris there in the number 5. The Bell and Colville car is in 4th position. Then a gap back to Ben Stewart. There he is in 5th. The grey car with the green stripe. He's 1.7 seconds further back as Goldstein to the inside. They go into the Beckett's complex. Has he overshot there? Side by side. I think he's just about going to hold it together. No, he's not. Emery will have the inside line for the right-hander, and place swapping on a couple of occasions through there, and somehow John Emery has kept the lead.
Absolutely flat out into the Maggots and Beckett's complex at the beginning there, and you do have to then leech some speed off. And you saw as each driver was slightly out of position as we're watching Barry Thompson looking on the grass. He's half a car on the grass as Emery and him fight down the middle. He's absolutely insistent that he wanted his car. That was going to allow Goldstein around the outside. It did really compromise Barry as he heads into Stowe this time. Morris takes that place over him, but watch that Heighton. He's up into 7th, and I wouldn't be doubting he's making more places up. He's closing in on this lead back, but Goldstein defending like anything across Emery. Emery comes down the inside, slightly out of control there. To the rear of his car was not sticky. Didn't make it to that apex that time, but he is still managing that momentum around the outside as they head off then up Lewis Hamilton straight once more.
I thought for a split second that John Emery was heading for the gravel there at the club complex, but he's managed to get the car stopped and turned in, and has retaken the lead from Paul Goldstein. They're really going at it hammer and tongs at the front of the field. This pair, Thompson and Morris, giving chase. It's Henry Morris now in 3rd place in the number 5 line from Cobham in Surrey. Here comes Adam Keane on the attack as well. The next group is towing up behind him. We've got Ben Stewart in there. Who's that diving up the inside? Arif Hanif's in there. Barry Hanif, Monty Hind as well. Istvan Demesh. That's the 31 in there as well. That is Ben Stewart. He's having a good run here. See what the order is as they come into Brooklands this time. There go the 3 leaders ahead of Barry Thompson. It's anybody's race for 5th position.
Yeah, we saw this in the 310s as well, didn't we? We had these sort of two-pack battles. Emery and Goldstein have split off on their own. Is then Thompson, Morrison, and working with Keane as well. I think they're yet sort of fighting for that second pack, and the rest are all every single last bit of tarmac they can. Number 14 there, just jumping over the curbs that time. As they head around then the Luffield complex, there's Keane in his green machine, chased down by Morris in the number 5. So that looks like it's going to swap again as they come up. But what's the lead this time through as they come across the line then? It's Goldstein to the outside, Emery's on the inside. Is the momentum with Goldstein on the outside? Certainly, nope, Emery's got it down the inside. He's got a good fast car in a straight line, hasn't he? He's able to hold on there. Barry Thompson now going to come back involved, and it's now left Adam Keane with Morris fighting sort of further back. So it seems like the direction of travel for Keane at the moment is a rearwards, which is not what he wants to see. He's going to see whether he can recover that. It's Goldstein and Emery go side by side once more. They swap positions this time, as it's the other way round from the last time we saw it. It's a little bit more under control, so hopefully they'll get that done.
And guess who's back into this battle as well? Look for the blue car with the yellow windscreen surround. That's Nick Hyton. He's recovered from outside the top 10. He's back up into P6, so his speed is certainly not in doubt. He was just out of luck around the first lap here, but he's closing on Henry Morris, who's down to P5. Here's a battle a little bit further back. There's battles everywhere you look. It is just hard to take your eyes off the lead battle in this race, but there's scraps down the order everywhere you look. Number 16 there towards the back of the field is Andrew Miles. Full credit to all the drivers for putting on a superb show of Caterham racing. Now here come the leaders down into club. What's going to happen this time? No overshoot from John O'Emery this time. He holds off the, as ever, slightly sideways in there, Paul Goldstein. He's got Barry Thompson right on his rear axle there, chased by the number 88 of Adam Keane up there in 4th position. 5th is Morris. There's in 6th position Nick Hyton. This is great stuff. There's about 11 cars in this lead fight. They're way ahead of everybody else.
Talking about the sort of rattlesnake as they weave down the straights, you also see a sort of hammerhead where the front of the grid just spread out as they head into each corner, as the toe kicks in and they see which line they want to take this time through, and the rest of the cars sort of running in line astern. But there is Hyton on his fight back through, and like you say, a fantastic effort to come back through and come across a significant gap to reach this front group again. But he did make it, and it means that he's going to be fully ensconced in this battle as we come down to sort of 7 minutes to go. But Emery and Goldstein have been the two out front. Doesn't mean they're going to be there at the end, but it's a good indication that they've got the speed in those two cars as they go side by side once more into Brooklands. Then we're going to go side by side for second, Thompson and Keane as well, as they head down into there. And there is Hyton fighting away in the sort of rear end of this back, but he's looking like he's coming through nicely.
So Goldstein and Emery still together now. Having a good go at them, though, is Adam Keane. Could we see a 3-car breakaway here? This group of 11 is 12 seconds clear of everyone else, incidentally. That's the peloton further back, if you want to borrow a term from two-wheeled competition. So it's a breakaway of 11 at the front of the field. We could soon have a breakaway of 3, though, I think, because Goldstein, Emery and Adam Keane going with them, trying to pull away from Barry Thompson. Keane has split them up into second place. Thompson now does go with them. He's trying to drop Henry Morris and Nick Hyton, leave them to fight for 5th position. 7th is Arif Hanif ahead of Ben Stewart. Istvan Demesh is now up into 9th ahead of Monty Hind and Barry Hanif. That's your 11-car breakaway. Sliding wide there is Nick Hyton. He's taking some risks here. Again, he's sideways over the curb there. There's the second group in this breakaway lead pack, with Istvan Demesh now getting involved. He had some good showings in the Netherlands recently over at Zandvoort, the home of the Dutch Grand Prix, but it's side by side again between Goldstein and John O'Emery at the front of the field. Here comes Barry Thompson again, getting 2 wheels out onto the grass there. That's compromised him once. He keeps his foot in this time. He's never going to take the lead. No, he's not, because John O'Emery zips around the outside into Stowe to retain the advantage. Thompson side by side with Goldstein. Goldstein's going to be relegated back to 4th place there because Thompson goes around the outside, and so does Adam Keane in the 88. He's had a couple of podiums already this year. Emery's been able to make a break as a result of that squabbling through Stowe and club for second place. Goldstein running wide there on the exit.
You can see every single time you make an overtake or an overtake chance, it really does compromise your speed. The 2 cars going around the corner side by side is a lot slower than each car threading the needle on their own, and Emery is able to just break that little toe gap each time. The toe is so strong here that won't have actually sort of, he won't be outside of it. You can see that the chase pack beyond this top 10 are well outside of that toe now, and that's why they've kind of lost ground. But yeah, each time someone makes a move up on the inside of another car, you'll see the gaps sort of move and manipulate themselves, and generally speaking, side by side, you've got Oh, sideways car for the 31 there. The Stewart sideways. I think everyone's managed to miss him. Yes. You can see Ben Stewart. This is only his second race weekend, I think. We saw him for last time out. Fantastic to see him racing up there, but you can see the novice cross on the rear of his car because he hasn't completed it. And unfortunately, he lost the rear of that car. We didn't say how it started, but that sent him spinning. And luckily, everyone avoided him. But he will lick his lips. He's got a bit of a gap to make up now, but certainly he's got still a comfortable gap between the cars in behind.
Well, there was already some damage there because he's missing the left rear wing off the car and then just seemed to spin it all on his own. I wonder if there was a bit of suspension damage there possibly, but he's kept it going. Here comes a scrap further down into Brooklands Corner. Who have we got here? That's Django Jones making his way through the field on the outside. Now, where's he got up to? He's 15th from towards the back of the grid. He's just gone around the outside of, I think that's the number 14 car, Giles Hanson possibly in there. Tricky to pick out the numbers on one or two of these cars. Number 10 is in there, that's Harvey Ashmore. 89 behind them, that's Patrick Cunningham.
So yeah, if you think about the car, how many cars we saw on the grid as he was coming down towards us on that opening lap, and now he's made his way all the way up into a 12th place. Great start last time over the line, and maybe a few more places, but Heighton has got a gap here which looks like it could be conclusive, but it's easy to say that. It's hard to prove by the end. It's still got 3 minutes 45 on the clock, so yeah, let's not call it that yet, but I would certainly be happy if I was Emery out front and seeing Thompson and Goldstein still going at it with each other. You can see them still side by side stow. Maybe that was the first sign that Thompson just slipped into the slipstream rather than try and overtake. I think they're trying to work together now. We probably had the hand signal to say, let's go get him, otherwise he's going to get away and win this race.
Yes, they're going to work together and then gang up on him and gang up on each other as they start the final half lap or so, I think. So John O'Emery not out of the woods just yet, running wide again. There is the 76 of not Nick Heighton, that's Monty Hyde, similarly coloured car, apologies there, chased by Arif Hanif in the number 74 towards the back of this breakaway group. It's only 10 cars now, of course, because of the spin for Ben Stewart. He's still in 11th place, he's able to recover at the head of the peloton, as we've called it, further back in the field. So it's a 10-car breakaway. There's Istvan Demesh battling with Barry Hanif at the back of the group. There's Emery continuing to lead. His lead gap was 1.75 seconds, which could be the biggest winning margin in Caterham this weekend if he hangs on to it.
I don't think they're going to hang on to that.
No, I don't think he is either.
They've settled down. I've not seen them try and overtake. We see some of the wings now, which I mentioned before, and that's probably where some of them are end up, a wing graveyard, and the marshals will pick them up. But yeah, Emery, they're working together. I haven't seen overtakes tried into various corners now, and that's a good sign that the drivers have communicated to each other. Let's work together. And is that gap? Let's keep an eye on that 1.75 lap. Visually, it looks to have reduced a little bit, maybe to about the second margin, so maybe half of that margin gone. But Barry's been sort of now clinging on to Goldstein. Now Goldstein's not fighting him. He's got that little bit of extra speed in the car, and that will start making Barry thinking, well, actually, working together with you is not helping me, so actually maybe I should start interfering with your race once more so I can try and get second. There's all these sort of calculations going on in all these drivers' races. I'm seeing a board being hung out. I wonder if that is the last lap board.
Yes, it is.
So let's keep an eye out for that, certainly as they come over the line. Yet not enough time for them to complete the lap. So this is the final lap then of this second race for the Caterham Roadsports this weekend.
And in a race like this, last lap board translates as attack
Pull the
on this
pin.
final lap. Yes, every man for himself on this final lap as John O'Emery continues to lead by 1 1/4 seconds. They've knocked half a second off his lead. He may have just about done enough though, but Paul Goldstein will have other ideas. He wants a 4th win in succession this season to extend his championship lead. Then Thompson in 3rd, Adam Keane is in 4th. Then it's the battle between Henry Morris and Nick Heighton for 5th position. They've got Monty Hind on their tails, then Arif Hanif. They've broken away from Barry Hanif and Istvan Demesh, who are battling for 9th and 10th places down the straight. John O'Emery has managed to break the toe there, but what's going to happen as they come down into club? Meanwhile, Monty Hind with the yellow nose at the inside takes Henry Morris, who's been relegated back, and he's going for Nick Heighton as well for P5, over the highest Monty Hind has been in this race so far as we watch the peloton make their way through. There's the number 10 of Harvey Ashmore.
I'm going to predict that he can get back. Goldstein can do this. He's got 2 long straights. But whether it's just to get to the rear of the car or whether Emery's just got enough, really still hanging in the balance. You've got a couple of long straights coming up, and it's still looking. I would still be happy with Emery at this point, but Goldstein's going to be egging his car on to see whether he can wring any last mile an hour out. get every single braking point, every single turn, and everyone else has sort of settled down except for in this right at the rear end of this top 10. They're still battling. Everyone else is strung out. Emery's got such speed in his car that he's really pulling everyone free. Goldstein's still closing in, but is it enough? I don't think it's a second and 0.25, and by the end of the Wellington straight he may well be there. Let's keep an eye out. My prediction is he's going to be right on his tail as they cross the line.
Well, I predict a riot as they go into Brooklands corner this time. Let's see what Paul Goldstein can do here. They go out of the loop, coming down towards Brooklands now. Has John O'Emery made enough of a break? The gap was 1.25 seconds. He's weaving to try and break any toe that Paul Goldstein has in his slipstream there. Down to Brooklands they go. Has he got this signed, sealed and delivered? Paul Goldstein's trying his hardest. He's going to try and go for the lunge into the slipstream coming out of the right-hander at Luffield and through Woodcote. Can he get into the slipstream? It's just between these two now. They've dropped Thompson and Keane. I don't think Paul Goldstein is going to do it. It's going to be a third win of the season for John O'Emery. Here they come up towards the line, and it's going to be John O'Emery at the flag. He takes the win. Win number 3 this season for John O'Emery, across the line ahead of Paul Goldstein by 0.386 of a second. Adam Keane completes the podium just ahead of Barry Thompson. Nick Highton fights back to 5th, and here's the peloton coming into the left-hander at Brooklands. Django Jones in the maroon-coloured car is in the middle of that lot. They're all just about going to make it home in one piece. We've got somebody off there, possibly I caught a glimpse of on the outside into the gravel. We'll pick that up in a moment. I thought I saw a car off, but we'll check that in a moment, just in my peripheral vision. Got one car slowing there on the inside, trying to break the toe, but loses out to a few others over the line. We'll confirm the order in a moment. It's a shame we weren't able to tear away from that lead battle. Just look at them towards the back of the pack.
The lead battle was fantastic, but you can see that all these drivers are going to have fantastic stories to take back to Parc Ferme, and they'll have had a fantastic outing here at Silverstone on the Grand Prix loop, and they'll certainly take all those stories away. But John Emery did have just enough. Barry was right on his tail. A vacuous 0.38 seconds, a positively gargantuan gap.
Yes, that's huge.
For the last few Caterham races that we've seen. I think the biggest one since probably Snetterton at the start of the season. But John Emery did look like he had some good speed in that car, and that's a good sign for the rest of his season, and certainly the number of wins he's got. What a great result for him.
Here is the provisional result. Jonathan Emery, the winner by 0.386 of a second over Paul Goldstein. He got the fastest lap of the race. He gets the extra point. Adam Keane on the podium ahead of Barry Thompson, and Nick Highton fighting back to round up the top 5 after a good battle with Henry Morris. They were only 0.013 of a second apart across the line. Monty Hind in 7th ahead of the Hanif brothers. East Van der Mesch, the last of the breakaway, in 10th. Then Ben Stewart recovering from a spin to take 11th ahead of Joel Meyer Potts, Lee James and Rob Cowan, with the number 8 of Django Jones, and towards the back of the grid, rounding out the top 15. Just one retirement, I think, from that race. Bad luck to Henry Speaks retiring with that damage after a couple of laps.
Yeah, fantastic to see the road sports out there. That's them done for this weekend. But let's have a look at some of the highlights of this race, as we see the number 65 there spinning it early on. That's Andrew McKee having a little bit of an issue early on this. You see how wide the track is as the rest of the race just continues on at the inside. But this was the lead battle we saw, sort of between Barry Thompson regularly taking to that grass to see whether he could make an extra hit. But be careful with that. That is track limits officially, whether you'll say he's got squeezed there or not. But he certainly made use of it. He survived each time. But Emery was a consistent force out front with Goldstein. So we saw Nick Highton fighting back through after early issues for him, sending him sort of further down the order, but did well to come across the gap and back into this lead group. And the rear end of the Hanif brothers cars both stepping out there as they flung their cars around Brooklands. You can see the damp track, and we had a little bit of an issue there. We didn't see that out on circuit, so that was the number 96 there having a little bit of
David Jarvis.
Jarvis spinning up the inside there in the Vale, and battles all the way up and down, and that was where we saw Ben lose the rear of his car, and unfortunately that was him out of that top 10 battle after battling really well. But he still finished that. A bit of a kerfuffle here, wasn't it? Further down the order again.
That's Django Jones, so even more impressive that he got in the top 15 after that.
Yeah, I think he had actually made his way even higher than that top 15, so yeah, fantastic for him. But what a great race for the road sports. We'll next see them out at Cadwell Park on the 13th and 14th of July, so we are looking forward to their next couple of races and seeing really how the heart of this championship is really going to develop. But I think Sam is going to be down in that Parc Ferme, and hopefully we can throw to her soon, but and hear how all these drivers have got on. Cars are just coming down the pit lane now, so it'll be a short while before they just line themselves up, but enjoyed watching what they've done, and they've got you know, they'll really be into the middle of their season, which is where we'll see this championship. But Emery's putting himself in. That's a good position. But Goldstein absolutely clinging on in there.
So the all getting back to the pit lane, and we can move on to the next race without much delay. But of course, Gary's going to have a chance to talk to.
Next up on track is 270s, but the cars are now arriving with Sam down in Parc Fermé. So let's go down and hear from our drivers down in Parc Fermé.
Well, another close race for these guys, but not as close as we have seen it. But fantastic drive from Jono. So we'll go through when he gets his helmet off and have a word with him. But yes, they put on a good display today and nice, clean racing. So a lot of happy faces, I'd imagine, after that one. Jono, you've got to be happy with that. That was an amazing drive, and you managed to pull out a nice gap, didn't you? But then Paul did. He was coming for you at the end.
He was gunning for him. You can't miss that gold machine behind you. So yeah, it's good. It was a massive scrap. Loved it. I was a little, I was a tad disappointed not to get on the podium yesterday. I messed up with my setup. I spoke to you about it in the assembly, and just to put my foot down today, and all my friends, my family, my boss is here. So.
Added pressure then today.
No, it's lovely to see everybody and some support. So I'm just super chuffed to be back and back at the podium again. So yeah, happy days. Rock
Excellent.
on.
Good way to end the weekend.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Well done.
Cheers.
I'll go through and speak to Paul. Oh, you nearly had him, didn't you, there at the end? I mean, fantastic. And you got fastest lap.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I hunted him back down nicely. I think previous lap, Nick went off at the gravel, and as he's come back on, I had to go off track to avoid being T-boned. So that just gave him the rush, and I was just like, I must hunt him down, but I didn't have enough time. So no, he did really well.
But you also did very well.
Thank you. Yeah, no, what an amazing weekend. Yeah. P1, P2, brilliant weekend. Really happy.
Good points.
Yes, exactly.
Excellent. That. Yeah, well done. Thank you. All right, going through and speak to Adam. Adam will be delighted he's on the podium. Adam, congratulations! You were there, weren't you? Just waiting for the, for the right moment.
I don't know. It was a scrap the whole way through, to be honest. I think I was down at like 6th or 7th at one point. Thought I was going to lose the leading pack like I did yesterday, so decided not to have a scrap in the wrong position. Got in line and we caught up, and then managed to get Barry on the last lap. So over the moon, to be honest. Such a cracking race. Glad we had a full 20 minutes as well. So it was brilliant. Really enjoyed it.
It was. It's hard when you lose that pack, isn't it? Because really you feel like you're fighting to get back to them.
Yeah, and you can feel when you're in the tow, you kind of get sucked up towards them, and when you're out of it, you're just in no man's land. So thankfully I stayed in reach, and then just managed to catch Barry just on the final complex, and bottom step again. Love it there.
Excellent. Well done, Adam. Yes. There we go. So we've got ROKiT F4 up next, so I'll hand back to David.
Let's have a quick word for Circuit Com. Sorry, speaking with Pexley with the live stream.
Thank you very much indeed, Sam. Well, let's go and get ready for her Caterham Academy race a little bit later on. But now we move the focus from Caterham's to single-seater racing. The ROKiT F4 British Championship, certified by FIA. These are potentially the Formula One stars of tomorrow. A big grid of young racers from across the world, a very international entry in their identical Tatuus T421 chassis. And we'll bring you the grid shortly. It's a partially reversed grid from qualifying yesterday, with the top 12 as you say, it's the top 12. It's reversed from the qualifying session we had yesterday. Earlier this weekend, Ewan Dunlop caught up with a couple of the drivers.
Here we are then with our race winner and championship leader, Deegan Fairclough. Deegan, you made that look super easy.
I don't know. It was good to lead from start to finish. Obviously, the safety car brought the gap back down to a neutral position. But yeah, I really enjoyed it. It was a good race. Mixed conditions when the rain started coming down, and I was like, oh no, here we go, because I'm the first one to enter all the corners and test it out. But yeah, no, really happy, and team gave a really good car this weekend, so huge thanks to them, and that one goes to them, and yeah, also to ROKiT.
Now, you had a good season last year, you're having a great season this year. What's the difference?
A better mindset.
Nice.
A lot of good a lot of good preparation before an event, and yeah, keeping my nose clean this year has helped a lot.
And you got 5 of these massive trophies now. Seriously, where'd you put them?
I don't even know. This year it's all going to ROKiT. It goes to their cabinet and in the factory, so it's quite nice to see when you walk in.
Yeah. Great start to your weekend, well done.
Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Take care.
Now with our second place finisher, Reza, your season's come to life over the last couple of weekends, hasn't it?
Yeah, definitely. I think we've had a slow start with some crashes, bad luck and things, but now it's starting to pick up.
Now, if you had to pinpoint something, because you had your first win last weekend at Thruxton, 3rd podium of the season today, what can you pinpoint it on?
I think just work behind the scenes, the things you don't see, the little simple things that we do, I think just all brings everything together and just gives you that extra edge that you need. And
now you've got the taste for winning 2 more races tomorrow. You've got a great teammate in Deegan. Can you beat him?
Yeah, we can do it. We can do it.
Fantastic. Great start to your weekend, well done.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, buddy. Here with 3rd place finisher in race number 1 at Silverstone, Alex Ninovic. Alex, 8 podiums this season. It's super consistent.
Yeah, 8 podiums this year. It's been awesome, so I'm quite happy with that. We've obviously shown we have the consistency to be on the podium quite often, so that's a good thing. And yeah, it was a good race today. Started 5th and finished 3rd, so got a good start and then managed the race from there and ended up getting up into 3rd and finishing there. Yeah, it was a tricky race. It was actually wet just before we started, and the sun came out and it dried super quick, so obviously there's a lot to adapt to, the tyres and which line and obviously techniques and all that sort of stuff, so it was quite tricky of a race, and we did a good job of obviously putting it together and being all right. And yeah, the 2 guys in front got away a little bit, but hopefully tomorrow we can put a game plan together and get up there and fight with them.
You've got a big race on your hands with Deegan, haven't you? He's a great driver. What do you do to bridge that gap now?
Just consistency, and obviously qualifying is very important. So if you get a good qualifying, you're obviously going to start up the front for the racing, and it just makes it so much easier. So that's the main focus, getting good qualifyings and obviously being consistent.
Great race, good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Cheers, buddy. Thank you.
Great to hear from yesterday's top 3 with Ewan Dunlop down in the paddock a little bit earlier on. It was the championship leader Deegan Fairclough for ROKiT Pulse 8 Racing, who took his 5th win of the year yesterday. But he has to start further back on the grid for today's event, because this is, as we mentioned, the top 12 from qualifying have been flipped around. So it's Ella Lloyd, number 44 for JHR Development. She'll start on pole position alongside Leo Robinson, the Anglo-Algerian racer, her teammate in the number 33. The second row is the first of the rookie class drivers, number 22 Joel Bergstrom. So it's a JHR Development's 1, 2, 3 on the grid. The Swede starts alongside 77 Bart Harrison, Chris Dittman Racing. He had to start from the pit lane in yesterday's race, so we'll see what he can do from a grid slot. Row 3 is the rookie points leader Yan Putray of China for Finsis by Argenti, alongside his teammate 42 Rowan Campbell-Pilling. He failed to finish yesterday's race, so looking to make up for lost points. Row 4, Max Dodds for Virtuosi Racing, and Alex Ninovic, who we just heard from, the Australian, for the ROKiT Motorsport team. Then on the 5th row of the grid, James Higgins, another ROKiT Motorsport driver, had a good battle with his teammate Alex Ninovic for 3rd yesterday, alongside yesterday's winner Deegan Fairclough, completing the top 10 on the grid. Row 6 of the grid will be number 78 Jack Sherwood for ROKiT Motorsport as well. He ended up in the gravel on the first lap of yesterday's race, so hoping for better fortune here. Starts alongside Reza Siwathan in car number 4 for ROKiT Pulse 8. On row 7, the youngest man on the grid at just 15 years of age, Mateusz Ryba of Slovakia for Finsis by Argenti, starts alongside the South African Mika Abrahams in the 3rd of the ROKiT Pulse 8 cars. Row 8 is Chloe Chong for JHR Developments alongside Abby Pulling, the former W Series driver here for ROKiT Motorsport. Row 9 is Kai Daryanani from India, the first of the Fortec Motorsports cars on the grid, starts alongside number 24 Martin Molnar for Virtuosi Racing, the Hungarian. Then on the 10th row of the grid, Nina Garderman of the Netherlands for Fortec Motorsport, starts alongside the 23 XL Motorsports Zach Scholar of the UAE. Penultimate row, Carrie Schreiner, good to see her back in the UK, the number 15 for Chris Dittman Racing The 48 of Alex Berg from Canada recently took his first win in the series at Thruxton. And at the back of the field, Yu Hao Fu of China for Virtuosi Racing in the number 99. The cars have just moved off for their green flag lap. This will be a 20-minute race. Normally we see these young racers supporting the British Touring Car Championship, of course. They've had 4 rounds already this year: Donington Park, Brands Hatch Indy Circuit, Snetterton and Thruxton. They were in action at Thruxton in Hampshire only last weekend. On that occasion it was Deegan Fairclough, Alex Berg and Reza Seaworthen who took the wins. The latter pair taking their first ever wins in this category. There was one race cut from the programme at Donington Park, unfortunately due to timetable constraints. On that occasion it was Deegan Fairclough and Mika Abrahams who did the winning. On the Brands Hatch Indy Circuit there were 2 wins for Deegan Fairclough and 1 win for Abby Pulling. And then at Snetterton the programme was affected by the weather, sadly. Alex Nunovic scored a win there. There was a win for Jack Sherwood, and then in the half points race caused by the weather conditions, the race was stopped early due to a cloudburst. It was James Higgins who took the win. Hello to those joining us on the stream for the ROKiT F4 British Championship, certified by FIA, the dedicated stream for this championship. Ahead of a 20-minute reverse grid race. Ella Lloyd on pole, Leo Robinson alongside. Yesterday, of course, the winner was Deegan Fairclough. He starts 10th on the grid for this race. Look out for Alex Berg towards the back of the grid, the Canadian. His father, Alan Berg, made 9 Formula 1 Grand Prix starts for the Italian Osella team back in 1986. Reverse grid is certainly going to shake things up here. As the safety car leads them round to the grid. It will be a standing start. There is the 44 of Ella Lloyd in pole position, first of the 3 JHR developments cars. You can tell those cars apart by the colour of the end of the nose cone. Ella Lloyd's is pink, Leo Robinson's is gold, and third on the grid, Joel Bergstrom's nose cone is green. Red, black and yellow is the colours of Chris Dittman Racing. Watch for Bart Harrison. He and Zach Scholar, further back on the grid, had to start from the pit lane yesterday for an accumulation of penalty points. They're back on the grid today. Recognise the cars in the rookie class by their yellow number plates, as opposed to 9 for the main championship class drivers. Marshals bring them to the grid then. Single-seater stars of the future. As we mentioned, some of these young drivers only 15 years of age, the youngest being Mathis Reba in the number 19 car. Many of these drivers have come through the likes of Ginetta Junior Racing. Deegan Fairclough has raced in Junior Saloon cars, Fiesta Juniors as well. Many of them have made their way through from the world of karting. In position then, ready for a start. Revs are up. Red lights about to go out for the ROKiT F4 British Championship, certified by FIA. And away they go. Down towards Copse Corner for the first time. It's the 2 JHR Developments cars on the front row of the grid. Looks like it's Leo Robinson who has taken the early lead through Copse. They are all away cleanly. There's the 23, that's Zach Scholar for XL Motorsport, the white, blue and pink livery. But it is the number 33, Leo Robinson, who has the lead. Second place, it is Ella Lloyd. A couple of cars going straight on there. And somebody off into the gravel trap. We've got 3 cars off. That may lead to a safety car. 3 cars in the gravel. There's another one spun in the background as well. Cars going everywhere at Beckett's on the first lap. And we'll try and identify who those cars are in a moment. 4 cars off in total there in the gravel trap. That will almost certainly, I think, be a safety car. The leaders head through the right-hander at Stowe Corner for the first time. Leo Robinson it is with the early advantage. Second place is Ella Lloyd, the two JHR development teammates running 1 and 2. Tricky in the sunlight to pick out the numbers on these cars, so apologies for any missed calls. Somebody's lost their front wing there. That's the number 42, Rowan Campbell-Pilling. Now, he was an early retirement yesterday and he's lost the wing. He must have been him who went straight on over the grass at the first element of the Beckett's complex. There's at least 3 cars in the gravel trap. There's a big lock-up from somebody there at Village. There's cars going everywhere. Another one goes off. That'll be Rowan Campbell-Pilling because he's got no downforce from the front of the car. He's just ploughing down the grass there, and now he spins. Chaotic start to this second race of the weekend for the ROKiT F4 British Championship, certified by FIA. So Rowan Campbell-Pilling trying to get the 42 car going again. I imagine we're going to see the drivers are weaving and slowing up. The safety car is going to be coming out at the end of lap number 1 to retrieve those cars caught in the carnage up at Beckett's. There's at least 3 cars in the gravel up there. We'll try and identify who they are when the cars pass the timing line. I think one of them that hasn't set a time on this first lap is Max Dodds, number 17. I think Deegan Fairclough is possibly one of them. That could be his car over to the left there. Yes, I think that's Fairclough. He hasn't recorded sector times on this first lap. 78, Jack Sherwood. Again, he ended up in the gravel at Club on lap 1 yesterday, and I think he's out again. So we see again, first of all, Rowan Campbell-Pilling goes straight on, and then there's just a lot of wheel bagging. There's Fairclough being taken across to the left. He goes off into the gravel, and everybody else just gets involved behind. There's a couple of cars come down pit lane just past my commentary box. Alex Berg is one of them. He's come in. Rowan Campbell-Pilling we saw go off with that damaged wing as well. This is further round. A couple of lockups, and then Campbell-Pilling in the background. We'll see him go wide. He's got no front wing. There's no downforce. He just ploughs down the grass and then will spin out. So we have lost 4 cars in that incident so far. Max Dodds, Jack Sherwood again, he's having a disastrous weekend. Yu Hao Fu is in there as well, the number 99. That's the car over to the right of your screen on our shot here at Beckett's. But the most significant car off there is Deegan Fairclough. The championship leader is in the gravel at Beckett's and clearly out of the race. Rowan Campbell-Pilling has been into the pits and fitted a new nose cone. Alex Berg has been in as well, and he's still in the pits looking at some damage. Your leader is Leo Robinson, the number 33, the Algerian national. He's currently, well, start of this weekend, he was 11th in the championship. Deegan Fairclough with 5 wins, including yesterday. Alex Ninovic has 2, and 1 each for Abby Pulling, Reza Seaworthen, Bika Abrahams, Yampu Shui and Alex Berg. Yampu Shui was a winner at Snetterton, if I remember rightly. So a rather chaotic start, unfortunately, to our second ROKiT F4 British Championship certified by FIA event of the weekend. The race order sees Leo Robinson the leader. Alex Ninovic has come through into second place. Ella Lloyd relegated to 6th position before the safety car came out there. It's Joel Bergstrom in 3rd, and he leads the rookie category. There is the number 99 of Yu Hao Fu being lifted onto the recovery wagon. He is clearly out of the race. His fellow countryman Yanfu Shui is in 7th position, 3rd of the rookie category drivers. 2nd of them is Bart Harrison, number 77 for Chris Dittman Racing, and 5th overall behind James Higgins, number 18. Safety car, the Ford Focus estate heads them round. Given the excellent volunteer marshalling team here at Silverstone, it won't take too long to clear this incident up. There's Jack Sherwood's car. What a disastrous weekend he's having. Was 4th in the points so far this year heading into the weekend, but no points for him so far. Max Dodds' car, and there is Deegan Fairclough's machine. Sherwood's car being stretchered away by the telehandler. Single file, no overtaking behind the safety car. The Fortec car's just heading past my commentary box. I think that's Alex Berg, yes, who has rejoined from the pits, making his way around to join up with the back of the Crocodile. Leaders are coming onto the Hanger straights. Hopefully they will be released this time to continue racing. In the team standings, it's Rodin Motorsport currently on top. Some 14.5 points clear coming into this weekend of high-tech Pulsates. Finsis by Argenti in third place, quite a way further back. So two teams have dominated so far this year. Two cars still to be cleared from the gravel. Leo Robinson, the leader for JHR Developments, won his first karting title, the MSA Bambino Championship, at the age of just 7. He's third in the Ayame Euro Series at 2019 and third in the World Final at Le Mans. Also won the Mini X30 title at the iGames in Portimao in Portugal in 2020. Moved into car racing last year in Ginetta Junior. Raced in the Danish F4 Championship. Still only 15 years of age, so an absolute stack of racing experience for the youngster already. Now looking for his first British F4 win. Alex Ninovich, the Australian, in second. He's 17 years of age. Raced last year in the Spanish F4 Championship. Now the lights, I think, are still on atop the safety car, so we're going to do another lap behind it. So the 17 car of Max Dodds for Virtuosi Racing about to be plucked out of the gravel trap. Of course, there is another race for these cars later on, so the teams will be working hard to get the damage repaired from those gravel-filled cars. When you plough into a gravel trap that deep, it gets everywhere. It'll be in the side pods, in the radiators, in the bottom of the engine. They'll have to excavate it all out. Third place at the moment, it's the Swede Joel Bergström. Driving for the JHR Developments team as well. Comes from the north of Sweden, 16 years of age. Represented Sweden in the FIA Motorsport Games in the karting section. Won the Swedish junior karting title in 2021, the electric Rotax C20. Leads the rookie class here in the Challenge Championship in the championship standings. James Higgins is in fourth position at the moment, driving for the Rodin Motorsport team, going to keep their team championship lead. 17 years of age, made his car racing debut in 2020 in Ginetta Junior, continued in 2021. Finished 6th in British F4 last season, so he and Deegan Fairclough, arguably the most experienced drivers in these cars. Deegan was third in last year's standings. Telehandler continues to work up at Beckett's. Just over 9 minutes of the race still to go. That's for Bart Harrison. Began karting at the age of 5. The 16-year-old has raced in Mini X30. Two-time winner of the Winter Cup in Valencia. Represented Great Britain in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy in 2021. There's Alex Berg. He's now caught up with the back of the field. Now we see the JCB about to hook Deegan Fairclough's car out of the gravel.
I think so, yeah. I think it's just Deegan Fairclough's, isn't it? He went further into the gravel than any of the other 4. He's going faster.
So we should get some green flag racing in here once this car is clear. I think they'll do one more lap behind the safety car. Just waiting for the communication from race control. The pack is currently at Luffield, so they won't go back to racing this time. Probably do one more lap, and then it'll be a sprint for the line. Yes, race control confirming safety car in this lap. So we will go green next time by. It'll be a couple of laps sprint for the line. It'll be a sprint almost like a Caterham race, I would think, with the partially reversed grid of cars still in a slightly jumbled order from qualifying. Reza Seaworthen, who was quickest in qualifying, is still only down in P8 at the moment. He's got his teammate Mika Abrahams, the South African, behind him. And Leo Robinson hang on then for his first race victory for JHR developments in this championship. Only 11th in the points coming into the weekend. Solid performance by Matis Riba so far, the newcomer. In 12th place here, 4th of the rookies. It's Carrie Schreiner, one of the more experienced drivers on this grid from Germany, in the second of the Chris Dittman racing cars. Let's see several young ladies on the grid, including Abby Pulling, Chloe Chong, the aforementioned Carrie Schreiner, Ella Lloyd, of course, Nina Garderman as well, a number of members of the FIA Girls on Track campaign. Keeping their slick tyres warm then as we get ready for the restart. There's the 42, Rowan Campbell-Pilling. It's rejoined after pitting for a new front wing. Alex Berg has come back into the pit lane, unfortunately, so it looks like the damage was more serious than thought, rather following that opening lap skirmish. But the pack about to be unleashed. There'll be around 4.5 minutes left, so we should get 2, maybe 3 laps of green flag racing on the ROKiT F4 British Championship, certified by FIA. I'm looking forward to this. This should be a frantic thrash to the line. You can see that Leo Robinson backing up the pack, trying to get the restart as perfect as he can, anticipates when the green flag will go out. Now the pace picks up, and here we go. We're back under green. Race resumes down towards the first corner at Copse. It is Leo Robinson holding his lead. A couple of cars just jinking out of the slipstream. That was Yampu Shui having a look, the rookie championship leader. Bart Harrison making a decent restart, just clipping the curb there on the outside. A couple of cars running out wide. The Fortec cars involved there. That was Kai Darianani, I think, as they head through Beckett's on the first lap of the restart. The tyres won't be up to full temperature at the moment, so they'll be taking it easy through the first few corners here. It is Leo Robinson out of Chapel who leads the way, chased by Alex Ninovic in second place in the number 12 with the green nose. That's Joel Bergstrom in third position. Bart Harrison in fifth behind James Higgins. First two have broken away very slightly. Alex Ninovic looking for his third win of the season, the young Australian. Leo Robinson looking for his first. Down towards club. It's over 3.5 minutes to go. Closing up is Bergstrom, the leader of the rookie category in this race. He's yet to take an overall win this year. Up the Sir Lewis Hamilton straight they go through. The right-hander at Abbey Curve, then the left at Farm, and the slower right-hander at Village to take them into the loop. All held it together very nicely indeed around the first lap of this restart. Number 9 there of Abbey Pulling holding off Kai Darianani. And behind them that looks like the number 19 of Matus Reba, the young gun, in the Fintis by Argenti, the blue and black car. Down towards Brooklands they go. Still the two leaders nose to tail. Still the JHR Developments car, the silver and black machine of Leo Robinson, with the gold-coloured front wing and nose cone. What's the lap time going to be as they head over the line? 2 minutes 2.288 for Leo Robinson, so I reckon they might get 2 more laps out of this. There's 2 minutes 25 left on the clock as they went over the line. The second place man runs wide over the curve. That was Alex Ninovic. Just about holds it together there. They're really on the edge of adhesion through there. 108 miles an hour average around the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit for Leo Robinson. Ninovic getting closer and closer. Bergstrom in third, then Higgins, Harrison, Ella Lloyd still there in sixth position. It's Yampu Shui in seventh, third of the rookies. Seaworthen is eighth, then Abrahamson pulling round out the top 10. Single file snake as they head down towards Stowe Corner. No change of position at the moment, looking for where they can make their attack. Leo Robinson holding on very nicely indeed in front at the moment. His lead was 0.43 of a second as they completed their last lap. There is the number 5 of Mika Abrahams. He and Reza Seaworthen holding up honour for High-Tech Pulsate. Now with Deegan Fairclough taken out of the race on the first lap. Bergstrom coming under fire for third now from James Higgins. Then Bart Harrison going well for the Chris Dittman racing team. One coloring a little bit wide there coming out of the left-hander at Farm. Out of the loop go the leaders. Up towards Brooklands once again. Less than a minute left on the clock. Wait to see if they get another lap. I think they will. Charge their way down towards Brooklands. Side by side there for third place, wheel to wheel between Bergstrom and Higgins. I think Bergstrom just about holding on there with the yellow number plates of a rookie category driver. Yes, he just about holds the place. Over the line they go. They will get one more lap. There's 30 seconds left on the clock as they come up to cross the line. Still Robinson from Ninovic. The gap is 0.691 of a second, so Robinson has pulled away a little bit. New fastest lap, 201.559, 108.9 miles per hour average now. Getting quicker and quicker. Leo Robinson heading for his potential first victory, the 15-year-old. Represents Algeria internationally, the only racing driver that I know of that represents the North African country. Bergstrom still leads the rookie category, number 22. There's Ella Lloyd, our pole sitter in this race, in sixth position behind Bart Harrison, holding off Yampu Shui. Down towards the right-hander at Stowe for the last time. Can Leo Robinson hang on? Are we getting a little nervous in there perhaps? Alex Ninovic still on his tail, the Australian. Clock has counted down to 0, half a lap to go. First two have pulled away a little bit now from Bergstrom in that third position. Still second of the rookies is Harrison, Shui in third. Matus Reba, fourth rookie, ahead of Zach Scholar further back. Through Abbey Curve for the final time in this second of 3 races this weekend for the ROKiT F4 British Championship, certified by FIA. Bart Harrison coming under a bit of pressure now from Ella Lloyd, possibly. It's going to be Leo Robinson unless a major disaster befalls him on the final lap. Under the bridge on the Wellington Straight they go. I don't think Alex Ninovic is going to catch him. Leo Robinson, number 33, for the JHR Developments team, through the double right-hander at Luffield for the final time. He's only got to put his foot down now through the slight right at Woodcut and up towards the start-finish line and the checkered flag. It's going to be a first ever ROKiT British F4 win for Leo Robinson and JHR Developments. Robinson weaves across the line to take the victory. A superb drive. Alex Ninovic comes over in second. Joel Bergstrom is third and wins the rookie category. Then James Higgins, Bart Harrison, Ella Lloyd, Yampu Shui, Reza Seworthen in 8th position. Mika Abrahams 9th, and Abby Pulling rounds out the top 10. Congratulations though to Leo Robinson, first ever win in the ROKiT British F4 certified by FIA Championship 2024. Look at the provisional results in just a few moments' time. The man who represents the North African nation of Algeria will be very, very happy indeed. Controlled that race throughout. He outdragged Ella Lloyd, his teammate, off the line. Survived the safety car restart and was able to pull away slightly. Leo Robinson takes the win by 0.84 of a second ahead of Alex Ninovic. Joel Bergstrom wins the rookie category in 3rd place. 2 JHR Developments cars on the podium. 2 for Rodin Motorsport in the top 4. That'll help their cause in the team standings, with James Higgins in 4th place. Bart Harrison, second of the rookies, in 5th. Then Ella Lloyd, our pole sitter, in 6th position ahead of Yampu Shui. Then it's Reza Seworthen, Mika Abrahams, Abby Pulling, Kai Darianani, Matis Reba, Zach Scholar and Chloe Chong. Rounding up the top 15 was Rowan Campbell-Pilling after pitting for repairs. Then Nina Gerdman, Martin Molnar and Carrie Schreiner were the final finishers. We lost Alex Berg with damage into the pits, and the first lap melee at Beckett's claiming Max Dodds. The unlucky Jack Sherwood, who's hoping to improve in race 3, Yu Hao Fu, and most significantly championship leader Deegan Fairclough. Deegan's 3rd non-score of the season. Unfortunately, he had some mechanical bad luck at Thruxton.
3rd yesterday. And
he'll aim to improve in race number 3. Leo Robinson in control from the start. He outdragged Ella Lloyd off the line to take the early lead. Yampu Shui making a good start as well in the 56 car. And then it was coming into Beckett's where it all started to come apart. Rowan Campbell-Pilling was the first to fall as he went straight on and over the runoff area, and several more cars got caught up behind. Deegan Fairclough off into the gravel. Then we lost a few more. Yu Hao Fu going in there, also Max Dodds and Jack Sherwood all tangling together. Rowan Campbell-Pilling had lost his front wing, and as he tried to recover, off onto the grass again, coming down towards Village, into a spin and into the pits for a new nose cone. Nearly taking Carrie Schreiner with him there as well. Safety car out while the errant cars were cleared up from Beckett's. On the restart, it was Leo Robinson all the way, despite a bit of pressure from Rodin Motorsport's Alex Ninovic. A great drive, flag to flag, or lights to flag, I should say, these days for Leo Robinson. We can head down to the pit area for the presentation.
Yesterday, during the somewhat showery and windy weather that we had.
Cheers, Dave. As you can imagine, wild celebrations down here in the pits. Massive win for Leo Robinson. We're just going to wait for him to get his helmet off. The youngster taking his first ever podium and a win. Behind us, we're just seeing the cars that ended up in the gravel. A chaotic start to that race. Let's have a chat, though, with our race winner, and we can get him in. Leo, come and talk to us. First ever podium, first ever win. How'd you feel?
Yeah, amazing. A great race, just kept it alive. I was holding at the end because I got happy with that.
You started on the front row. There was chaos at the start. Did you see any of that?
No.
Good.
I was just focused on I thought I was going to lead. Just head down, get going. Safety car came out.
What does this mean for your season now? This ignites your campaign, I imagine.
Yeah, it's really. But we hit the box running now. Hopefully we can start the second half of the season even better.
One more race to go as well. Good luck.
Thank you.
Cheers, buddy. Thanks, Alex. We'll speak to... Where did Alex go? There's Alex. We'll jump in with Alex. It was getting weighed here. We'll let him get weighed quickly. Third place in the first race of the weekend yesterday. Promotes himself one spot. Alex, second podium of the weekend, third yesterday, second today. More good points.
Yeah, it was a tough race. Obviously, starting from 8th, I knew I was going to have to do some work to get up the front, and yeah, I had a good start. And the first lap, I just really positioned my car well, and I got through all the traffic. So I'm quite happy with that. And yeah, the safety car was out there for a while, but once the racing got going again, the pace was pretty much matched, and it was just so hard to catch.
And with a Deegan, one of those cars that ended up in the gravel on lap number 1, and your bonus points for overtaking, that's a massive step up towards the top spot.
Yeah, I guess, yeah, having Deegan not finish that race obviously gives us a bit of an advantage, and you take it when you can, and yeah, it obviously helps us out in the championship a bit.
Great start to your weekend. Good luck in race number 3.
Thank you.
Cheers, Alex. Thank you, mate. And we'll just speak to our third place finisher, and we'll get Joel in, getting dragged towards the camera for us. Cheers, Joel. First ever podium in British F4. Well done.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, it was a good race. You know, we didn't quite have the pace to challenge for second, but I was trying to defend from Higgins. But yeah, I'm very happy with the result, and also won a double podium for the team. So yeah, I'm glad.
And what a place to do it at Silverstone as well.
Yeah, it's lovely. You know, racing at these circuits has always been a dream for me since watching F1 when I was a little kid. So yeah, it's huge.
Congratulations. Good luck in race number 3.
Thank you very much.
Cheers,
Thank you,
thanks a lot. So what a race. One more turnaround. Look at these cars here. So a sensational race number 2. Still got one more race to come later on this afternoon in the ROKiT F4 British Championship. In motorsport, anything can happen. We are now going back to the Caterhams with Dave and then Sam.
Okay, well, thanks very much to the ROKiT F4 British Championship, certified by FIA. We're now back to Caterham racing here at the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit on BARC TV. It's the Mission Motorsport Caterham 7 270R Championship, and Chris, it's fair to say it was a bit of a crazy race yesterday.
It was, yeah. There were cars heading all over the place, but it was Caterham action, no doubt about it. And it was Ben Timmins who came out on top ahead of David Rook. So great result for both of those two drivers. Ben Timmins really solidifying his positions there. But you can see the grid on your screens now. It was Ben Timmins. It takes that pole position by bent of him winning yesterday, ahead of David Rook in second place. The second row is going to be Dan Neal, who finished third yesterday, ahead of Ryan Wilby. Megan Bruce, fastest lap yesterday as well, very nearly a lap record, not quite, but Megan starts on the lead of row 3, ahead of Toby Boys. Then we've got Matt Larby and Craig Boyle, followed by Gareth Lucas and James Ensign. Paul Woodman coming back into the grid. It was the media car a few seasons back, and it's great to see him back on board in this 270R class, finishing in a good 11th place. Ahead of Rob Kennelly and Neil Warnock. James Moon comes in 14th ahead of Henry Littlejohn. Craig Story in 16th ahead of Toby Ballard. Then we have Nick Bryant, who slipped down the order quite a lot, and we saw him winning earlier on in the season, so he'll be looking to see whether he can make his way back through, ahead of Giles Perry and then Adam Waitman, Luke Waitman, the two Waitmans there together on the...
We've got three Waitmans sharing two cars this weekend. Makes it a bit confusing.
There you go, lots of Waitman around. Alistair Davidson, Gary Cross, Daniel Hope is in 24th ahead of Darren Butler, another driver a little bit further back, ahead of Louise Deason in 26th. She'll be seeing whether she can move forward. Oliver Kibblewhite is in 27th, Rob Greger in 28th ahead of Scott Graham, James Rowling, Mikey Clark, Mark Soden, James McCullough and Stephen Merritt were the final finishers yesterday, but we had some DNFs. So we had Annie Palmer, Graham Finlayson, Roger Spatke and Sol Rogers all DNFing yesterday, and a couple of drivers also excluded from the results, which led to a disqualification, and therefore they're going to be starting right at the back. One of them was Theo Theato, who we saw thick in the action yesterday, and Andrew Bailey as well. So they're going to run out this massive grid of, what is that, 40 odd cars getting on this 270R, the third step of the Caterham Motorsport ladder. Some really experienced drivers. They would have been in the Roadsports last year. Most of these drivers, you see them humming around the south end of the circuit. They're actually hammering quite quickly around this green flag lap. they're really trying to figure out where their grip is. You can see them going pretty flat out to see, not sort of weaving like we were seeing in the earlier classes, and that's going to mean that the people on the front of the grid are going to be waiting quite a long time before the rear of this field lines themselves up.
But watch out for fireworks from the rear of the grid. There's some strong names down there. Stephen Merritt, who qualified on pole yesterday, retired into the pits with damage to his nose in yesterday's race. Rog Patke pulled off on the opening lap as well. Now, he was leading the championship going into yesterday's race, the former Academy champion. Watch for his pink car coming through the field. Theo Theato was excluded from yesterday's results. His car was found to be underweight at scrutineering after he finished on the podium. Andrew Bailey was excluded for ignoring a black and orange flag, the meatball flag as the drivers call it, the orange circle. Mike Waitman starting at the back because he didn't race yesterday, because Mike, Luke and Adam Waitman, there's three of them and they're all sharing two cars, so Mike Waitman didn't race yesterday. That's why he has to start at the back today. He had to qualify out of session as a result of sharing the car. Toyo tyres being warmed as they head round the grid. The maroon coloured car of Ben Timmons will be on pole.
If you've been watching from the start of the season, you'll have seen him in his original car out there, his purple car. Had an accident into turn 1 in the first race, or turn 2 into the first race, and that car broken. He is now running in Tony Jenner's car. It's been loaned to him because his own car was broken in that incident and needed a new chassis. So great camaraderie in this field for Tony Jenner to give up his car for the race season and see Ben Timmons right up here fighting for that championship, and he can certainly take some credit for that.
Yeah, we're used to seeing Ben Timmons in purple and yellow. I call it the Cadbury's Caramel car. But yeah, that crashed out of the first race at Snetterton, and that's why he had a no score, and he's only 6th in the championship despite 3 wins, well 4 wins now, counting yesterday as well. Toby Ballard had a couple of wins. He slipped down the order yesterday as well. And our other winner was Nick Bryant, and he had a bit of a struggle in yesterday's race too. So the field being rather shaken up in terms of the championship. Ben Timmons on pole, Scotsman David Rook in the red and black car alongside him. Daniel Neal, he's in light blue and black on row 2 alongside Ryan Wilby, number 88. His car is silver and day-glow orange. You can see very distinctive on the left-hand side of the grid there. Megan Bruce is in the red and white Marlboro McLaren lookalike number 94. She had a cracking race yesterday, despite getting caught up in an incident at the loop, was able to set fastest lap and come through for a top 5. Toby Boys in the red and black car starts alongside her. Had an off in qualifying at Village yesterday, but came through to finish in the top 6. So we're almost ready to get underway. The Mission Motorsport Caterham 270R Championship, 20-minute race, second race of the weekend. They have another race later on this afternoon as well. Sponsored by Mission Motorsport, the Forces Motorsport charity, which has helped many ex-servicemen and women to find a new lease of life in the world of motorsports. Revs are up for the Caterham 270R Championship, race 2 of 3 this weekend. Bit of a hold on the grid, but they are underway. Down towards Cops Corner they go for the first time. Good start by David Rook in the 45. Not the best of starts by Ben Timmons. He always seems to be a little bit slow off the line, does Ben. He's lost out there to the 45, looking for his first win in the championship. They've all made it round Cops Corner A-OK. There's number 31, Andrew Bailey. 72, Theo Theato. Watch for him coming through after his disqualification from yesterday's race, and the pink car of Rog Patke. But it is David Rook, number 45, the red and black machine, who leads Ben Timmons. Third place is Ryan Wilby, and it's Daniel Neal, the former Academy champion, up there in 4th. Craig Boyle, who had a spin in yesterday's race while fighting for the lead, going well up there in P5. They've all made it through Beckett's OK. By the look of things, this is going to be another very busy race indeed. David Rook and Ben Timmons side by side for the lead.
And side by side in second place for Warren Wilby and as well. And it's coming down into Stowe then. It's a sight we're going to get used to, so let's not get too excited given that we're only into turn 1. Ben Timmons having to capitulate to David Rook. Like you say, he's not had a win in this class yet, and he's been up there battling for the last couple of seasons, so let's see whether he can convert. It'd be good story for him, but Ben Timmons has been on an absolute roll since that first lap heartache in Snetterton, but thought that was the end of his whole season. And look at him now, he sort of fought all the way back to the lead of that race and now is leading this grid, who are still very much trying to figure out their order. All the Roadsport drivers are joining up with lots of drivers having stayed in. We've got one driver out wide into the gravel then, that's deep in the sort of top 20 of this field, does manage to recover back. Everyone else weaves out and around, and the rest of the field sort of slinging themselves through. Abbey again, and a frighteningly fast right-hander here, but it's still Rook who heads that field over Timmins, and then it is Ryan Wilby in that third place. We watch this colourful 270R grid, a massive field of cars, approaching 40 cars here, flowing through this Silverstone circuit. Cars are really stepping out at the moment. It's looking feisty out there.
It certainly is. There's Rog Patke, the number 29, coming through from towards the tail of the field. And as we said, despite not winning a race so far this year, he was leading the championship by 1 point ahead of Toby Ballard coming into this weekend. Here comes Ryan Wilby trying to get the slingshot up the inside into Brooklands. Very close with David Rook onto the curb there on the inside. Ben Timmins it is who leads the way. There's Toby Boys, the red car with the white wheels, attacking Daniel Neal for 5th position. Craig Boyle ahead of them, running well. Also in there, the number 73. That's Matt Larby, the man who had a big shunt at Alton Park last season. And in behind that little group is Rob Kennelly, going well in the blue number 14 car, looking to improve on his result yesterday. But Ben Timmins leads by 0.3 of a second as they cross the line. Daniel Neal having a go down the inside, side by side with Craig Boyle. That's the battle for 4th and 5th positions. James Empson, who slipped back down the order on the last lap, slowed up at the end of yesterday's race, chasing Boys and Kennelly, and Megan Bruce rounds out the first 10.
Yeah, Matt Larby, who we saw there having a really good growth season, really starting to push forward in any race that we see him in. Like you said, he came out with a great result in the first ever 270R race he did straight out of the academy, and then he sort of had that incident at Alton Park and never quite recovered. But at the moment we're seeing him leading his group of cars in their race group, the Wolfpack, and he'll be doing be having fun out there. We've got still side by side for that lead. Everyone else behind is getting a bit strung out, aren't they? But it is Ryan Wilby looking around the outside of David Rook. Can't make that happen, so Timmins is going to lead them through Stowe this time ahead of Rook. Then it's Ryan Wilby, and then we've got Neal and Boyle sort of still fighting for that 4th and 5th place. Like you said, Craig Boyle having a great early result, then fell back down the order because of that spin, and now fighting right back at the front of the field. He's had speed in that car all weekend.
Great to see a clean first couple of laps of this race after they, has to be said, went a bit mad on the first lap of yesterday's race. There was a lot of contact, a lot of spins. First 3 breaking away very slightly at the front here, chased by Daniel Neal. They're going to try and go 3 wide into Abbey. Ryan Wilby has a look on the inside. He won't get through there. It's going to be David Rook who leads into Abbey, the man from Blair Gowrie in Scotland. It starts to string out a little further down the pack into Village they come. Here comes Ben Timmins on the inside in the number 8. They're still side by side. Ben Timmins, the defending Road Sports champion, moved up to 270R in the final meeting of last year at Donington Park and was already in the sharp end of the field, so he really is one to watch in the future of Caterham racing. But it is David Rook who currently holds the lead, will be in 3rd place. It's 4th place is Neal. Who's that who's come through into 5th? We'll pick that up as they come past. It could well be Matt Larby who's up into P5 in the 73.
Yeah, we saw we saw the battle last year between Freddie Chiddicks and Charlie Lower, and it was only David Rook really that could stick with them at many of the race rounds, and he's now been freed from that battle. But he's got Ben Timmins coming through, as you said, late last year. But there's Craig Boyle going up the inside of what's probably Kennelly. They're racing as they come round Woodcote. Indeed it is, as they come up to cross the line. It's going to be Ben Timmins across the line first this time then. Ahead of Rook will be Neal, Larby, Boyle, Boys, Kennelly, Empson, Bruce. As quick as you can say them, that is, in fact I can't say it quick enough. They've all come across the line. But it's good to see Neal also battling in this front pack and really not letting go. But it is Matt Larby on a move. That man I said from earlier, he really is up there and pushing forward. A little bit of a waggling wheel arch there. I'm not sure whose car that was. It was a green car. I can see there the front wheel arch is flapping
James
around.
Ebson, I think.
James Ebson flapping his wheel arch in the wing. That's not going to affect him, and he shouldn't mean that he has to come into the pits. Generally speaking, we just sit there and watch that waggle away.
Fastest lap of the race recorded by Toby Ballard, number 3, who's back in 14th, having started down in the midfield. Onto the grass there with 2 wheels goes Craig Boyle, that lime green and orange car. Side by side with Empson. Here comes the 14 of Rob Kennelly on the inside. He's running well. Up there with Toby Boys in the number 50. Megan Bruce in the red and white car just behind them. They've been following the wheel track to the likes of Amanda Anderson and Rachel Green as one of the leading ladies of Caterham racing over the years.
Yeah, also racing single-seaters this year, so really increasing her thing. But there's no battle out on track like there is in a Caterham race, and you can see how close, and it really gets you battle-hardened. So great for her other championships that she's racing in, and she was firmly in this battle yesterday as well after qualifying fantastically well up there. A little sort of drop back a little bit towards the end of that race, but we can expect to see her pushing back forward. So she's in the 10th when she last went across the line, but firmly in the battle pack where she needs to be. And you can see the rest of the field still all having their battles. We concentrate on this lead battle, but there are battles up and down this 270R grid.
All 39 cars that took the start are still going, I'm pleased to say. The one car that didn't start is Oliver Kibblewhite, number 66. He was missing from the grid. Don't mind that because it's a very busy battle heading through the loop there. Megan Bruce in the middle of it, chasing after, I think that's Matt Larby and Rob Kennelly just ahead of her. Craig Boyle in there as well. So we'll pick up the leaders as they head down into Luffield. I think this is the lower reaches of the top 10 with James Empson trying to get through on the inside. That's a wing flapping in the breeze. Craig Boyle's been shuffled back a little. There it is, 3 wide. Matt Larby in the middle, Bruce on the outside. It's Daniel Neal on the inside. He's been shuffled down the order a bit.
Yeah, we must
in behind them is Woodman in the number 7.
Must have missed something there that shuffled that order up, because Matt Larby was pushing towards that top 5 last time through. In fact, we've seen them out there, but I think they must have tripped up each other. But it's certainly Woodman coming back in, and he's in this battle as well. So well done for him for being out the car for that long and now jumping back in and getting himself front in the Dutch Barn Vodka car, as we watch Ryan Wilby going round the Copse Corner for the fourth time now. So they've put 4 laps in the book. Still 12 minutes of this race to go, and it's a little bit strung out here at the front. So whatever caused that little bit of a shuffle, it's given a bit of a gap back, hasn't it? And these front 3 are just a little bit further ahead of the chasing pack this time through.
We just saw James Empson's wing go flying there as he went into Beckett's. That'll be another souvenir for our volunteer marshals. Megan Bruce under fire from the number 7, which is Paul Woodman. He's running well. Another car sponsored by Dutch Barn Vodka. They have supported a number of cars, including Sam Parker in the Academy this year, so full credit to them for their support. Please don't drink and drive.
Yeah, thanks ever so much to all the sponsors across these grids that help our drivers go out here. Very, very healthy grids, as you can see in this 270R, and the sponsors play a big role in that, and great racing and action that they all put on. But it is Timmins still fighting in that lead. He's kind of put his car in front, and Rook's had to fight the attentions of Wilby in that 3rd place position for a little while now. So Timmins is going to be getting comfortable. But we've seen in the other races we've watched already this weekend that everything changes in the last 5 minutes. At the moment, we're still just figuring things out. So all these drivers are trying to work out where they sit in the order and where do they want to be. Where are they quick? Where are their opposition slightly slower? Where are they going to make their move? And how many laps ahead of the finish do they have to start making those moves to make it work?
Looking a bit further down the order, Stephen Merritt's coming through from towards the back. He's in 20th. Behind him is Theo Theato and Rog Patke in 22nd place at the moment. So they're starting to make their moves through into the midfield now, as you see Craig Boyle under fire from Matt Larby, Megan Bruce, Paul Woodman, and who's that in behind them making a move up the inside there? Daniel Neal, I think, might have an issue here. He's dropping back down the order. Let's have a look at his lap times compared to those around him. Yeah, he's lapping about 2 or 3 seconds slower over the last couple of laps. So whether Daniel's got an issue or not, we'll wait and see over the next lap or 2 if he keeps going. Meanwhile, here is the lead battle. Ben Timmins up the inside into Brooklands, gets the shuffle done. Ryan will be looking on from 3rd place, and it's number 14 of Rob Kennelly, the man from Cheshire, up there in 4th place. The best I've seen him run, certainly in some time.
Yeah, he's been up and down the order sometimes, Kennelly, but it's good to see him right back at the front in that 4th place and heading that chase group now with Boys and Empson with him as they head over the line then to start their 5th lap. As it is Timmins still, but it's side by side with Rook. It has been these two. I think they've led every single lap across the line so far. So looking good for them, but it could be just sitting there watching, waiting, keeping his tyres in order, but he's going to be looking in his mirrors now because Kennelly, Boys and Empson, Larby and Bruce are all waiting to get right back into this front pack, and I think we are going to see it all come back together again before the checkered flag is shown. But it is Rook who is looking resplendent out front in his red machinery ahead of the maroon of Timmins, and then will be in that silver and orange car as we watch the rest of this battle pack. Megan Bruce being dropped backwards a little bit there, isn't she? Into the sort of rear end of that top 10. So she'll be, there's also a gap in front of them. It's worrying to see that. And Larby and Woodman, you can see that gap ahead. They've got to work together to try and get back through, but they were going 3 wide, so I don't think they're working together just yet.
Ryan will be round the outside into Stowe. That's a brave move, and he's pulled it off as well up into P2. Here comes Toby Boys in the number 50. Didn't have the best of starts this weekend. We mentioned earlier, went into the gravel, brought out the red flag briefly in qualifying down at Village Corner. Out of the club they come, and Toby Boys up into 4th place, the black and red car with the white wheels. Rob Kennelly and James Empson in that bright acid green car in behind him in P6. Those 6 breaking away slightly from the rest of the field, headed up by Matt Larby. And who else is in there? That's Dan Neal in behind him possibly. Toby Ballard's in that group as well, so he's slowly making his way through from the midfield into the top 10.
Yeah, they're definitely, again, they will be highly aware. Seeing Woodman just coming down the inside here as around the outside there. Yeah, so it's really highly aware of that gap, and you really do want to stop that rot, because if it can break away pretty quickly if you get out the toe and you're still going side by side. We see that battle back again. It's brilliant to see all this. Megan Bruce still slipping slightly backwards again. All those drivers will be wanting to get back to this front group, because that's where all the fun is. That's where all the points are down the road. As we're going to go 3 wide, the cars are slotting through. So Caterham's aren't very wide, and Silverstone is a wide circuit, so you can weave and move through the field, but they've got to be careful while they do it. Their third big season of motorsport for a lot of them. That's one of the drivers out wide there, the number 26. So that is Dan Neal again. He's having a bit of a struggle down this end, and he's going to get overtaken by Ballard as they head around. Sorry, it's Gareth Lucas that was going around his outside as they come across then the line to start their 6th lap.
Yeah, I think there might be something amiss with the handling all the brakes on Dan Neal's car, because he's run wide a few times, and that's what dropped him back out of the top 10. So Ryan Wilby has now taken the lead. Ben Timmons shuffled back to P3. 7 minutes of the race to go as they head up towards Toby Boys there, dodging about on the tail of Rob Kenley as they battle over P4 with Emson behind them. Ballard's up to 7th, and Larby, Bryant and Bruce completing the top line. I have to say, Nick Bryant, the winner of the opening round Snetter, that's one of my personal favourite liveries in Caterham racing, that chrome blue with the yellow roll cage. Looks great in the sunlight here at Silverstone. There he is, 3rd in this group.
Easy to spot, and yeah, he didn't have his best result yesterday, but he's coming back through, and yeah, to see whether he can reignite that opening round where he won that at Snetterton. As we go 2 wide at the moment, maybe they make that 3 wide by the time we get into the corner. This front pack definitely look like they're solidifying their kind of gaggle ahead of Matt Larby and all the chasing group behind. Wilby's, like you say, showing his hand a little bit now as they come down to 6 minutes to go, seeing where he fits in that pack rather than just being content to watch. But Ben Timmons is late on the brakes. Ryan Wilby goes around the outside of them all on the exit of Stowe there, so he has got some speed in that car, and again, fantastic result yesterday for him, and he'll be looking to see whether he can continue this season's racing, which he has definitely taken a step forward, and great to see that. We often see that in the 270R grid. They've got quite a lot of race experience under them by the time they reach this field, and they know how to pedal these Caterhams.
Best result Ryan Wilby's had this year is a 2nd place in race 3 at Snetterton. He was on the podium in race 2 as well, trying to hold off Ben Timmons here, looking for his 5th race win of the season. 3 wide, Nick Bryant up the inside there, attacking Toby Ballard, nearly contact with Matt Larby, very close in there, Paul Woodman and Megan Bruce up behind them. Who's this moving into that battle as well? That might be the number 9 of Daniel Hope, another man who spun in race 1 yesterday and is fighting through from further down the grid. Very busy indeed as they head out of the loop. Just under 5.5 minutes of this race still to go. 3 wide for the lead down into Brooklands. They're going to try and go 3 wide for 4th place as well, and it could be 5 wide for 7th place. Look at this, Nick Bryant's got 7th place into Brooklands. Toby Ballard up the outside. Paul Woodman tries to go around everybody. He'll never get through there. No, he doesn't. This is absolutely frantic. Certainly makes up for the attrition-filled race we had yesterday.
To their credit, they had such tricky conditions under their wheels. It really was greasy and offline, so Megan Bruce just drops her wheels onto the gravel. That's going to cost her speed down the straight. That's going to be a bit crucial. Once you're shuffled out the line, you do get pushed backwards pretty quickly. Timmons, though, has pushed himself back to the front of this field. And yeah, in that Rook in that 3rd place. Boys, Kennelly having this battle. Then Emson, we saw Emson in a blue car last year, which is why I'm not used yet to that green car being up there. But it's good to see that line grid. Certainly makes him stand out from this crowd as well, doesn't it? So let's see how he can make it up. But this front group of 6 cars then are still looking pretty with 4 minutes to go. There's still a chance if they start fighting for this chase group to catch up. But at the moment, I'm going to say, yeah, that's it. It's a pretty fatal gap ahead behind Emson.
It's the peloton thing again. So we've got a 6 driver breakaway at the front, and then the peloton chasing behind, headed up by Toby Ballard at the moment. Ryan will be out on the wide line. Up the inside, David Rook. Ben Timmons holds 2nd place, and here comes Toby Boys into contention for a podium now in the number 50 car. It's been in the top 10 in all but 1 race so far this year. Got fastest lap in race 2 at Zandvoort as well for an extra point. Was sitting, where was he in the championship? 12th coming into this weekend. So looking for his first podium of the season there in P3 at the moment. So the back of that group now is Rob Kennelly. There's the 2nd group headed by Ballard ahead of Bryant. Bruce in there as well, chasing Paul Woodman. Matt Larby in the middle of it as well.
Yeah, and so yeah, boys have really made some really good progress in this race. If you've watched from the start of this race just a little over 17 minutes ago, you'll have seen him moving up and up and up, and he's really positioned his car well in this lead group, done everything he needs to be involved in the battle. At this point of the race, that's all these drivers care about. They just want to be there or thereabouts. You see Will be looking down the inside but not forcing it at this point. If this was the last lap, you might start seeing these drivers force it a little bit more, but I think after the racing we've seen so far, I think you probably want to come onto that Wellington Straight in about third place to guarantee your spot near the top of this field. If you're on the leading going onto that Wellington Straight, I think you're going to struggle. So let's watch how that performs. Sol Rogers, another driver here in the white car, we saw have an accident yesterday, so he's been fighting back through and seeing how he can get up through this field. As we watch, Ben Timmins in second place behind Ryan Wilby and Rook. But this three have been fairly consistent out front. Boys and Kenley, can they do anything about it? And Empson here in the green car as well. Can they do anything as we come down with 2 minutes to go?
So this will be last lap this time. There's the board displayed by the officials on the finish line. 1 lap to go. That's the signal for an all-out attack in Caterham Racing here in this Mission Motorsport Caterham 270R Championship Race 2 of 3 this weekend. Ben Timmins has the lead out of Copse Corner. Here comes David Rook closing up in the 45. Boys in fourth, ahead of Empson and Kennelly. Any one of these 6 could still win it. Here comes Ryan Wilby as they come out of Maggots into the Beckett's complex. Ben Timmins just about holds his lead, looking for win number 5 from 7 races this season. He knows after that non-finish in race 1 of the year at Snetterton, he's got to score race wins as much as he can to mount a challenge in the championship, and before dropped scores are brought into play later in the year. Rob Kenley runs a bit wide there coming out of Chapel. Down to the outside goes Ryan Wilby, always does there to try and get the toe. James Empson to the outside as well. David Rook is rather caught in the middle. Ryan Wilby slings it round the outside. Is it going to work? Is he going to get the car stopped in time? Yes, beautifully done by Ryan Wilby.
Yeah, well, of course, last lap round here at Silverstone still gives you about 6 or 7 different good overtaking opportunities. So it's not quite the same as the last lap at, say, Brands Hatch, where you've really only got a couple more left. So this is the real last lap now as we come down to the second half. Where do you want to be? Ryan Wilby decides that he wants to be out in front of everybody, ahead of Timmins, and now it is Empson moving himself up then into that third place. Where do they want to be on the Wellington Straight, though, as they fan out? And it is Wilby really leading them forward. He's gained a little bit of a gap, but that's going to give Timmins the perfect toe. Timmins will be licking his lips. He'll want to stay behind Wilby all through this village section, round the loop, round Aintree, and he'll want to be sat behind him as with this kind of a gap as well. He doesn't want to be right up behind Wilby because he's not going to have the run up. So I'm going to predict Ben Timmins is in the absolute perfect seats here, but Rook and Empson will be also looking to see what they can do.
David Rook's throwing his car around there as they came out of village. James Empson is nicely positioned as well. If they can get within striking distance of Ryan Wilby here, wait for them to come under the bridge on the Wellington Straight. Here they come. Wilby moves himself to the inside this time. Rook is side by side with Timmins, but Ryan Wilby has broken away by just a couple of car lengths. He may just about have done enough. It depends what Ben Timmins can do. Can he get into the slipstream here? They're coming down into left field for the final time. James Empson could get a podium here. He's in the slipstream of David Rook. It's between these two for the win. Ben Timmins up behind Ryan Wilby. I don't think he's quite going to get there on the run to the line. He's going to try and go for the outside. They're going to finish side by side, coming up towards the checker flag. Timmins goes wide around the outside. It's going to be a photo finish. And Timmins gets it 0.015 of a second. You were spot on with your call there, Chris. Ben Timmins wins it by 0.015. The top 4 over the line covered by 0.392 of a second. David Rook beats James Empson home for third position by 0.067 of a second. And Toby Boy's 5th ahead of Kennelly, Ballard, Woodman, Larby and Bryant rounds out the top 10. Toby Ballard gets the fastest lap of the race, so he'll get the bonus point as well. Of the runners that started from towards the back of the grid, Theo Theato got 16th, Steve Merritt 17th, and Rog Patke was 18th. They finished together. Just one retirement so that I can see there. We lost Craig Boyle. I missed that. The 93 dropped out.
No, I didn't see that either, but yeah, what a finishing lap then by this lead 2. What a fantastic race that they both had. Like I said, I think Rook really flung the cat amongst the pigeons on that last lap. He kind of ruined the plan that Timmins would have had down that Wellington Straight. You can see the wind here.
Let's have a look at the result then. Ben Timmins beats Ryan Wilby to the line in a photo finish, 0.015 of a second. David Rook completes the podium. Always seems to be the nearly man in Caterham Racing, does David Rook. James Emerson a good fourth, ahead of Toby Boyes, then Rob Kennelly. Toby Ballard in seventh gets the fastest lap. Paul Woodman a fine eighth position ahead of Matt Larby. Nick Bryant, Dan Hope, Megan Bruce, Daniel Neal in his rather poor handling car, it looked like in that one. James Moon and number 10 of Gareth Lucas rounded out the top 15. We mentioned just one car failed to finish that one. Bad luck to Craig Boyle. He'll have to start at the back of the grid for the race later on.
Yep, some fantastic Caterham action from the 270Rs, and we've got, like I say, one more race for them to come a little bit later on. But this win does seem to be really igniting the battle to the line, so coming out of that last corner really does let you have that the position over the line.
Let's have a look back at a few highlights of that Caterham 270R race. We saw a couple of cars running wide early on. That's who it was, the number 22 car that went gravel bashing coming out of Club Corner onto the Hamilton Straights. She, I don't think, was the only one. There were two cars with a bit of damage, but they managed to keep it going.
That looks like coolant coming out of that, so that needs to stop quickly.
David Rook and Ben Timmons went into battle with Ryan Wilby at the head of the field, as the second group further back had some entertaining scraps as well. Nick Bryant in the middle of it in the 28, along with the 73 of Matt Larby. Paul Woodman running wide over the curves we saw at one point there. David Rook, Ryan Wilby and Ben Timmons certainly were the big three in this race, fighting over the three podium positions. The second group provided plenty of drafting down into Brooklands as well. Five of them was on top of one another at one point. One car in a spin there, going out of Beckett's. Tricky to see the number on that one.
Not the ideal line round Beckett's, though. I think we can both agree with that one. But yeah,
thankfully, no major incidents in our Mission Motorsport Caterham 270R Championship. Let's head down to Parc Fermé.
So, Caterham's head towards me again for their 1, 2, 3 slots.
Fantastic battles with these guys. I mean, Ben could not get away, could he? But he I think he planned that quite well on that last lap. So we'll have a word with them when they get out their cars. But it's warming up here now at Silverstone. It's lovely. So different to yesterday with the changing conditions. But 0.01 between first and second. Let's go through and speak to Ben. Oh, his mirrors come loose on his cage. He's coming out the back of the car. Ben, congratulations. Did you plan it to be like that? I feel like you and David actually did quite well.
Yeah, that was kudos to both of these guys. Amazing driving. I think we did so well there to just work together and try and clear ourselves from the rest of the pack. You know, the most clean and fair racing that we probably had. So yeah, really enjoyed that out there. And I had tried to engineer that, but not exactly that. And I saw Ryan pulling away from me on the straight, and I was like, oh no, I've blown it. So yeah, very pleased to have pipped him, and you know, so close, and that would have been Ryan's first win as well. So, and you know, he's a great guy, so hopefully it will come for him. But yeah, that was a really good one. So again, well done to these guys, and hopefully reset and go again in a few hours' time.
Yes, 0.01 was the gap.
Okay, that's the finest margin I think. Yeah, but you can't really get much smaller, can you? So yeah, just about, but yeah, it's got there in the end.
Yeah, well done, well deserved.
Thank you very much.
I'll come to David next. David, that was, you know, you were waiting in fourth, weren't you? I mean, you did so well with the lead as well early on.
Yeah, it was just about the tow round here and just getting it lucky. And yeah, I was just trying to keep up with these guys. We were trying to move away, so I didn't want to attack too heavily and kind of slow us down, so we got munched by the pack behind. And we were, as Ben said, we were just trying to line it up for the last lap and try and get the tow. So it was anyone's game. These guys drove amazingly. That was so good. Yeah. Really enjoyed that.
Yeah, looked good fun actually.
Can I hijack your stream for a second to say happy Father's Day to my father, who will be nervously watching from behind the sofa up in Scotland. So happy Father's Day, Dad.
Oh, that's lovely. Thank you, David. Well done, congratulations. What a great race. I mean, it was, I think either one of you three could have passed the line in first, couldn't you?
Yeah, it was a great race. Everyone was very fair. It was one of the best races I've had in terms of that no contact, clean racing. Everyone knowing exactly where everyone is and battling but working together at the same time to get away, and yeah, a great job.
Yeah, well deserved podium.
Yeah,
very good.
On Father's Day as well, my dad really wanted to be here, so it's a little present for my dad.
Oh, lovely. Thank you. Well done. There we go. So we've got Britcar up next. So a bit of a gap for Caterhams, but we'll be back out after lunch with the Caterham race, which will be the Caterham Academy.
Yes, the race that you're competing in, Sam, I believe. Best of luck to Sam Parker, our pit reporter, who's competing in the Caterham Academy this year, as we heard earlier. Now, the next race, we've actually got two races in one, because it's the Britcar Trophy Championship combined with the Snetterton Saloon, sponsored by Uncle Luke's Sign and Sticker Shop. As the name suggests, they're normally based at the Snetterton circuit over in Norfolk. But it's an away day for them this year. It'll be a separate grid. The Britcar Trophy Championship starts at the front. This will be a 50-minute race with a mandatory pit stop. Pole position goes to Mauricio Cilio in his Ginetta G56 run by Dayton Motorsport, and alongside him will be Axel van Nederveen, his teammate, the Dutchman, so it's an all Ginetta front row. Row 2 is the Cupra touring car of number 23, Simon Mason and Chris Bearlam. We saw that car, the Jabbersport Cupra, racing in the British Endurance Championship yesterday. Simon Mason starts in race 1. And alongside him, the third of the Dayton Motorsport Ginettas, Marco Anastasi, is at the wheel, driving solo. Row 3 is number 10, Lee Goldsmith, in his BMW M3, run by Jeff Steele Racing. That's the last of the Class 1 cars. Alongside that is the Team Brit Class 2 BMW M240i. Noah Cosby starts, sharing with Asher Silva. On row 4 is the first of the Renault Clio cars, Renault Clio Class cars. That's the Cup Gen 4 car of number 88, started by Maurice Henry, sharing with Hadley Simpson for Hyro Motorsport. Alongside them, number 7, Rob Ellick, who drives solo in the Class 2 Audi TT for the TSR team. Row 5, a pair of Clios. Driving number 12 car, which is for Dragon Sport. Matthew Hyde will start, sharing with Alex Neville. Alongside them, number 96, that's another Dragon Sport car. Jack James will start. Sam Nessa, his co-driver. Then on the 6th row, we've got the second of the Team Brit cars. That's the Class 3 BMW 1 Series. Bobby Trundley, who we saw racing yesterday in the British Endurance Championship in the McLaren, will start, sharing with Caleb McDuff. Alongside them, another Clio, number 89 for Hyro Motorsport. James Harrison starts, Thomas Jack Lee, his co-driver. Row 7 is the reigning Britcar Trophy champions, Reece Lloyd and Harry Reynolds for Dragon Sport in their Clio. Harry Reynolds is going first. And alongside them, number 14 is the Spires Motorsports Clio. Travis Chapman takes the start. Andreas Georgiou will take over. And on row 8, number 77, Mark Jones with his TSR Audi TT. He drives solo alongside the other Class 3 car, the Jens G40, SVG Motorsport and Alex Turnbull. Then there's a gap on the grid, and then we've got the Uncle Luke's Snetterton Saloons. Quite a varied entry. They're not all saloon cars, a couple of GT cars in there as well. It's very much a run what you brung series. It's one you can use just about anything you like. So the front row for them is Kevin Clark, number 33, with his BMW M3 CSL, alongside the 177 of John Dixon and Paul Wright in their Lotus Evora GT4. Super sounding, super looking car that one is as well. We don't have the starting driver for that car, unfortunately. Behind them, 211 David Markison with his BMW M3. That's alongside 114, the Seat Leon Super Copa of Jamie Hayes and Alex Reed. Late addition to the entry, that one. Row 14, number 99, that's Cameron Elder, who will start the Honda Civic Type R, sharing with Josh Files, multiple Renault Clio champion. He starts alongside Stephen Pearson's BMW M3. On row 15 is Uncle Luke himself, the owner of Uncle Luke's Sign and Sticker Shop, Luke Allen, in his VW Golf touring car, alongside the Honeybone family in their Renault Clio. That's Ray and Jordan Honeybone. Again, we haven't got the starting driver for that one, unfortunately. Behind them, we've got 130 Gavin Dunn with his BMW, alongside 40 Jasvir Sapra's BMW M3. Jasvir Sapra really will race anything in his collection of BMWs. Row 17 is number 53. That's started by Simon Hill, sharing with Matthew Payne, the second of the Lotus Evoras, alongside Martin Reynolds, number 27, the classic Ford collector. Now, his car down as a Sierra Cosworth. He's actually in a Mark II Escort this weekend. He's brought another of his collection of classic Fords. Row 18, Tommy Grouts and Colin Whitmore in a pair of BMWs. Row 19, the Hornigold family, fresh from racing at Liddon Hill in Kent yesterday. Fred Hornigold is going first in their MGZR, sharing with Ashley. Frank Rodber alongside them in his BMW. Row 20 is number 75, that's James Seal in a Ford Fiesta ST. Another Fiesta alongside, that's Chris Voltenschmull. Late change of car for him. Was meant to be racing a Porsche Boxster this weekend, but has changed to the Fiesta. The penultimate row of the grid, number 51, which is a Porsche Boxster, Dominic McGee and Stuart Warner's car. We don't have the starting driver, unfortunately. Alongside him is Carl Catliff. Alongside them is Carl Catliff's BMW number 5. In the back of the grid, we should see 03, which is Glenn Dumont. He's in a Honda Civic Type R. And number 721, Callum Bates, in a BMW Z4. So that's the lineup. Very varied lineup of GT and saloon cars. The Snetterton Saloons only contesting race 1. It'll be Britcar Trophy only in race 2 at the end of the programme today. This will be a 50-minute race with a mandatory pit stop. A very varied grid of cars we've got out there. One car, I'm just looking at the lineup out of the commentary box window. I don't think Callum Bates is there, the BMW Z4. I didn't see that car on track in qualifying, so looks like he may have withdrawn. He has arrived. Callum Bates is there. So just late out of the assembly area, I think. Callum Bates ahead of the rolling starts. We say rolling starts, 50-minute race with a mandatory pit stop. So an impressive grid of cars, and well, two impressive grids of cars, because the Snetterton Saloon starting from that separate grid. Ginetta's to the fore in the Britcar Trophy Championship. Maurizio Cilio had a couple of wins already this year. It's a Renault Clio that leads the points. It's a class-based championship. Maurice Henry and Hadley Simpson, the number 88 Renault Clio, it is who leads the points in Britcar Trophy. 9 points ahead of Mark Jones and Rob Ellick, who've previously shared one of their Audi TTs, but driving two separate cars today. Maurizio Cilio leads the points jointly in Class 1 with Chris Bialan and Simon Mason in the Cupra, with Axel van Nederveen 9 points behind them. Class 2 is led by Jones and Ellick, plus Craig Fleming, who've been sharing their TSR Audi this year, as the cars head off on the green flag lap ready for a rolling start. Leading the points in Class 3 is the car of Caleb McDuff and Bobby Trundley, the BMW 1 Series for Team Brit. Of course, the team helping those with physical and other handicaps to overcome adversity and find a new lease of life in motorsport. Their aim is the Le Mans 24 Hours someday. There are the Snetterton Saloons. There's Martin Reynolds, the construction businessman from Norfolk, a collector of classic Fords. Callum Bates in the BMW Z4 at the back. Looking at some race results so far, the Britcar Trophy opened its season at Donington. It was Sebastien Dubois who took the first win of the season in his Ginetta. Chris Bialan and Simon Mason's Cupra won race 2. And then at Snetterton, it was the Cupra that won race 1 and Maurizio Cilio won race 2, so looking for his second consecutive win here. The Snetterton Saloons, meanwhile, they opened at their home circuit at Snetterton. David Fielder's BMW was the winner on that occasion. He's not here this weekend. John Dixon in the Lotus Evora, driving solo on that occasion, was second. And Jazz Sapra and Kevin Clark shared a BMW to third. They're in separate cars this weekend. Snetterton Saloons have also had an away round at Brands Hatch this year. Luke Allen, the series sponsor and organiser, won in his VW Golf TCR on that occasion, ahead of Gavin Dunn and David Marcusson in their BMWs. That's a summary of the season so far. Great mix of cars we've got out there in both series. The Snetterton Saloons is a series, not a championship. They don't race the points. There is that stunning Lotus Evora GT4, the green machine there. Great sounding car as well, as we said. That's a car of John Dixon and Paul White's, or White's ex-British GT racer. First time in the car this weekend. MGZR at the back. You say the Hornigolds racing that car all the way down in the southeast at Liddon Hill Circuit in Kent yesterday. Now there is that Kevin Clark starting from the back. Now, he qualified on pole. Yes, Kevin Clark's at the back of the grid. Was he late out of the pit lane, I wonder? Kevin, an ex-short oval man. First saw him in Eurocar back in the late 90s, the space frame Ford Mondeos. So the cars will form up into their two separate grids then, ready for the rolling starts. Don't forget it's a 50-minute race with a 10-minute pit window, so the pit lane is going to get very busy midway through. Ewan Dunlop is going to be down in the pit lane as our reporter during this race. There's the second group. The pole sitter, though, is missing. Kevin Clark starting from the back in the black and orange BMW. Here we go then. Britcar Trophy Championship combined with the Uncle Luke's Snetterton Saloons. 50 minutes around the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit. Pace car pulling into pit lane, looking very impressive in the sunshine here at Silverstone. Britcar Trophy will be away first. 2 races in 1 here on the Silverstone Grand Prix circuits. The pack is unleashed and the Britcar Trophy race gets underway. The Dixon and White's Lotus heading the Snetterton Saloons further back as the first pack, the Britcar Trophy, surges into the first corner at Copse. It's the Ginettas at the front of the field. Maurizio Cilio in the yellow car. The Cupra trying to get up the inside, driven by Simon Mason. But it's the white Ginetta of Axel van Nederveen. The Dutchman had a couple of wins here at Silverstone in the past with that car, and he takes lead. There's a Clio going straight on. I think that's one of the, well, 2 of the High Road Motorsport cars. They've both gone straight on through there, shortcutting the Beckett's complex. And then in come the second group, the Snetterton Saloon. Now let's have a look who's leading then. It's going to be BMW to the 4 in that one, but which BMW is it? We'll pick up in a moment. There's a few white BMWs in that field as they head down towards the Hanger Straits for the first time. I think it was David Marcuson, yes, 211, who has taken the early lead there. But heading down into club corner for the first time, Axel van Nederveen, Simon Mason and the Cupra side by side with Maurizio Cilio, the Edinburgh-based Italian. 4th place is the orange BMW. That's Lee Goldsmith, the car run by Jeff Steele Racing, who's been running BMWs in various championships for many years now. Little Ginetta of Alec Turnbull at the back of the field there, car 62. And David Marcuson leads the Snetterton Saloon split ahead of Jamie Hayes and Alex Reed. We don't know which of them it is in that car. And look, Kevin Clark's already, the black and orange BMW there, he's already halfway through the Snetterton Saloons field. There's Colin Whitmore, the furniture businessman from Lincolnshire, in his BMW, liveried in the colours of the German flag. Battle between the Clios, the 2 Dragon Sport cars there, the white and yellow. Rhys Lloyd won the Trophy Championship in his Clio last year. New co-driver for this year in the shape of Harry Reynolds, who's currently in that car. Under the bridge they come. There's one of the Team Brit BMWs, that's the M240i. Noah Cosby is the man on board that machine, chased by one of the Audi TTs. That's number 7, Rob Ellick, driving on his own this weekend. He and Mark Jones in separate cars. 2 cars entered by TSR. Through goes the TT as they come off Luffield into Woodcote, completing the first lap then. And it is the car of Axel van Nederveen who leads the way, ahead of Simon Mason. Maurizio Cilio in 3rd. A clutch of Clios making its way into the first corner at Copse. 2 Dragon Sport cars swarming all over the number 88 there. That's the championship leader, Maurice Henry, on board that car. It's Ginetta, Cupra, Ginetta, BMW, Ginetta at the front of the field. 6 is the first of the Audi TTs. That's Rob Ellick. He's got ahead of Noah Cosby in the Team Brit M240i BMW. And his first 7 have broken away. Here comes Simon Mason into Stowe Corner, looking for that car's 3rd overall win this year. The Cupra touring car takes the lead from Axel van Nederveen. Good move under braking from Simon Mason. He'll hand over to Chris Bielan, the ex-Lotus racer, among many other machines he's raced over the years. Now, who's leading the Snetterton Saloons? It's David Marcuson, number 211, in his BMW. The Dixon and White Lotus Evora 2nd, and Uncle Luke himself, Luke Allen, is in 3rd in that segment of the race. Tricky to follow here, 2 races in 1. Look at the Clios going at it there, one of the Dragon Sport cars wide over the curves. And look, Kevin Clark is Marcuson's dropped back. Kevin Clark's going to take the lead after only a lap and a half. Look, the BMW is already ahead of the Lotus, so Kevin Clark's leading the Snetterton Saloons after starting from the back of the grid. Perhaps that's why he started from the back, because he knew he'd be able to carve through the rest of the field and it'd be more fun. And now he's going to take on the Britcar Trophy cars. Look, he's on the tail of the 114 car there, who tried to fight back and retake the lead of the Snetterton Saloons. That's the Jamie Hayes, Alex Reed Cupra. But Kevin Clark is now in a fair bit of traffic. He's got these Clios behind him, and yes, the Hayes Reed car is going to try and retake the lead of the class. He's boxed in there behind one of the Clios, Kevin Clark. So there's a good battle in the Snetterton Saloons being set up really by traffic. They monster their way either side of the clear. Just look at the pace of that BMW, the M3 CSL of Kevin Clark. First saw him in action back in the 1990s on my local short oval at Hensford, racing the likes of Lightning Rods, saloon stock cars. Then he went into Eurocar, the space frame Mondeos. Then he came up with a series called Grand National Coupes, which are like miniature NASCAR style machines, but that's only lasted a couple of years, failed to really take off. And then Kevin moved on to race on the circuits in a variety of BMWs, which he has ever since. Meanwhile, at the sharp end of the Britcar pack is Simon Mason pulling away in the Q3, led by just over 1.5 seconds at the front of the pack at the end of the last lap. Then the Ginettas of Nedevane and Cilio. Lee Goldsmith's orange BMW is next. Jeff Steele run car. Some may remember Jeff racing a BMW in the BTCC back in 1994 in the independence category, and it's Team Dynamics car. Was modified saloon champion before then. Now based up in Lincolnshire, his team runs a whole variety of BMWs in various series. It's the Cupra that leads. The Jabba Sport number 23 machine. Oh, we've got a car in the gravel. That's at Stowe, I think. That's Gavin Dunn in his Schnitzer lookalike E36 BMW. Gavin Dunn, what I call a freelance club racer. He races that car in any race it's eligible for, really. Saw him in the Aston Martin Owners Club Intermark series for a few years. Classic touring cars and classic sports car club as well. Pushed down to the gravel by the Orange family, and he's got going again. Where is Kevin Clark? Lead the Lotus and the Cupra. Fantastic looking car, isn't it? It's a modern take on the classic Team Lotus green and gold livery there. For John Dixon and Paul White, the Evora GT4. Crispy Allen and Simon Mason continue to lead overall. Simon Mason, the man on board the Cupra. Kevin Clark, well, could he get past all the Britcar Trophy machines? Although, did I just spot a bit of smoke out of the back of Kevin Clark's Intersport beer? Yes, there is smoke there. That'll be a great shame if Kevin is hitting problems after his meteoric charge through the field in the early stages. That's going to be very disappointing indeed. That Audi TT's running well, of Rob Ellick up there in 5th position overall. Kevin Clark is now in P10 overall, and there's Uncle Luke in his Golf. He's got ahead of the Hayes Reed car now. And there's David Marcusson, who led initially in the Snetterton Saloons. Stephen Pearson next through in the number 35 BMW. And there are the Clios. Who's leading the Clio class? It's hard to tell. It's one of the Dragon Sport cars at the moment. They've got Tommy Grapp's BMW in among them as well. What's the collective noun for a group of Renault Clios? One of them going straight on there. Usually it's a chaos of Clios, but it's good clean racing so far. Now, which of the Dragon Sport cars was that? It's hard to tell. There's 3 of them in there. It's the number 96 with the blue mirrors. That's Jack James at the wheel of that car at the moment. Pit window not yet open. It's only a short pit window, of course, in this race. Have just 10 minutes to make their stops. The Clios continue to battle it out. So the number 12 there on the inside, that's the Matthew Hyde Alex Neville car. Matthew Hyde on board takes the number 89 of James Harrison. is very close in the points, as we mentioned earlier, in the Britcar Trophy Championship. Plenty of battles all the way down the order. It is the Maurice Henry and Hadley Simpson number 88 Clio, which is currently, well, it's second in class at the line. Now losing out to the Dragon Sport cars. It's the number 1 of Harry Reynolds who leads the class at the moment. They're third in class, the championship leaders. Number 88 run by Hyro Motorsport. Maurice Henry at the wheel, chasing the number 12, driven by Matthew Hyde. So Dragon Sport versus Hyro Motorsport. The one interloper from the Clio category is number 14, entered by Spires Motorsport. Anton Spires, who raced Clios for a number of years. Good scrap going on here between Goldsmith, Marco Anastasi's Ginetta, and Rob Ellick in his Audi TT. Now they're fighting for 6th overall and 4th in the Britcar Trophy split, because Kevin Clark and Dixon and White have got ahead of them, the BMW and the Lotus. That smoke doesn't seem to be slowing Kevin Clark down. His BMW, looking at his lap times, could soon be threatening the overall podium. He's got the fastest lap of the race, 2:14.346. So the championships, we predicted that the Snetterton Saloons might threaten the back of the Britcar Trophy grid. They're going to be threatening the front of it shortly. Luke Allen goes through into Stowe, past Rob Ellick's Audi TT. Little puff of smoke from that car as well. At the Golf of Luke Allen, now ready to attack Marco Anastasi's Ginetta. Luke Allen, who used to race at the Classic Touring Car Racing Club in a Honda Civic in the pre-03 touring cars. Now in this TCR spec Volkswagen Golf. Well, there is Kevin Clark. Now, has he caught our overall top 3, the Britcar Trophy runners, yet? The Intersport Racing BMW, sponsored by Liquimoly Lubricants. The big, menacing BMW CSL. Has he already got past Maurizio Cilio? Or has Cilio got past Van Nederveen up into 2nd place, the Ginettas? That smoke is getting worse, I would say, though, so we'll keep an eye to that. There is Clark, there is the Lotus. I think Cilio is, yeah, Cilio's already behind them. I saw a flash of yellow there in the foreground as they came through Luffield. So it looks like they've got past Maurizio Cilio already. There's the leader overall, Simon Mason's Cupra. He leads by 5.5 seconds over Axel Van Nederveen's Ginetta. They're lapping the Ford Fiesta number 75, which is James Seal, running in Class D of the Snetterton Saloons. And the Lotus, I think, is closing on Kevin Clark. There's Maurizio Cilio's Ginetta. So he's dropped back a couple of spots overall, but he's still 3rd of the Britcar Trophy cars. This is 4th place in Britcar Trophy, Lee Goldsmith. He's under threat from Luke Allen's Golf. The colours of his business, Uncle Luke's sign and sticker shop. You can see the cars in this race liveried by him. Lee Goldsmith gives Luke Allen the room coming out of Beckett's, and through goes the Golf. Change of lead in the Snetterton Saloon. The Dixon and White Lotus Evora has taken over after Kevin Clark's very rapid early pace. His BMW faltering. Seen that bit of smoke as he came into Brooklands. Porsche Boxster's been lapped there as well. We catch a glimpse of Dominic McGee and Stuart Warner's car. We don't know which of them is in the car, unfortunately, for the first stint. Under 37 minutes of this race to go. Plenty of place swapping so far. Let's have a look at the class leaders, starting with the Britcar Trophy. Well, Chris Allen and Simon Mason lead Class 1 and overall. Class 2, that's being led by Rob Ellick's Audi TT, which is currently 9th overall. Class 3, I would imagine, is the Team Brit BMW, as we see Marco Anastasi trying to make a move on Lee Goldsmith. Yeah, he goes through. They were briefly waylaid by the Porsche Boxster there, but Anastasi gets the Ginetta through for 4th overall. 4th in Britcar Trophy, I should say. Yes, Class 3 is being led by Bobby Trundley in the BMW 1 Series for Team Brits, and the Clio class is being led by Harry Reynolds in the number 1 Dragon Sports car. In the Snetterton Saloons Class S, which is the most powerful machines, that's being led by Dixon and White, the overall leaders in that division. Class A, that's being led by Stephen Pearson's White BMW number 35. Class B by David Marcuson's White BMW number 211. Class C, that's currently in the hands of the Cameron Elder Honda Civic Type R. Class D, looking further down the time tree, is the Hornigolds in the MGZR. Fred Hornigold currently at the wheel. So those are your class leaders so far. There is the other Team Brit BMW, that's Noah Cosby in the number 68 car. He's currently 12th overall, second in Class 2 behind the TSR Audi. One of the numerous BMWs, David Marcuson. He's previously raced with the CSCC, the Classic Sports Car Club, in their Modern Classics and New Millennium series with his BMWs. There's the Cupra, Hayes and Reed ahead of him. Great to see such a variety of cars here on the Silverstone circuit. Of course, it's the Britcar Trophy cars will have a second race later on. One car we have lost somewhere on circuit is Jazz Sapra, number 40. Now, he is the definition of a freelance club racer. He's got a collection of BMWs. He races somewhere every single weekend in one or other of them. Number 325 being lapped there, that's Frank Rodber's BMW, and the MGZR of Fred Hornigold as well. Here are the Clios, and they're still all bunched fairly well together. It is Harry Reynolds in the number 1 that he shares with Rhys Lloyd, who leads the Clio category, chased by the number 12, his teammates Matthew Hyde sharing with Alex Neville. The way to tell the Dragon Sport cars apart is by the colour of their wing mirrors. Car with the green mirrors, that's the are they green or hard to say, is leading the way. It's red mirrors in second. The third Team Dragon car is number 96, which has the blue mirrors. There's our second Lotus Evora. We've got a car coming into the pits. Who is that? Just take a look out of the commentary box window. Kevin Clark and Luke Allen have both come in, so I'm wondering if the are the Snetterton Saloons following a slightly different pit window to the Britcar Trophy. I'm not too sure, but what I can tell you is Kevin Clark and Luke Allen have both pitted. Normally, Snetterton Saloons races are 45 minutes long, and their pit window is between 15 and 30 minutes. So maybe their pit window did open a little bit earlier, as a couple of BMWs lean on each other there. Colin Whitmore and Gavin Dunn recovering from his earlier spin, battling it out through club. Yeah, Stephen Pearson's come in as well, so I think the pit window is slightly longer for the Snetterton Saloons, because they normally have a 15-minute mid-race pit window as opposed to a 10-minute pit window that the Britcar Trophy has. So the Snetterton Saloons, slightly different pit stop regs, and some of their runners have already come in to make their mandatory stop. So Kevin Clark is in. The Dixon and White Lotus Evora, the green Lotus, there he is in second place now, and closing on Simon Mason. His last lap was 3 seconds quicker than the Cupra, so the Lotus is looking to take the overall lead of this combined race. The Britcar Trophy pit window opens in a couple of minutes though. Simon Mason continues to lead. Coming up to lap Alex Turnbull's little Ginetta there. It's the Ginetta G40 as opposed to the G56s in Class 1. The gap has come right down. It's only going to be a matter of moments, I think, before that Lotus is through. Sadly, we don't know whether it's John Dixon or Paul White in that car, but so whichever it is, he's just taken the lead of the race into Copse. One of the BMWs coming back out of the pits there. That I think is David Marcuson who's been in. No, it's Stephen Pitts. Sorry, there's too many white BMWs in this race. There's Colin Whitmore's BMW, who's in Sutton Bridge in South Lincolnshire. Oh, that's the reigning champion. Harry Reynolds' Clio has stopped. Now, where's that? That's down at Club, I think. Can't see any damage on the car, so I'm suspecting that's a mechanical problem. So Harry Reynolds has come to a stop, and the door is open. Looks like that car could be out of the race. Yellow flags out at Club then. No overtaking there for the time being. Any more pit callers from the Snetterton Saloons just yet? Yeah, Martin Reynolds has been in with his Ford Escort Mark II. Number 3 of 03 of Glenn Dumont has been in the Honda Civic as well. Look at this battling down the straight here. One of the BMWs weaving about on the tail of the Hayes and Reed Seat Leon Supercope. That's David Marcuson chasing him, and Marco Anastasi in there as well in the Ginetta. Another car coming into the pits, number 75, the Fiesta of James Seal comes in. One of the Clios has come in as well. That's the number 96, the car of Jack James. Sam Nessa will take over. So that must mean that the Britcar pit window has opened. We haven't had notification of that, but yes, 29 minutes of the race to go. I think the pit window opens at the 20-minute mark, so 30 to go. So the pit window must be open. Nice little scrap with the couple of the Clios here. That's one of the Dragon Sport cars. That's Matthew Hyde, as the name suggests. Dragon Sport based in South Wales. Number 88 just behind is Maurice Henry, the current overall championship leader. It was a Clio that won the title last year, but that car currently stranded. Another car that is a few laps down, the Simon Hill and Matthew Payne Lotus Evora. That's gone 4 laps down. I haven't seen that come through for a couple of laps, so maybe that's in trouble somewhere. A couple more cars calling in. The Hayes Reed Seat Leon is in. David Marcuson's BMW has called in as well. There's Maurizio Cilio in the number 47 Ginetta. He's currently 4th overall, 3rd in the Britcar Trophy division. Britcar Trophy led by Simon Mason still. Ahead of Axel van der Veen and Maurizio Cilio. Tommy Grant's BMW has called into the pits. There's Lee Goldsmith being caught by Kevin Clark's BMW. He's on his out lap after his pit stop. You lose pretty much a lap making your pit stop here. Another car comes in. The 89 car has pitted. The car of James Harrison, the Renault Clio. The Thomas Jack Lee, the young gun, will take over. Pouring in now. We say it's only a small pit window for the Britcar Trophy. And in the Clio battle, the 88 car makes its move at Beckett's. Through goes Maurice Henry past Matthew Hyde. That's for the lead of the class. They've got to make their... Oh, and, getting a wheel onto the grass there, Matthew Hyde. Clear ahead of them there, the number 96 car. That's already been into the pits. That's why it's a lap behind. Yeah, that's the car with Sam Nessa now on board. As side by side, trying to go around the outside at Stowe Corner is number 12, and he'll have the... no, he won't have the inside line. He bobs back in. Pit stop's still going on. We'll try and keep on top of those as well. As Carl Catliff, number 5, has brought his BMW in. As we watch this frantic battle in the Clios. Gavin Dunn has come in as well. Now there's our overall leader, the Lotus Evora. The green machine leads the way. There's the other Lotus. It is still going. Just a few laps down, so maybe had a problem earlier on. Colin Whitmore has brought his BMW into the pits. That Clio still stopped there of number 1 Harry Reynolds, so it looks like Reece Lloyd won't get a chance to do any laps in this race. There is Simon Hill. There's the Cupra. Looks huge next to that Porsche Boxster it's just lapped, doesn't it? Through goes Simon Mason, still fighting with the Dixon and White's Lotus for the lead. He just drops a few seconds behind it now. More cars coming into the pits, and there is a car we've not really seen yet, the lovely Mark II Escorts of Martin Reynolds. Meant to bring his Sierra Cosworth. Davis brought the Escort with the 2-litre Millington power plant. Usually runs this in the modified Ford series. He's got the Sierra Cosworth, this Escort, a couple of Ford Anglias, a Ford Taunus-based special saloon as well. A Mach 1 Mustang. If it's an old Ford, he's probably got an example of it in his collection, Martin Reynolds. A couple more cars making their pit calls. The Clio leader has come in, Maurice Henry, to hand over to Hadley Simpson. Cameron Elders brought the Honda Civic in as well. Now watch that car fly when Josh Files is on board. A very quick saloon racer and historic racer as well. The leader, both the leaders in fact, making their way in. I can hear the Lotus on its pit limiter outside my commentary box. He's got the Cupra right behind him as he comes down pit road. So Chris Bialan will take over from Simon Mason in the Cupra. The 2 drivers in the Lotus will swap. As I said, unfortunately we don't know which way round the 2 Evora drivers are running. 51 Porsche Boxster in as well. So it's Dixon and White who lead the way from Axel, from Bial and Mason. They both come in though, so this man, Axel van Nederveen, should take the lead of the race now, on track at least. The Data Motorsport's Ginetta. He's 23 seconds clear of his teammate Maurizio Cilio at the moment. Marco Anastasi making it to Ginetta Data Motorsport 1, 2, 3. Lee Goldsmith's BMW is in the pits, so is Rob Ellick's Audi TT. It's everybody in here at Snetterton, at Silverstone rather, in this combined race for the Britcar Trophy and the Snetterton Saloons. Number 17, Chris Volsenspiel's Fiesta comes in. Well, let's head down to Ewan Dunlop in the pits for the first time this race, shall we? He's down at Hyro Motorsport talking to championship leader Maurice Henry.
Cheers, Dave, here with Maurice Henry, championship leader. How was that stint for you?
Yeah, that was an intense stint, to be fair. There's a lot of battling, a lot of switching positions, but I think realistically we handled it the best we could. For me, we was in a bit of a shit fight, sorry, my language. And literally, so I just thought, you know what, let me back off, manage my tyres a bit. So Hadley's got a better tyre, front left, is which teams seems to go at this track. And then I was just like, you know what, let me manage my tyres, and then towards the end of the stint, when I said there was like 5 minutes left, I started to push up, close the gap, got back into the lead, so that we're leading once we come into the pit stop, and that's the main thing.
You guys are a great pairing, having a brilliant season, of course. Any words of encouragement when you hand it over?
Hadley knows what he's doing. We've got every confidence, we're a team, and we do everything as a team, and we push each other, and that's the main thing. And I think we've shown all season that we're both capable of being up front, so there's no reason right now we can't win this race, so fingers crossed.
And finally, conditions this morning in qualifying a bit damp, how are they now?
Perfectly dry. So qualifying was good, we managed to get pole by 8 tenths just in the mixed conditions, fine in the grip. Now it's bone dry, we're just cracking on. We haven't done a lot of testing, but I'm happy with where we both are.
I'll let you go, March, well done.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, buddy. Right, there are championship leaders and doing very well in the Clio class. Back to you, Dave.
Yeah, great to hear from Maurice Henry there. Apologies for any choice language, but he's very fired up after that great battle with Matthew Hyde in his stints there. Maurice Henry. Matthew Hyde has come into the pits incidentally to hand over to Alex Neville. It's now Hadley Simpson on board the number 88 Championship leading Renault Clio. Now this is interesting. Caterham Motorsport's 3 Ginettas have all come into the pits at the same time. So they've got Axel van Nedderveen, Maurizio Silio and Marco Anastasi. It's a very busy pit area, I think, down at Caterham Motorsports. Unfortunately, I can't quite see their pit box out of my commentary box window down in the pit lane, but it's going to be a hive of activity down there. So, who is going to take the lead as a result of that? If they don't call in this time, which they may have to, yes, so they don't miss the pit window, I think Noah Cosby would have taken the lead, but he's going to have to call in to hand over to Asha Silva. She's going to take over the Team Brit BMW M240i. I think we can hand back down to Ewan Dunlop in pit lane. He's down with the 23 Jabba Sport team.
Cheers, Dave. Here with Soren Mason. That couldn't have gone any better, could it?
Not really. No. That was perfect. I was just saying that this circuit, this is our strongest circuit for this car. So if we can't get away anywhere, we're not going to get it. So I had to go and do the best I could. The car fits the circuit really, really well. So it's just managing tyres now.
And any words of advice to Chris when he went off?
Underdrive.
Okay.
Underdrive, because it's being front wheel drive, there's so much heat and work going through the front tyres instead of all 4. So we really have to look after the front axle. So it's like really quick 3 or 4 laps, and then it's about management and all the rest. So you just got to underdrive. Don't attack it, because it starts to heat the tyre. And once it starts to get hot, that's it. It's game over. So in terms of just really lots of understeer. So, but Chris is mega. You watch. He'll go out and do same times I was doing, and he's brilliant.
You were pretty mega too. I'll let you go and watch. Well done.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
They were our race leaders. Let's get straight back into the action with the commentator Dave.
Thanks, Ewan. Yes, waiting to see what happens when all the pit stops have cycled through then. Chris Beale now on board the number 23 Cupra. Well, the only 2 cars that haven't come in for their mandatory stop are the 2 Team Brit BMWs. I expect them in this time. Noah Cosby to hand over to Asher Silva, and Bobby Trundley, who we saw in the GT4 McLaren in the British Endurance Championship yesterday, will hand over to Caleb McDuff in the BMW 1 Series. So I think they're going to have to come in this time. And we'll wait to see who is going to be leading this race. I reckon the overall leader might be Luke Allen's Golf, because he got out of the pits the earliest. Kevin Clark is quite a way down the order. He had a long stop at possibly looking for the source of that smoke in his BMW, so he's dropped away. He's well down the order now. The pit stops have happened. Okay, Noah Cosby has come in for Team Brit. Hand over to Asher Silva. Just waiting to see if Bobby Trundley comes in this time through. He should do in the BMW 1 Series. Everybody else has stopped. Only 2 retirements so far. We lost Jasvir Sapra on the 2nd lap with his BMW, and we've also lost the Reece Lloyd Harry Reynolds Clio, the reigning champions. There's a glimpse of Josh Files in the Honda Civic. There's the other Honda. Oh, we've got a couple of back markers falling over each other there. That was 03 Honda of Glenn Dumont and the BMW Z4 of Callum Bates having a bit of a contretemps there. They've kept it going though. Now in the background there is Luke Allen, and I reckon he's going to be leading this race overall in just a moment, as Bobby Trundley brings in the Team Brit BMW 1 Series. So everybody has now stopped. On the timing screen, Stephen Pearson is showing us having a 1-lap penalty. We're not too sure why, though. That hasn't come through from race control at the moment. So it's going to be Luke Allen who leads the Dixon and White Lotus. He's currently nearly 18 seconds ahead of it. So that's the Snetterton Saloons leaders now. Who is going to be leading? 1-lap penalty pending for David Markerson as well. We'll have to check the reasons for that for Markerson and Stephen Pearson. So they've presumably transgressed in some way at their pit stops. Now, who's going to be leading the Britcar Trophy? I think it's going to be the Cupra of Chris Bialan. It's going to be the leader here. How far ahead? He's about 9 seconds ahead of Axel van Nederveen by my calculation. And Maurizio Cilio will be third in the Britcar Trophy split. There is Team Brit, number 68, Asher Silva, is sent back into the race at the wheel of the BMW M240i. Great effort by Team Brit. 4 cars here this weekend, 2 McLaren GT4 cars in British Endurance yesterday and the 2 BMWs today. So it is Luke Allen now leading this race in his Golf. Just over 15 minutes of this race still to go. On lap 15 of the race now, yes, he's 16.7 seconds clear of the Lotus of John Dixon and Paul White. So it's down to the Lotus to try and catch him up, I think, for the overall win. Let's compare their lap times. You know, lapping in the 2:18s and 2:19s. The Cupra is lapping in the 2:21s and he's in currently 6th overall. Although we're waiting to see where the 2 BMWs of Team Brit feed back in. Yeah, it's jumped up to 4th in the times now. So Chris Bialan and Simon Mason looking good out front in the Britcar Trophy split, in 4th place overall, but it could well be 3rd because there are 1 lap penalties pending for 2 of the BMWs, David Markson and Stephen Pearson in Snetterton Saloons. They've transgressed at their pit stops in some way. Oh, that's the Lotus. He's got a puncture. The Dixon and White Lotus has a flat left rear tyre, and it's just his luck. Look, he's at Copse. He's got to do a whole lap on that tyre to try and get back to the pits. And it's a long lap, 3 miles around the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit. A flat left rear tyre. It's coming off the rim. I don't think that car's going to make it back. Just as he was starting to catch our race leader, Luke Allen. That is such a shame. He's slowing up. That car's not going to make it a full lap. The puncture, we saw it just as he came into the very first corner. He had a whole lap to do and he's parked it. The Lotus is out of John Dixon and Paul White. So that temporarily gives David Markison 2nd overall, but he's got that 1 lap penalty pending. There's a 1 second penalty for Carl Catliff as well. I assume that's for a short pit stop. Okay. So Luke Allen is your overall leader. The Lotus is pushed away by the marshals. The leader in Britcar Trophy is Chris Bialan and Simon Mason, with Axel van Nederveen in 2nd. They're separated by about 10 seconds, the Cupra and the Ginetta. And Maurizio Cilio quite a way further back. Just looking at the timing screen. Yeah, he's about 22 seconds back in the Ginetta in 3rd, Maurizio Cilio. Just under 12 and a half minutes to go. Let's have a look at the class leaders in a moment following those pit stops. Just wait for everything to settle down. Obviously, 2 Team Brit BMWs have completed their out laps. Well, we know in Snetterton Saloons, Class S is being led by Luke Allen. Class A is led by Stephen Pearson, but he has that penalty pending possibly, so it could be Gavin Dunn who inherits the class lead there. Callum Bates has got a penalty now as well, so transgressions at their pit stops, I think. Class B is being led by David Markison, but again he has a penalty pending. We see David Markison heading out of Stowe there towards Vale. Class C, it's the Files and Elder Honda Civic. And Class D, that's being led further back in the order by the Hornigolds in the MGZR. Class leaders in... oh, look at this, meanwhile, coming through. 4 wide out of Club Corner. You can't go 4 wide through there. You can if you're in Renault Clios and a BMW 1 Series. Look at them leaning on each other. That was fantastic through there. How did they get through? That was more like Caterham racing than Clios. Now, who's leading the Clio class? I think we better turn our attention to at the moment, because it might not be the car that it was at the line after that. So it was Alex Neville in car number 12. Let's have a look. No, it's the 89 car now that's possibly taken the lead. They're trying to get out of the way. Look, there's Glenn Dumont in his Honda Civic onto the grass to get out of the way of these squabbling Renault Clios. And it looks like, yes, Hadley Simpson has gone into the lead of the class, I think. Goodness me. Fantastic racing from the Renault Clios here. Kevin Clark showing us on his outlap on our timing screen. He must have made a second stop. Well, not according to the timing screen. On our timing tower it showed us being on his outlap, so Kevin Clark has hit a problem somewhere. But anyway, we concentrate on this Clio battle between the Hyro Motorsport cars and the 96 in there as well, of and one of the Dragon Sport cars was in there as well. Which Dragon Sport car is that? No, it's Alex Neville, number 12, just behind this group, I think. So it's Hyro Motorsport 1 and 2 in the Clio class now, having made that move out on the back of the circuit. No, the number 12 car is back in the pit lane, in fact. I missed that. That's just come in. It must be the number 96. Yes, the number 96 car is just behind them. I apologise there. I got my Dragon Sport cars mixed up. So the number 12 has been back into the pits behind a Neville Clio. I think everything's just about settled down after the pit stops now. Allen and Mason lead Class 1 of the Britcar Trophy. Class 2 is led by Rob Ellick's Audi TT. Class 3, it's Bobby Trundley and Caleb McDuff's BMW. And in the Clios, we've just been watching as the battle develops. The class leader was Hyde and Neville, but that's come into the pits. So it will now be Maurice Henry and Hadley Simpson back in. This is the battle for the lead in the Clio class. Tricky to follow with all these classes and 2 races in one. 8.5 minutes of this race to go. Luke Allen continues to lead overall. There is the number 5 BMW of Carl Catliff. He's got a 1 second time penalty pending. Presumably he was a second short at his pit stop of the minimum time. There's Luke Allen in the background. He continues to lead this overall. He's nearly 40 seconds clear of David Marcusson in number 211. .36 cars still running out of the 38 that started. Sorry, 35 cars still running. We've just lost the Lotus, haven't we? 35, Stephen Pearson there, looking a little bit second-hand the front end of that car. It's taken a knock somewhere, past one of the Clios. He's in 4th overall at the moment, but has that penalty pending. Mixing it up with our Renault Clios here. He's 8 seconds off 3rd placed Chris Byron and Simon Mason. Byron and Mason, of course, lead the Britcar Trophy ahead of Axel van Nederveen. Marco Anastasi now up to 3rd place overall in the Britcar Trophy division. He's only well, he and his 2 pursuers are only covered by 1.5 seconds. Anastasi, Goldsmith and Celio are together on track, fighting for 7th overall. There's the Class 2 leader, number 7, Rob Ellick. He's in 10th position, just behind them. Well, just behind them, he's 21 seconds down on them. A little bit of smoke there under the back of the Audi, but doesn't prove too terminal, I don't think. We've seen Mark Jones and Rob Ellick racing in a VW Golf over the last couple of seasons for the TSR team. Just under 6 minutes to go. It's looking good for Luke Allen, Uncle Luke himself, the creator of the Snetterton Saloon Series and the title sponsor. He's looking for his second win of the season. There's Martin Reynolds in that beautiful Mark II Escort, much more famous as a rally car, of course, over the years. Well, that's a very modified Mark II Escort. Martin, another freelance club racer, races wherever his collection of Fords is eligible. Henry and Simpson are still leading the Clio class, only by a second ahead of the 89 of Thomas Jack Lee, though. The Hyro Motorsport cars running 1 and 2 in that category. Clio's just heading over the finish line now. That's the gap between the two Hyro cars. It was just over a second, 0.8 of a second now. And here they are. Oh, under contact there, and Axel van Nederveen spins. He's clipped one of the Clios going into Cox. He was trying to lap them. Was that the 89 car he clipped there? So Axel van Nederveen, who failed to finish the opening race of the year at Donington Park when contact on the first corner with Jasper Sapra broke his steering, looks like he's out of this one as well. And he was running second. Has he got it going in? Yes, he has. I thought for a moment he'd lost the prop and was going to be out if he couldn't restart, but Axel van Nederveen rejoins. Now, what was his gap back to Lee Goldsmith, who's third in Britcar Trophy? Oh, he's 30 seconds ahead, so he's okay. Still in second place, I think. There are the Clios. So the 89, I think, is now down to third in the Clio class. Henry and Simpson lead it. Yeah, Nessa and James are now up into second in the Clio class because the 12 car had to make that second pit stop. Now here's the battle between Lee Goldsmith and Marco Anastasi that we mentioned. They've dropped Mauricio Cilio. He's a little further back. You can see the yellow Ginetta in the background. This is for seventh rather overall, and for third in the Britcar division. Now, how far ahead is... There's Van Nederveen, so they've closed him by a few seconds after his incident there when he tripped over a Renault Clio. Here's Tommy Grout in his BMW, about to be lapped. Just over 3 minutes still left on the clock. Well, the lead is now 45 seconds for Luke Allen over David Markusson in the overall standings. Chris Byerland all set for a second victory this year in as the cars of Goldsmith and Anastasi nearly fall over each other at Village. The Ginetta goes through, the Scottish-based Italian. Goldsmith fights back. The orange BMW up the inside lane tree takes the place back again. This is for seventh, don't forget, and third in the Britcar division. Axel van Nederveen was the closest pursuer to Chris Byerland and Simon Mason in the Cupra. The Team Brits number 38, the BMW 1 Series, has just come back into the pits. Callum Bates has pulled in as well. I think he's retired. There is the Dutchman in the Ginetta. Being a bit more careful with back markers now after that incident into Cox a lap ago. Tommy Grout moves aside, lets one of the Clios go through. That's the lead gap in Britcar is now about 44 seconds. So it's going to be a win for the Cupra for the second time this season. Oh, and mistake there for Marco Anastasi. Goes straight on at Beckett's. Still fighting away with Lee Goldsmith's BMW. The Lotus Evora in there behind, the only surviving Lotus Evora now. That's a great shame because it would be interesting to see whether Dixon and White could have chased down Luke Allen for the overall lead. as a tyre blew and ended their hopes. There's 1 minute left on the clock now, and it's looking good for Uncle Luke Allen, to take the overall win and the win in the Uncle Luke Snetterton Saloons. As the series sponsor, does that mean he presents himself with the trophy? We'll wait and see, I suppose, down in Park Fermé. We'll wait to see, with those penalties pending from David Marcusson and Stephen Pearson, what the overall result is going to be. Yes, 1 lap penalty for short pit stop for cars 3, 5, 35, 211 and 721. Number 3 is, they're all Snetterton Saloon. Number 3 is the Dumont Honda. Number 5 is Carl Catliff. 35 Stephen Pearson. 211 David Marcusson. And 721 Callum Bates, so I think he's out of the race. They've all been penalised 1 lap for their pit stop being too short. Quite a draconian penalty system in Snetterton Saloons. There's our Britcar leader, set for its 2nd win of the season, the Cupra, in the Britcar Trophy Championship. Had a win at Donington the end of March. Actually, it'll be the 3rd win of the season. They had a win at Snetterton too, apologies there. With the 1 lap penalty to be applied, it looks like they'll take 2nd overall as well behind Luke Allen. Luke Allen is reeling off some very quick lap times here. His last lap was a 2:19.3. Clock has counted down to 0. So the checkered flag is being ready on our combined race for the Uncle Luke Snetterton Saloons and the Britcar Trophy Championship. It's going to be Uncle Luke himself who comes in to take the win in his VW Golf touring car. Had a win at Brands Hatch in the last appearance for this group of cars, and it's a win for Luke Allen. Takes the checkered flag. Uncle Luke takes the overall win. So waiting for the rest of the cars to come across the line then. Penalties being applied. We can see some cars dropping down the timing screen. David Marcusson drops to 15th as it stands at the moment. Stephen Pearson 17th. Carl Catliff drops to 8th place. So 2nd overall across the line is going to be the Sim Dynamics and Jabbersport Cupra touring car, started by Simon Mason, man behind Sim Dynamics, and taken over by Chris Byler. He's going to bring the car home for its 3rd Britcar Trophy win on 3 different circuits this season. 2nd overall, but they'll win the Britcar Trophy splits. The Jabbersport Cupra comes in to take the checkered flag. Win number 3 for them this season. A minute down on 1 minute 2 seconds to be precise, down on Luke Allen. And next home we should see Axel van Nederveen in the Ginetta, despite that spin after contact with the back marker at Copse. He will take 2nd in Britcar Trophy and 3rd place overall. Now what about the Clios? I'm just going to concentrate on them. The 88's driven by Hadley Simpson. I think he's going to hang on ahead of the 96 of Sam Nesser. Here they come towards the line. They're always the closest in the Britcar Trophy, these squabbling Clios. It's going to be the 88 who will extend its championship lead with the win. The car started by Maurice Henry. Hadley Simpson brings it home to win the class, just ahead of the 96 of Jack James and Sam Nesser. Lee Goldsmith comes in 4th place overall and 3rd in Britcar Trophy. Marco Anastasi is next home. And Mauricio Cilio is the, I think, the last man to take the checkered flag of the leading positions. Last man on the lead lap, certainly, in the Ginetta. Confirm the overall results in a few moments' time. Just waiting for the last couple of cars to come in. Frank Rodber across the line in his BMW. Ashley Hornigold brings the ZR home to win their class of the Snetterton Saloons. Okay, provisional results then. You see, the Team Brits BMW 1 Series have stopped there in the closing stages as well, the number 38. Provisional result then, Luke Allen takes the win and the Snetterton Saloons win. 21 laps completed in his Golf. The Britcar Trophy is won by Chris Allen and Simon Mason in the Cupra, ahead of Axel van Nederveen, Lee Goldsmith and Marco Anastasi. Tommy Grout wins his class, that's Class B of the Snetterton Saloons in his BMW, ahead of Maurizio Cilio. Carl Catliff second in Class S of the Snetterton Saloons. Rob Ellick wins Class 2 of the Britcar Trophy in the Audi TT. Gavin Dunn, a class win for him, Class A of Snetterton Saloons. The other classes in that one, the Files Elder Honda Civic wins Snetterton Saloons Class C. The Clio class went to Maurice Henry and Hadley Simpson in 19th overall. Class 3 of Britcar, well, it was Caleb McDuff and Bobby Trundley on top in that class, but they were not running at the checkered flag, so we'll wait and see what comes up there. They stopped with a couple of laps to go. Class D of Snetterton Saloons goes to the Hornigolds in the MG-ZR. 34 cars, I think, were still running at the end of that race. We lost the Dixon and White Lotus Evora, of course. Callum Bates pulled into the pits and didn't rejoin. The reigning champions in Britcar Trophy, the Reese Lloyd Harry Reynolds Clio, retired at club, and we lost Jazz Sapra after a couple of laps. We'll see the Britcar Trophy cars back out at the end of the programme for their second 50-minute pit stop race. Top 3 in each class have a few seconds added on as well to make things a bit more interesting, some pit stop penalties. And the starting drivers will be the other way round for the 2-driver cars as well, to make things a little bit more interesting. But the Snetterton Saloons are done for the day on their away day here at Silverstone, so well done to them. We will shortly be heading into our lunch break. And before that, we will head down into Parc Fermé to hear from some of the drivers.
We're going into a lunch break, aren't we? I've got to try now playing my field to wrap down the length of the pit lap to try and get the Snetterton Saloons if they're still being held in Parc Fermé. I'll try my best.
If I told you there was a banquet awaiting you at the other end.
Oh, a banquet?
I'd be lying.
Well, like a lift in a car, or actually not allowed in bikes, so yeah, it's going to be a bit of a long trek to get there.
Yeah, don't worry.
So it'd be interesting to chat to Axel. Obviously, as you said, he took a spin through Cops in the later stages, so...
And that is the first of 2 Britcar Trophy Championship races we have today. Luke Allen in the Snetterton Saloons getting the overall win, but in terms of Britcar, it is Chris Bylan and Simon Mason. Simon set him up very well. They're having a chat here right now. We're going to jump in when Chris gets his helmet off. I'll speak to Simon very quickly first. Set that up very well for Chris.
We work as a team, and
I'm trying to give you some credit.
Well, I know the circuit very well, so yes, but it has to be followed through. No matter what you do at the start, we work as a team, so you still got to follow through afterwards. And that car gets harder and harder to drive as it goes on because of the tyre temperature at the front. Yeah. So to keep it on the track, not to throw it off, and deliver lap time still brilliant.
You said it halfway. Chris was good. He was good.
He is good. he's always snapping at the heels.
Chris, come in. Great racing, well done.
Yeah, it was good. Simon actually got us about a 10-15 second lead, so it was basically just holding it together and being careful going through the slower traffic. But the standard driver was pretty good out there today. It was good fun.
How were conditions?
Yeah, really good. The tyres go off after about 20-25 minutes, so it's just nursing at home. But the other cars were good. You know, the smaller cars saw us coming, they moved over. It was a good gentlemanly race. I enjoyed that.
Good. Any adjustments ahead of race 2? Have some lunch?
Yeah. No. We've got a bit of a front end vibration, but other than that, we'll be fine.
Okay, fantastic.
Right.
Good luck. Well done.
Thank you. Cheers guys.
Let's speak to Axel van Nederveen. A popular name, and he's going left. Are we going right, Axel? Where's he? Axel, come on in. Congratulations, first of all. We saw you stop on track. What happened?
Basically, I was on the inside into Cops next to a Clio, and it just bang, took me out, spun me around.
Oh, we didn't see. Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah. Is everything okay, though?
Hopefully.
Okay, fine.
I managed to get round.
You did.
It that way.
Happy with the performance, though?
No, there was something after the pit stop. We had push understeer, so it just all of a sudden I couldn't keep my lap down, so I've been doing before. So we'll find the way.
You can fix that for race 2?
Let's see.
Okay.
We'll try.
Well done. Good luck.
Okay. Thank you.
And also in third place, I think Lee Goldsmith might have already made his way. If we turn around and look at the podium, just above the cars here, that's where they'll go for their presentation. And that is where they're going right now. So Lee Goldsmith, who was 4th overall and 3rd in Britcar, will try and grab it, but we are going to Caterham shortly, so maybe come back soon. But for the time being, that's race number 1 in Britcar done.
So great to hear from some of our drivers down in immediate Parc Fermé in the pit lane. Hopefully catch up with Luke Allen a bit later on if we can, but we're now going into our lunch, hopefully lunch hour. Yes, I think it's a full hour for lunch here at Silverstone today. We're back underway at around 2:30 p.m. with the Caterham Academy, biggest grid of the weekend. There are 2 groups all in together. It's followed by the 3rd race of the weekend for the Motul Caterham 7 310R Championship. 3rd race for the ROKiT F4 British Championship certified by FIA, the Mission Motorsport Caterham 7 270Rs, and then a 2nd race, sans the Snetterton Saloons this time, for the Britcar Trophy Championship, another 50-minute pit stop race to round out the weekend here on the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit. So during our lunch hour, we'll have some highlights from across the weekend and some past events here on BARC TV, and also we'll catch up with Sam Parker, find out what she's been up to as a Caterham Academy racer. I'll be back with you in around an hour's time.
Our first championship event of the season. You know, I'm actually just raring to go.
The light goes out and it just, off you go.
My name's Sam Parker. I'm a drift instructor and TV presenter for Caterham. This year I'm taking on my largest ever challenge. I'm going to compete in the Caterham Academy series with the support of Caterham and Dutch Barn Vodka. Whilst I have some experience behind the wheel of a 7, I've never driven on track before. I'll be learning everything from the basics of a race licence through to competitive racing against 56 other drivers in 7 rounds of an entire season. This is my journey through a season in the Caterham Academy. Today we're in Kerborough Sprint Course, which is in Staffordshire. This is our first championship event of the season. So we've got practice runs this morning round this course and then some time lapse this afternoon.
So what's the difference between a sprint and a race? Well, everyone's familiar with racing, all the cars on the grid competing against each other. A sprint is just one car on track at any one time, competing against both yourself really and the clock to see who can get the fastest time. That means this is a much lower pressure environment for the drivers, and it's a far more relaxed way to start their motorsport career.
So we're just doing the track walk at Kerborough. It's really beneficial to do a track walk because you can actually see, like we've just looked at the curbs and they're really quite aggressive, like quite high. You don't really want to be hitting those that much, or if you do, they might unsettle the car. So it's good to see also how wide the track is, the edge of the track. It really puts things into perspective a bit more. I've watched this on YouTube quite a few times, and it seems so much more open than it is, and when you're walking it you think, gosh, it's actually a lot tighter. Yeah, really worth doing a track walk of any track that you haven't been around before. So 2 practice laps this morning, and then we've got the timed sessions this afternoon, 2, hopefully 3 timed laps. So we're just sitting here in the assembly area waiting to go out for our first practice run of the day. So I'm just going to take it easy. I think the longer you wait here, the more nervous you get. It's crazy. It's only practice runs, but you can't help it. You want to do well, don't you? Here comes Alistair, so it'll be my turn any second. I'm next up. I'm at the start line. So we've just got back from practice number 2. I'm a lot happier with that one. The first one was just going out there to find where it goes. Although we had the track walk, it's totally different when you're in the car and you're actually going at speed, because you don't want to waste your practice run by going too slowly. I mean, I went nearly 3 seconds quicker on that second practice. There's a lot of oversteer, so it's definitely a lot of sliding, which is obviously I'm used to that and I feel comfortable with it. It's not fast though, so after this morning's runs, I feel a lot more confident actually about the time runs this afternoon.
I think they're cool. I feel like
Are you using that one?
That's for
That's for the glass. So yeah, I said I'd have my family with me this weekend, and they've come to support me. Sebastian came with me in the car this morning, so we drove here together. He's torqued my wheels up, he's checked my pressures, he's put my extra stickers on. Now he's he cleaned it this morning, and now he's cleaning it again. And then Scarlett, my daughter's here as well. Yeah, it's great to have everyone's families, and they all get to, it's nice to know there's other people here with children similar age to mine, so everyone gets to know each other. All the wives and girlfriends and husbands and boyfriends come. Yeah, it's such a great atmosphere today. I'm loving it. It's great. Bruno. First time run, here we go. First time run, I've no idea what the time was. My heart is racing. It was so much fun. So that's it for Cobra. We did get our third timed run in the afternoon, which was fantastic. I needed that because my second lap would have been my quickest lap, but I failed unfortunately because I did hit the grass just on the exit of the last corner, which is such a shame because that would have been my quickest time. That was a 68.6. It's been a lot of emotions, I'd say, like highs and lows. Like I was a bit hard on myself after my first time run. So, it's a real adrenaline rush. It's brilliant. And now next up is Croft, when we all meet again for our first race. So we shall see you there.
So we are at Croft today, and it's a final test day for all our academy drivers ahead of their first ever race weekend.
Everyone's been very cautious, isn't it?
Really cautious on their last test session ahead of their first ever race. We've seen a bit of gravel trap usage.
I like doing that. So we've been here 3 days now, and we've had it's been really good having this amount of time here in the paddock, getting to know everybody. Yeah, we've had practice starts on Thursday on our official test day, which was really, really great fun. We got to all to both grids lined up on the grid, 2 by 2, and then we got to pull up get our revs up, and then the lights went out, and then off we go, and then reform up. And we got about 7 goes at that, which was really, really great. You want to get as minimal wheel spin as possible. So, which in these cars is quite difficult because you can get a lot of wheel spin, but it's slow if you're just sitting there wheel spinning. Today is qualifying and race day.
And how are you feeling? I mean, first ever big, car race on a circuit. How were the nerves this morning?
I'm okay, actually.
You seem incredibly calm, yeah.
I'm excited. I think I finished on a real high yesterday. It was a really, really good test day and lots of fun. And I really enjoyed it. So I just need to get back into that rhythm for qualifying shortly, and just go back to doing what I was doing, and just hopefully, building up, getting quicker.
How much track time have you had then up until this point?
Before coming into this weekend, I've had 3 track days.
So not a lot really. So every single lap you do, you're learning more and more. I guess just good luck and really concentrate in, and let's see how it goes today.
Yeah. Qualifying was really, really good actually. I thoroughly enjoyed it. We did get a red flag after 1 lap, which was a bit frustrating. So obviously you get into the flow of it after waiting in assembly. But I'm really pleased because I went the quickest I've been so far. So I finished 12th, and I'm really happy with that because it's a real improvement from the sprint at Kerborough. First race coming up, I'm actually just raring to go. I almost wish it was now, so there wasn't this waiting time.
Qualifying session 1, how did you find it, and where did you end up?
I finished 12th.
12th place
qualifying, so I'm really happy with that.
The nerves are right. How did it feel when you're out on track? Because it looked like you were giving it some for sure, and more maybe even than through testing.
100%, I was.
Did that surprise yourself?
Yeah, I don't know why. I don't really know what's come over me.
So for me, at this stage, qualifying done, I would get more and more nervous through the day, and people react in different ways. But you've been incredibly calm so far today, and you feel that's good,
I'm probably going to be nervous at half an hour before, or when we go down to assembly. Yeah. But I'm going to try not to think too much about it.
We're surrounded in Caterham's awning here and in the paddock, and what a job they do for all the academy drivers.
Oh, 100%. I mean, this is a great atmosphere. We've got this lovely hospitality, and everyone and their families. It's just a lovely place. We've got this little hub that we can come to and all just get to know each other a bit more and enjoy the atmosphere. And Caterham, tech support, they've been absolutely brilliant.
And they look after everyone up and down the paddock, so it's not just the awning, it's not just the food, it's tech support and making sure everyone's got an even footing.
Yeah, exactly.
Races up next.
I know.
Excellent stuff. Looking forward to seeing how you get on.
Thank you, Chris. Yeah, so before when we're in assembly, it's great. Everyone's, we're all, with their helmets on, balaclavas, we're all strapped in. But you're looking around, and everyone's thumbs up, supporting each other and wishing everyone luck, which is great.
Heading down the pit straight, coming up to your grid spot, the adrenaline's there, your heart's beating, you're thinking about everything that's going to come up. Always keeping an eye on the lights and the gantry for the 5-second board that and once the 5-second board comes up, there's nothing stopping, and then the light goes out and it just off you go. When we come into Parc Fermé, the atmosphere is
just something else. Like, it's so good to witness it and be part of. Everyone's so happy for everybody. We've all completed our first race. So happy for each other, and the camaraderie is just fantastic. Oh, wicked! I had no idea. Literally, you have no idea when you're doing it. Amazing. Oh, that's so good. Thank you, Cheesy.
Well done.
Thank you, Bob.
Congrats.
Thank you, I'm pleased with that.
Top 10.
Yeah. I didn't think I'd get top 10 till later in the year.
Race 1 done. You are a racing driver officially.
Can you believe it?
No, it's unbelievable. I mean, it feels like 2 seconds ago since we stood by your car.
I know.
And now you are a racing driver. I mean, I know you've done the Kerber sprint, but that was the real deal.
That was a proper race, like against all the other drivers, and it was absolutely amazing. I loved it.
I am delighted to say P10 is yours to keep forevermore.
I can't believe that.
What a start to the season.
Yeah.
Silverstone, quite a different challenge, but next up.
Yes, I was thinking that. Silverstone hasn't got as many tight twisty bits. No. That's the bit where I'm probably strongest.
Every time you go on track, it's a learning thing, right? Yeah. So well done today. Well done.
Thank you.
I'm so proud.
It's been awesome. Thank you for being here to support me.
Yeah, no worries.
I've got tea. I'm happy. Always got to have tea. It's like really hot and I've got tea. Our first race has been absolutely amazing. My start to the season, I'm just so happy with. It's better than I expected. Qualified 12th and then finished 10th is just, I expected to be 10th maybe, well, I'd like to have been 10th further on in the season, but to be that at the first race, like the first actual track race, is incredible. Did not expect it at all. It's so much fun. I want to do it again.
Well, during this lunch break here at Silverstone, I have found Claire Headley, who is MD of Britcar. So if you don't know much about Britcar, you're about to find out everything you can possibly want to know. Claire, MD of Britcar, tell us, yesterday we had the Endurance Championship. Today we've got the trophy. What's the difference for a newcomer?
Basically, the difference is yesterday was a 2-hour race and it's a British Championship, so there's a lot more involved, a lot more strategy involved. And then today's production, 2 50-minute races. So basically your budgets and what people want to race their careers, etc. So.
And you've got quite a history in racing yourself, haven't you?
Yes, started, 25 years ago, family historics, single-seaters, loved it. Just a real huge passion, and I can see why these drivers want track time. So hopefully the experience I have with some history has helped how the business is growing.
And how did you get involved in Britcar?
Just accidentally bumped into the previous owner. One of those, he was moaning and his technical or his administration wasn't very good. So I came in as an assistant for him, worked for him for 15 years, ran 6, 7, 24 hours with him. James Tucker was the previous owner. And unfortunately he decided to retire and offered me the business per se. And unfortunately the numbers weren't very good there. So myself and my family decided to take it over. Same old crew of Britcar team, and we're thriving today, so really pleased.
And this is an incredible setup. It's not a small championship. This is pretty big, isn't it?
Absolutely. It's not easy. I'm a one-man band in many respects. I run it full-time myself, and I have all the volunteers and also consultants as they come and help me. But I run it literally from my garage in my garden, and it just works.
Wow. And what's the dream for Britcar?
I would love to bring the 24-hour back, but unfortunately costs are just something we have to be very concerned about. So at the moment we're focusing already for next year because our numbers haven't been as high as they were in previous years. Quite a few other championships are struggling as well. But yes, we're very much focusing for 25 to build the grids back up again.
And if somebody's watching at home and they're thinking, I'd like to get involved in that, what are the stepping stones to get to on the grid?
Well, the Trophy Championship is your first element of your race licence, but for the British Endurance you have to have a national licence. That means you have to have experience and quite a bigger budget, as I say. But Trophy Championship is your Clios, your small BMWs, your Audi TTs, so we've got quite a lower production element of the car. Don't need to refuel, most of the teams do, but you don't have to. 50-minute races, and a lot of them are two-driver, so it works very well for the lower budget.
And in terms of the spec of the car, if I've got a road car, what are the specs that I need to get up to? Any restrictions on the cars at all?
Well, we follow the blue book, so it'd have to be roll cages and all those sort of things, safety elements within the car. So yes, we follow the blue book full and full MS UK support, so I couldn't really help you on the full technical, but I'm sure that a lot of the teams here can help you on that.
Now, it's a brilliant paddock, it's very competitive, but it's very friendly as well, isn't it?
Absolutely, that's the way we want it. We have got some great teams that have got experience with British GT, and they come to us and have a bit of a fun in both areas. So yeah, we're pleased the way it's very friendly but very professional at the same time.
And you go to some incredible venues, such as Silverstone. Anywhere else that you've not been to that you want to go to?
Love to go abroad. We'd love to do Spa again, but at the moment, again, with all the carnets and all the extra costs, we're restricting it only to the UK for now, but we will look in the future to go to Nürburgring and the Mans Classic and all those sort of things. So the future's bright for us, and I just feel we're just going to be a bit tighter on economics like every business is at the moment.
Fantastic. Claire, I interrupted you getting your lunch, so I'm going to let you go back to that. Is that okay? Thank you so much for your time.
You're very welcome, thank you.
There we go, all about Britcar. We're going to try and find some F4 representatives as well, so stick with us, enjoy your lunch too, and hopefully we'll be back very shortly. Here we are then in assembly once again. It's just about time for the Caterham Academy drivers, and we just seem to have found, who's this? Sam Parker? Sam, first of all, how was qualifying and how much are you looking forward to this race?
I'm really looking forward to it. Qualifying was quite tricky this morning because it was damp. Well, actually it's quite greasy. It's bone dry now, so I just want to get out there and get started. This waiting around bit's making me nervous.
Are you doing the interviews after this race, Sam?
I certainly am. I'll try.
Sam, we wish you absolutely the best of luck.
Thank you so much.
Right, we can't do too much because they are about to go racing any minute. So the Caterham Academy, this is for ex-academy or novice drivers. These are road legal Caterhams. All you need is your licence and you're away. So it's a very affordable, very exciting package. And if we look up the assembly area here, just a quick turn to the left, John, there are 48 Caterhams in this race, so you've got to have your wits about you. You're looking forward and you're looking back. This is the biggest grid of the weekend. Look out for the car number 7, our very own Sam Parker, racing in the Academy class. She qualified on the 6th row of the grid. She might have to even interview herself if she can get into the top 3. How good would that be? All right, I'm going to head over to Dave. Enjoy Caterham Academies.
Well, thanks very much indeed, Ewan. Yes, welcome back after the lunch break here at the home of British Motorsport here at Silverstone. 5 races to bring you on this, at the moment, sunny afternoon. We hope the conditions stay this good. And we are ready for our biggest grid of the weekend. This is going to be an absolute cracker. The Caterham Academy, 2 groups, of course, green and white. And a grid of nearly 50 cars out there. Chris Hutchinson, this is going to be an absolute belter.
It is. Look at the number of cars up on this this grid then. I'm really looking forward to this. Bruno van Dijk taking that pole position over Cal Short. This is the 2 Caterham White and Caterham Green group all grouped together. So they are fighting for different points, but they are all on the same grid. So Bruno van Dijk, Cal Short, the 2 leaders in the white and green group. So there you go. Brian Thornton and Jeremy Skelton make up row 2. James Hall, Tim Hardcastle make up row 3. Row 4 is Luciano Caruso, Nick Simpsons, Alex Coombs and Ben Snate make up row 5.
So 2 championships, we say, the green group and the white group. 2 championships combined together. All these drivers are novices. The main regulation for the Caterham Academy is you cannot have held a race licence before you buy the package and go into Caterham racing. Let's take you through the rest of the grid. I'm giving you the top 10. Row 6 is Sam Parker, our very own, in number 7, alongside number 10, Aaron Oliver. Charles Harris and Louis Darling start on row number 7. Row 8, it's David Hall and William Harris. Scott Helm and Paul Oglesby on row number 9. Paul Oglesby, the current leader of the white group point standing, so we're a bit disappointed to be down in 18th place on the grid. Alistair Mawson and Richard Haig round out the top 20. And behind them is Oliver White, number 24, not to be confused with the Formula Ford and now Porsche star of the same name. Starts alongside Dean Burden in the number 56. Row 12, Harrison Cavers, number 51, alongside Charlie Nairn in the 77. Whether Charlie Nairn is a relative of Graham Nairn, who is one of the founders of the Caterham Cars Company, we're not 100% sure. I've just been told, yes, he is the grandson of Graham Nern, son of Robert Nern, who have been involved with the Caterham company throughout its history. So Charlie Nern, the third generation to be involved, starts alongside Harrison Cavers. Just got the answer through there. Thank you very much, Kirsty Durrance. Row 13, Craig Evans and James Platt. Steve Lorriman and William Coop on row 14. Row 15, Daniel Crawley and Eduardo Pontes. And on row 16, Greg Vandergast and Jimmy White. Row 17 is Chris Buck and Steve Harris. Row 18, Chris Morling and Benoit Carney. Row 19, Alex Trimnell and Mark Stancer. Row 20, Andrew Davison and Wayne Howell. 21st row is Charles Chapman and Ivan Searle. Alistair Kinnear and Gary Fry on row 22. Row 23, Scott Darling and Zina Al-Jalili, and Chris Hicks and Oliver Plunkett round out this huge grid of 48 cars we've got out there that completed the qualifying session, lapping in just under 3 minutes. The quickest runners, Bruno van Dijk, you have to say, Chris, is proving a bit of a star so far at the top of the green group standings.
He's won both of the events that we've run. We had a sprint event at Kerbera, and we had a first ever track race for the Academy drivers at the Croft circuit not too long ago. And yeah, he has been the dominant force there. Not had it all his own way, but certainly looking sweet at the top and qualifying out front of this grid by a couple of seconds margin. I think he must have got a super toe on his fastest lap. But it was absolutely fantastic to see him going well and seeing the stories up and down the Academy. These drivers who joined the Academy cannot have held a race licence before joining this race series, so everyone's a novice, everyone's at the same level, and that's one of the delights of this Academy setup that Caterham offer. And this same Academy car goes on and use this car for the next 4 years of your racing career. Just by upgrading it at the end of each year, you can keep going up through the Roadsports, the 270s and the 310s. You can see the heat haze across the start-finish straight. They are still lining up cars. They're going to be doing that for a little while, and these drivers, after their green flag, are going to have to figure out where they line back up. Again, they're learning every single time they go out on track. They're learning a new thing. This will be the biggest grid they've ever been part of. Like I say, we normally run these two grids separately, but Silverstone is such a large track, it allows us to combine them together. So the green and white group are going to be racing on the same grid, and on your timing tower on the left as we get going, you will start seeing, in fact, as you can see scrolling along the bottom there, either green bars or white bars next to the race numbers will show you whether they're part of the green group or the white group. And we will obviously be keeping an eye on Sam Parker as well, seeing how she's getting along. Fantastic result for her at Croft, and finishing 10th. But yep, starting 7th today in class, and what a result it would be to see her right at the sharp end.
Yeah, looking at the points for the two groups, starting with the white group, Paul Oglesby is the leader of the white group. He won the sprint at Kerbera near Lichfield in Staffordshire. I live about 10 minutes from Kerbera Sprint Course, and I've still never been there. And then at Croft in North Yorkshire, he was second behind Cal Short in 97. He's on the front row here. Currently sits second in the points standings.
To add into that, he had an accident with a back marker after the checkered flag. They didn't see the checkered flag, went out very, very late, and they missed it. So he's had to have a rebuild of the front end of his car, which may be one of the reasons why he's halfway down this grid. We'll wait and see. He's certainly looking to fight back up because he is not at the sharp end at the moment.
Meanwhile, in the green group, as you mentioned, Bruno van Dijk, the man on pole for this race, has won both the sprint and his race at Croft. Second in the sprint was Alexander Coombs, and third James Hall. That's positions they echo in the points standings at the moment. James Hall was second at Croft, and Alex Coombs was third. Bruno van Dijk got the extra point for the fastest lap as well. Scott Helm sits third in the white group points. Whereabouts is Scott on the grid? There's so many drivers to scroll through. He's down on row 9 as well.
Yep, so another driver that's going to be looking to fight through. It's typically the best drivers we've seen from the opening 2 rounds at the front of the field, but yeah, there are stories to be had. But with a field this long and deep, we're going to be picking these stories out as best we can. But it's going to be a fantastic sight, no matter what, to see all these drivers in their second ever road and track race. And what a circuit to do that!
Yeah,
it's such a difference from Croft as well. Croft, tight, twisty, one of the tightest corners in UK motorsport, if not the most. And then you come to Silverstone, where the track is about 17 times as wide and 13 times as flowing. It's a dedicated, fast circuit for these Academy cars, and I can't wait to see how they get on.
I was just going to say, your second ever motor race, and it's on the home of the British Grand Prix. That really is something you can tell your grandchildren about in years to come, isn't it?
It's bucket list stuff for a lot of these drivers, right? You know, everyone goes into sees the Formula 1 racing here and all the other touring cars and everything else they've seen over the years, and to actually get to race down on this circuit and facility, especially looking such resplendent. It's really looking green after all the rain we've had over the last few days, and nice and tidy as they prepare actually to build up for the Grand Prix. So yeah, fantastic to be here. And just want to quickly say, while I can, thank you ever so much to all the marshals out there today on Father's Day. So thanks to my dad and all the other fathers out there on Father's Day, but the marshals on the bank, you know, who do this voluntarily, everyone who puts it together and allows all the drivers. So on behalf of all the drivers, thank you ever so much. We appreciate you for letting us do what we love.
Yes, we must say big up to all the dads out there today. It is Father's Day, so a very happy Father's Day to you all. I know my father was watching back in South Staffordshire earlier on. Hopefully he still is.
He'll be missing out if he's not going to watch this.
He certainly will.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see this colourful grid. One of the new things in motorsport, it's not brand new, but the colour schemes with all the wrap technology that exists now, everyone really loves to express themselves, and you can see how much of a colourful grid we have with the Academy, and it's flowing through into the other grids as well, and what a brilliant sight it is. It says you really get to stamp your personality. There's Sam Parker going through in the Cyan, the Dutch Bar Vodka sponsored race car, and if you haven't already, then go and check out YouTube and the Academy Racer series, or you can also find the links to that on caterhamcars.com. So yeah, go and watch that. Follow Sam as she goes through this season, and what a role model she gets. Jumps in and out of the car and does all the interviewing. You see, they're so busy out here today, and I can't wait to see how she gets on in this race.
Okay, the colours of the leading cars. Number 3, Bruno van Dijk on pole. His car is black. Cal Shorts is white, orange and black alongside him. Number 33, Brian Thornton, is blue and orange. Jeremy Skelton is orange and blue as well, so similarly coloured cars on row 2. Row 3, James Hall, number 46, his car's a turquoise blue. Alongside him, number 6, Tim Hardcastle, his is green and blue. Luciano Caruso, that's a proper racing driver name, isn't it, on row 4. His is in a replica of the Rothmans Williams or Rothmans Porsche colours, the white and blue with the gold piping. And number 15, Nick Sampson, alongside him is in red. Alex Coombs, already mentioned him, a front runner in the green group. He's on row 5, is a metallic blue colour. And Ben Snape completes the top 10. His is blue and green, similar colours to the number 6 of Tim Hardcastle. Last few cars pulling into line on the grid then.
Good to see Ben Snape out there. He had a bit of an accident in testing, but Caterham have done their thing, put the car back together again for him, and he's out there racing.
So this enormous grid continues to form up. I'm liking the black and pink car towards the back, number 94, Alex Trimnell.
I think that's the muck-off car, isn't it? I can't see it from
it's the bike cleaning products company, sponsors of Scott Redding in World Superbikes. He can never be seen
with a dirty car, can he, with that sponsorship on there?
So the final few rows forming up then. This will be a 20-minute race for the Caterham Academy, their big chance to race on the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit.
See the gantry getting ready, but the drivers are still trying to figure out where their points are. It's not an easy thing on this large Silverstone circuit, and with markings for bikes, for cars and for all sorts, it's really tricky to find out where you're supposed to line up. I can see some of the cars at the back trying to figure it out. They're going to get there. I think they're nearly there, but we will get this 20-minute race for them this weekend. All this build-up, and they get this one race.
Look out of the window, I can see the Rog Patke look-alike of number 52, Chris Hicks, the pink car at the back of the field. The green flag is now waved up the back. It is time for the Caterham Academy on the Silverstone Grand Prix circuits. The revs begin to rise, and our novice racers about to get underway. Here they go. Charge of the Academy Brigade down towards Copse Corner for the first time. It's Bruno van Dijk on the front of the grid, but from the inside, second on the front row, Cal Short it is who takes the lead into the first corner. Now we're going to have to keep an eye on the groups, of course, green and white. They're independent groups in the championship. We usually have a combined race at the end of the season usually here at Silverstone. It is Cal Short who has taken the early lead, the white and orange car there. Bruno van Dijk in second place, then it's side by side for third. Looks like it's the 33 of Brian Thornton who holds third place. He's gone way wide, he's gone off. Coming out of Beckett's there, Brian Thornton runs out wide. Now who's coming through into third as a result? That looks like James Hall in the 46 up into third position. Brian Thornton's gathered it up. He's down to about 6th place. There's a breakaway of about 7 or 8 cars already at the front of the field, and round the outside comes Bruno van Dijk with the green headlamps on the black car, and he surges into the lead. Good recovery by Brian Thornton there. He's keeping it on the wide line though. There's going to be a few drivers taking some interesting lines as they learn the circuit here at Silverstone, I think.
Yeah, some of them a little more testing, and a little bit of a lock up there for the second place. Just managed to avoid, but he's going to end up wide. He does keep it on the track and just recovers in front of the number 21 car there of Alex Coombs. So just about keeping it all inbounds. I see Sam Parker there, sort of deep in that top 10 at the moment, looking to see what she can do in that following pack as this stream of Caterham cars, all identical, road-going Caterham models. And as they head around, then another driver out in the gravel. He's going to be able to get it out there. They're finding the limits of this track. Don't forget, they've done testing on a relatively wet circuit over the last few days, so this is brand new to have a bone dry circuit. They're learning all the limits and figuring out what their cars do. Also, they haven't been in their car since qualifying this morning, so this is right into it and you're straight into your racing.
There is Sam Parker, the number 7, the turquoise and white car. So they battle it out through the midfield. The number 23 in the middle of that group, that's David Hall, the silver and black car. Number 14 was in there as well, the green and black of William Harris. Picking out some of the names that we can see, some of the brighter paint jobs in among this huge mass of Caterham. It's like a great shoal of fish, isn't it, making its way around?
Absolutely, and there's Hall in the middle of that group there. A little bit of wing damage there maybe on the number 27, so into the 3rd place. But Bruno is doing what Bruno's done for the last couple of races. He has broken away into a race of his own. Can he keep ahead of this chasing pack as they come to complete this first 3-mile track circuit of the Grand Prix track here at Silverstone? And as they come across the line, then we will call out the names to show Bruno, no doubt about him. He is out front as he comes through the heat haze around turn 1. Then Bruno van Dijk is in the lead ahead of Hall, then Skelton, Short, Thornton, Coombs, Darling, Caruso, Hardcastle, and then Parker. Sam Parker in that top 10 position.
The rest of them surge their way over the line. Bruno van Dijk leads by 1.5 seconds. That's quite a big margin in Caterham terms. There's number 56, that is Dean Burden. A little further back in the order, he's in 15th place. He's already gained 7 spots from his grid position, as has number 25, Lewis Darling, in the black and gold car. He's in this group somewhere. There he is, just tucked in ahead of the number 88 of Caruso in the Rothmans liveried car. A little bit out of shape there on the wide line. That's the number 8 of Ben Snape. We mentioned earlier had a bit of a shunt in testing. His car rebuilt. So they make their way out of Beckett's. Or just, as we say, finding the limits. Getting very busy towards the front of the field now as some of the drivers gain in confidence and encouraged to try 1 or 2 overtaking moves. There is the leader of the white group points, Paul Oglesby, making a move in the number 18 past the 15 car of Nick Sampson. So that's getting it out further back. You can see the cars all got novice crosses on the back, all a level playing field, but so for some it's more level than others, we might say, because Bruno van Dijk pulling away.
Yeah, and looking at the timing tower on the left, you can see the green marks and the white marks were for the different classes, and you can see that Oglesby's actually in 5th place in class, even though he's deep in sort of 12th position on this grid. And the green group at the moment got 1, 2 and 3 positions. There's a little bit of bragging rights there, I'm sure, but they are not fighting each other. So you'll often see, when they know that the car in front of them is not part of their group, they don't fight quite as hard. The drivers will all be figuring out these the lines around here in this bone dry conditions, this fantastic weather we've got today for Caterham racing. A little bit of a breeze to give them a head, a bit of a tow as well. And as they flow through then the loop and village, they are heading out. So it's the number 6 there, that's Hardcastle. Just following along from Sam Parker as they go round then. So as we continue watching those, 7th in class is Sam. Out front, Bruno doing Bruno things. And Hall and Skelton seeing what they can do, but they were battling so hard, it's hard to see them making that gap up at the moment, which is 1.5 seconds, even just after 1 lap.
Down the Wellington straight towards the left at Brooklands. Here's a nice little gaggle of 3 cars. That's the 6 and the 10 that we just saw. Tim Hardcastle and number 10 of Aaron Oliver in there. But Aaron Oliver runs out a little bit wide, coming through on the inside. I think that's the lime green machine. They didn't quite catch the number on that one. There is our very own Sam in the number 7. Bruno van Dijk has checked out. He's ahead of the number 27, which is Jeremy Skelton. Will come across the line in 2nd place in the almost Gulf Mirage look-alike car. Remember those cars from Le Mans in the 70s? Nearly 2 seconds is the gap. Lewis Darling is now up into 3rd place, number 25. He's running well. 46, James Hall in the turquoise car has gone down into 4th place. Cal Short is leading the white group. He's in 5th position. 2nd of the white group is Luciano Caruso. He's down in 8th place. And 3rd is Hardcastle the number 6. That is the number 25 of Louis Darling, the black and gold machine. I think he's now got through into second place.
So there are two darlings out there, so father and son out there, and another spectacular driver to watch out there on the track. But Lewis is definitely doing his thing. Just an Oglesby check-in. He is in 11th, so he's made up 11th in the actual race itself. That means he's up 2 places on that last lap and fighting through. He was around Sam. In fact, I think he's gone through that group and is heading his way forward. So whatever problems he had in qualifying, he certainly looks like he's going to do. You can see here clearly the green flashes on the back of the mudguards then of the drivers who are in the green group. The white group aren't carrying those, so that's, and you can see on the headlights as well there are green dots. So wherever they can put the green dots on the cars to allow them to see themselves who's in what group, that's what they're doing. But you can see them clearly on here as they head round Vale, and the cars drifting, some taking that wider line, some taking the tighter line, depending on whether they're fighting next to another driver. Van Dijk, Skelton and Darling, the top 3 then in the green group. Short, Caruso and Hardcastle are the top 3 in the white group.
This little group is headed up by the 56 of Dean Burden. He's got Ben Snape on his tail, who's dropped back a bit from his starting position, so he's getting acclimatised to the car again after his shunt a few days ago. This is the battle for second place. Cal Short having a look up the inside. He's got ahead of James Hall. That's 33 of Brian Thornton in behind them, recovering after his off on the first lap. He didn't lose too much ground. Behind him, the 21, which is Alex Coombs, currently second in the green group point standings. That's the turquoise blue number 21 there. The other turquoise car a little further ahead is James Hall, similarly liveried machine. He comes up the inside as they go 3 wide down towards Brooklands corner. They've clearly been learning from their more experienced Caterham cousins this lot, because they're racing just as hard and fast as they do. Brilliant there. Up on the curve goes James Hall. Brian Thornton gets the cutback, but it'll be on the outside for Luffield, but he doesn't care. He keeps his foot in. Doesn't quite get ahead of the number 46, and they're chasing the 97 of Cal Short, who still leads the white group.
Yeah, when you compare these cars to the other cars that we're seeing, the 270s and the 310s particularly, the suspension's much more compliant and their tyres are much bigger and just more regular road tyres, so they have a lot more sort of body roll. So you'll see the Academy car flopping over at the rear end because they don't get the rear anti-roll bars sorted until they get to Roadsport. So it's one of the changes. As we see number 27 there, Skelton losing out position to Short, I think that was, as they head up and through the Beckett's and Magasesses. There's one driver taken to the grass, I think, to avoid another car.
That's Brian Thornton again. He's being liberal with track limits, isn't he? Certainly so far in that 33 machine, trying to close in on the lead group after his mistake on the first lap. There is Cal Short. He leads the white group. It's Louis Darling in second place. 27 of Jeremy Skelton is in third. There's the number 18 car of Paul Oglesby, the lime green machine, very distinctive in this group at the back of it at the moment, trying to recoup ground and catch Cal Short to keep his points lead in the white group. He can see him ahead, just can't quite get within touching distance through this little group of other cars.
It was Cal Short that got the better of him at Croft, actually. They had a fantastic race, as I say, after the checkered flag. Actually, Oglesby had a little bit of a bump with a back marker, which means he had to repair his car for this weekend, but he can see Short up front. He is now, Oglesby is third place in class, and so he'll be looking to see whether he can make it back. He's got quite a few cars between him and Short, but nevertheless they're all green group cars, so they're a bit of a nuisance for him out there at the moment, but he's got it all to do, and he's got to figure out how he can get round. As Sam Park is still in 7th in her class, and out there just a 10th behind the driver in front. She's got a bunch of white, so she's got the opposite problem. She's got a white group car bunch in front of her. Lost a bit of her rear mudguard there, so a little bit of contact out on track.
Just over 10 minutes of this race to go for the Caterham Motorsport Academy here on the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit, and the drivers making the most of the opportunity to race on Britain's most famous motor racing venue. A couple of moves being made here into Village. That's 56 Burden under fire from the 24 of Oliver White. On the tail of them is the number 14. I think that is, yes, William Harris. Very bright green and black machine. Local man from Northampton. It's the Londoner Bruno Van Dijk still out in front. Louis Darling in second place.
This pack of cars still absolutely going for it, just behind Bruno Van Dijk. Another one using the absolute edge. He's going to lose the rear of that car. Can he hold on to it? No, he does manage to hold it. He's on the dust. He's going to lose time. Can he get back to the circuit without losing too many more places? Yes, he can. It's been an absolute adventure for Thornton all the way through this race. He probably just needs to dial it back that 5 to 10%, and he'll probably find himself going a bit further forward. But you can't blame the commitment. Remember, this is only their second ever race. Some of these drivers taking to it like a duck to water. Other drivers having to figure out how that goes. But yeah, not a dedicated lead. That lead has not grown over the last couple of laps, so it's kind of holding steady. The other drivers have sort of figured out they can't let him disappear off, but it is Van Dijk across the line ahead of Darling, and then Short is the first of the white group. Coombs is in third place in his green group. Skelton Hall, Caruso is second place, so he's still got all those green cars. We've got a car off into the gravel. That's the number 92 car then.
That's Greg van der Gast.
So that looks pretty buried there, and that looks like Luffy. Sorry,
that's the club chicane.
The Vale
I think.
Club chicane, yeah, absolutely. So they could often pull and push cars out of there, but that does look pretty buried.
Yeah, that's in up to its axle, as they say. He's gone in backwards there. We'll try and get a replay of what's happened. Yeah, just took the curb on the inside, lost the back end, and round it went. And as you instinctively plant your foot on the throttle to try to recover, but that just digs the car down into the gravel, and you're stuck. So that might lead to a safety car here as we watch Paul Oglesby. He's got the advantage over the 88 of Caruso now, who's second in the white group. That's 4nd in the white group, actually. There'll be yellow flags out there. Out comes the telehandler to try and remove the 92 car, so they might cover that with yellow flags, and the drivers will just need to take it easy through there. No overtaking at club at the moment.
Silverstone circuit is one of the circuits that do have a license to do live snatches out on track. They've got the equipment, the machinery and the marshal numbers to allow them to do that. Again, they need all the drivers to fully respect that. They'll make a judgment if they see anyone doing anything untoward into this bend, going too fast, squealing tyres, losing traction. They will back out of that decision and they'll put the safety car out. So it's up to the drivers to respect the yellow flag and the marshals out there on track. As we see then the rest of the field, it'd be great to keep this race going as well. The safety car really would interrupt it with 7 minutes to go. It's such a large lap that we would lose all that. So let's fingers crossed they can get that live snatch complete as we watch Oglesby make his continued progress forward. He's still in third place in his class, even though he has overtaken cars. He now, though, is right up behind Caruso on the track, so he's got the person he needs to start making places up just in front of him.
Behind him was Brian Thornton, making his way back up the order after his wayward moments. If there was a prize for the best entertainer in this race, he'd win it hands down, certainly.
Crowd favourite is always a good one to have, isn't it? Oh, I can see cars spinning at Brooklands out the corner of my eye. Everyone's avoiding them so far. Just out the corner of my eye, I can see cars sideways and backwards, but they are now facing forward again.
I think one of those might have been Jeremy Skelton, the number 27, who was in the top 5.
Certainly the lead group that those cars were spinning, so it looks like everyone's picked up. You can see the smoke of the tyres hanging in the air, but Van Dijk is still crossed the line in front. Darling has gone through. Short, Skelton, Coombs have gone through.
Skelton is there, he's okay.
Yep, and Oglesby, in fact, there's number 32 also off the track. And that looks like at the exit of the Woodcote, maybe.
No, that's coming out of club again onto the Sir Lewis Hamilton straight. It's the other pit straight. It's Ivan Searle, the number 32, has gone axle deep into the gravel this time.
That's where we saw a car buried yesterday as well, wasn't it?
Stephen Trinder.
Stephen Trinder, yeah, looking very similar. You couldn't get the car out, but hopefully the marshal will be able to push those cars. But Van Dijk, Darling is still the front two. The front two is still green group, and there's still 3.6 seconds now between those two. Then we've got Cal Short, leader in the white group, ahead of Skelton and Coombs, are also green group, and then Oglesby has now got cars between him. In fact, he's got ahead of Caruso, so Oglesby moves up to second place in the white group then, only 4 tenths back, but he's got a couple of cars before he can get on the tail off Short. Can he do it with only 5 minutes to go? Let's wait and see.
Side by side, incidentally, was James Hall, number 46, the car that spun at Brooklands. He's lost 11 places as a result of that drop down out of the top 15 as this fight goes on towards the front of the field between Darling and Short for second place. It's still Bruno Van Dijk dominating proceedings out in front, over 3.5 seconds clear now. Lewis Darling holding that second place in the 25, chased hard by white group leader Cal Short. He won't bother too much about catching the overall race leader because he is leading his group, but there's yellow flags out at the Exeter Club, of course, with that car stuck on the very edge of the track there.
You can see the cars giving a nice margin there. Again, it gives the marshals a little bit more confidence that they've seen them, they're going to deal with them. The only problem with this position on track is that they're going to see whether they've got a gap to push him out, but unfortunately I don't know whether they're going to be able to get away with this without a safety car.
Well, there's only 5 minutes left on the clock, just under, so we hope the race can continue as Jeremy Skelton now putting the 97 of Cal Short under pressure. Has a look up the inside as they go through the loop. They are side by side through there. Cal Short just about holding it around the outside there. Will just about keep the lead, or keep that third position, leading that battle ahead of Jeremy Skelton, with Alex Coombs, the 21, into the top 5 now.
They'll be both fully aware that that battle doesn't mean anything for the actual results and points, and therefore they will be acting with caution. Skelton heading down the inside there of That's a 97 of Short. So again, this battle is not for points out on track. They are different groups, yet you've got to get past these cars to go. And in fact, Short's seeing that Oglesby is looming bigger in his wing mirrors each time, so he's going to be looking to get ahead and get another car in between him and the resurgent Oglesby. He's come deep in the field all the way up to second place in class, which is sixth place out on track at the moment.
Here comes Oglesby on the inside, attacking Jeremy Skelton. Alex Coombs has already gone through, so Skelton loses a couple of places there. They come round to start their 7th lap with just over 3.5 minutes to go. No safety car for that incident on the exit of Clough, so hopefully the marshals have got Ivan Searle's car moved out of the way. But here is our leader, Bruno van Dijk. He's certainly a star in the making in Caterham Racing. Leads overall, leads the green group. Nearly 4 seconds clear now. Louis Darling in second place, the number 25, the black and gold machine, just ahead of Cal Short, the leader of the white group. It's Coombs, Skelton, Oglesby. Caruso is on the back of this group somewhere as well.
See the rest of the field all coming through then. Little packs everywhere, just as you get in all Caterham action. You can see Sam Parker's in this group that's in the middle of our screen now, as they head down towards us. She's still in a 7th place, in fact 6th place in her class, so she has made up another place in that last lap. She is fighting with Thornton, Hall, Oliver, Cavers and Burden, and Hall's not in her class at the moment, and there's fingers crossed in the last 2.5 minutes she can keep that progress going. 6th place in her class at the moment. As they're coming down then into Vale, see some of the drivers using a more cautious line than others. Number 6 there's Cardcastle, 4th in his white group currently as he heads out, and he's got the number 88 of Caruso right on his tail. In fact, so he has made up that place. I think I saw another green flag, so the yellow flag is still out for that car. See, the live snatch has moved it away from the edge of the track. Great stuff, great news.
Yeah, it's excellent work by the marshals and the recovery team with the telehandler there to get Ivan Searle's car moved out of the way, the man from Suffolk. There's a move from Paul Oglesby up the inside there, trying to take Jeremy Skelton for P5. He's going after Cal Short to try and take another win in the white group. Was beaten by Cal Short in his first ever circuit race at Croft, as Brian Thornton runs wide again coming through Village there. He's certainly flamboyant, isn't he?
Adventures galore, yes, and you can see that at the Croft there are an awful lot more adventures, let's put it kindly that way, and they've all calmed it down nicely for Silverstone. Obviously, if you lose the rear end of the car around Silverstone, you just lose time hand over fist. So they've all learned how to get that under control as these battle packs come into Brooklands nose to tail. 1 minute 30 on the clock, so this will be starting their very last lap of their single race for both these groups. Can they make any places up in these last 3 miles of this circuit? And it looks like it at the moment, seeing as it's changing every lap. Can Oglesby make it up to Short? That thing I doubt, although he has made that one place up. He's only got one green group car between him and Kyle Short. They had a fantastic battle at Croft. Can they make it a grandstand finish here at Silverstone?
Well, Bruno van Dijk is heading for 3 out of 3 in the green group. He's nearly 5 seconds up now at the front of the field. This is the battle for second. They're side by side into the Beckett's complex. Darling holds the place at the moment ahead of Cal Short. You said Short doesn't need to get ahead. He's leading his group. They're separate points charts.
But he sees Oglesby.
It's Oglesby, yes, he knows he's coming through behind him. It's Alex Coombs in 4th place at the line. Now, is he still there, the turquoise number 21? Yes, he is. There's Oglesby, the bright green car, just ahead of Jeremy Skelton. And this half dozen have pulled some 5.5 seconds clear now of Caruso and Hardcastle just behind them. Then it's the battle between David Hall, Scotsman, and the number 33 of the ever flamboyant Brian Thornton. Again, all these drivers putting on a great display. They really have enjoyed this.
It has been fantastic to watch them, and really got that under, looks like a great race considering this is only their second ever time. But again, these battles that we're watching, they're not for actual position. They're out there now figuring out how do I move forward, and sometimes they don't even know necessarily that it's not the battle they want. But you can see all the number plates on these cars as well. Don't have to be road legal number plates, but they must run number plates. These are fully road legal cars. If you're interested in the academy, you see the racing out here and you want to be part of it, go to caterhamcars.com and see how you can become one of the next 1,300 racers that we've already made into race drivers, as they come then to complete the second half of this lap. And it's still Bruno very comfortably out in front, he will have completed 8 laps by the end, and he's currently 4.5 seconds ahead. Very controlled for him as well, hasn't it? It's been a very expert race.
Certainly has, yes. He is a star in the making in Caterham Racing. Comes out of the loop through Aintree and into the Wellington Straights for the final time. He's well clear of the battling pair of Louis Darling and Cal Short. Looks like Cal's going to take the win in the white group. He may be just behind Paul Oglesby, still in the points though, with Paul still second in that group. We'll have to pick up who gets the fastest lap. At the moment it's Oglesby as well, but our race leader, look at the lead he's got. This is going to be, I think, the biggest Caterham win we have had all weekend for Bruno van Dijk from London. Swings his way through the double right-hander at Luffield and up towards Woodcote for the last time. The checkered flag is awaiting him, and what a measured and rapid drive from him. It's going to be 3 out of 3. Well, the checkered flag is in sight. They're certainly going to talk about Bruno now, because he's going to take 3 wins out of 3. Bruno van Dijk wins the Caterham Academy here at the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit. Lewis Darling comes over in second, Cal Short in third, and he wins the white group. They were separated by 1,000th of a second over the line. They almost dead heated. Alex Coombs is fourth and third in green. Second place in the white group is Paul Oglesby, and he gets the fastest lap as well. So I would think he'll keep the points lead over Cal Short. Third in the white group is Tim Hardcastle in the number 6 car, in 7th overall behind Jeremy Skelton. Then it's Caruso in 8th, Brian Thornton in 9th place, and David Hall in 10th. Sam Parker comes over in 13th. And 7th in the green.
Just lost that one position right at the end there. You have been waiting to make that call. I knew that right the line there. But Sam just lost out that 6th place to move to 7th place. But what a result for her as well. In front of all this field. The field is so large that they are still finishing and coming across the line. But there is Sam after completing her 2nd ever race, and another 3 places higher in the results. What a great way to start your racing career. There is Bruno though, ahead of Darling, and Darling really getting that car under control compared to where he was at Croft, and fantastic to see the development, the speed of development of these academy drivers. But I'm still seeing, seemingly hundreds and hundreds of Caterhams crossing the line here in front of me. Fantastic to see them. Well done, everybody, for completing it under tricky conditions with 2 live snatches, and we've not seen that in any other group so far. So the marshals were clearly happy with what they saw as well. There is that winner, Cal Short of the white group. He is Jaws music was playing heavily in his earphones as he was watching Oglesby catch up slowly through the field, and just didn't have enough laps, Oglesby, but great result for him, and fantastic to see. So good there. There's the official result then of that race.
Yes, Bruno van Dijk it is who takes the win and wins the green group by over 6 seconds ahead of Cal Short, who is now showing as 2nd place on the line. It was a photo finish, and on corrected time, Short got it by 6,000ths of a second, so we had to wait for the timekeepers to check that one. It was a photo finish between the two. Cal Short 2nd overall, he wins the white group. Lewis Darling is 3rd, and Alex Coombs 4th, and completes the podium in the green group. Paul Oglesby 5th overall, takes 2nd in the white group. 3rd and 4th, Tim Hardcastle and Luciano Caruso. Just ahead of them was Jeremy Skelton. Brian Thornton 5th in green, then David Hall, Nick Sampson, Aaron Oliver, Sam Parker and Harrison Cavers. I'm guessing he's a relative of Carl Cavers, who owns Beluga Racing, who run Porsches for a number of years, among other things. Only a couple of retirements in that one as well. 46 of the 48 cars went the distance. Bad luck to Ivan Searle and Greg van der Gast, who ended up in gravel traps.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing Sam get back into part 5. I'm not sure whether in commentary duties anyone's ever thrown down to a driver who's just been into their actual first race or a race out there on track, but we're looking forward to maybe being able to do that if Sam can jump out and talk to us as this incredibly large field has completed their in-lap.
That's just reminded me, in the late 80s in truck racing here at Silverstone, Barry Lee was mic'd the sound during the races and shared the commentary while he was competing.
I'm not sure
only Barry could do that.
I'm not sure I would want to be mic'd up. I'm not sure it's all suitable for broadcast what comes out when I'm racing around these tracks, but fantastic to see these Caterham Academies will come in then again, and they're all looking in really good nick as well, aren't they? We saw some really sort of crash-tastic racing from the 270s yesterday, with wings flying everywhere, so fantastic to see these academies showing everyone else how it is done.
Okay, so we will shortly, yes, I can see Sam Parker's car just heading into the pit lane now, so we'll give her a minute to get her breath back, and then she can jump out and do our interviews for us.
Absolutely. But so the action we've still got out on track. We've got Formula. What have we got next? We've got the 7.310R Championship out next on track. Then we've got the ROKiT F4 British Championship, followed by our final Caterham action of the day, the 270s. And we're going to have the Britcar Trophy Championship to round out our day of racing here at Silverstone, which is greeted us with fantastic weather. You've got white fluffy clouds and just a bit of a gentle breeze. Perfect racing conditions this afternoon. Fantastic. So thanks to Silverstone and the weather gods for doing that for us. It was looking very sketchy at the beginning of this race weekend through testing. But that is the Academy completed there. They will be next out on track, Cadwell Park, on the 13th of July. So if you're up in that end area of the circuit, the country, why not come and have a look at them doing it for real? We'll be there with all of the other Caterham Championships to do it all again. And what a difference that circuit is compared to Silverstone as well.
It's more like a roller coaster than a race circuit, Cadwell Park.
Absolutely, the Nordschleife of
the Wolds.
Exactly. Yeah. So it sounds like Sam is just about getting into Parc Fermé. So we're just waiting for her to. Still waiting for her to jump out. She's going to be exhausted, I'm sure, but this is, very novel for me. I'm loving the ability to throw down to Sam after having just experienced your second ever 20-minute race. And it looked really involved, and she was having that battle right at the end and just lost out that position. But nevertheless, she's going to be full of adrenaline, I'm sure, after that.
So we'll wait to hand down to Parc Fermé. Next up it is the Motul Caterham 7 310R Championship. Okay, I think we can now hand down to driver turned interviewer Sam Parker down in Parc Fermé.
Well, that's a new one for me, having to do this after racing. But gosh, that was absolutely brilliant. Loads going on. But yeah, absolutely loved that. So I'm going to go through and speak to the guys now quickly. So we've got 2 grids to go through. Bruno.
I knew you were going to pick on me because you know I'm rubbish at this.
No, you're first. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
I mean, I didn't see it from where I was, but how did it go?
Yeah, it was all right. I made a bit of a jump on the first lap and then managed it from there.
Cool.
Yeah.
Easy as that.
Yeah. How did you get on?
I finished 7th again in my class in green group, but 13th overall. No, 12th overall, I think.
Congratulations.
So, thank you.
Thank you.
And well done to you.
Cheers.
Right, Alex. Let's go to Alex next. Alex, congratulations, 3rd place.
Cheers, mate.
What
Thanks.
a great, you made up quite a few positions there.
Yeah, I had a really good start. I was a bit nervous that I'd overshot the start, but then seemed to come right. And then I had a really good time with Jez, who I'll go and see in a minute, because I had like 4 or 5 quite close overtakes. It was really good. So, yeah, very pleased with it. I hope everyone's okay. Had a good race. What did you do?
7th still.
Nice.
So, yeah,
very
happy
cool.
with that.
What a good day.
Yeah, mega. Thank you.
Cheers,
right, I'm going to speak to Louis. Where's Louis? Louis over here. This is for the green group, and then we've got white group still to come. So we'll quickly have a word with Louis. Well done.
Not too bad.
Podium, fantastic.
Yeah, from 14th to 2nd, not bad at all.
Really good. I saw you coming up the inside of me and I thought, oh, here he comes.
If I gave you a bit of space, I'll let you go.
No, that was wicked.
Yeah.
Enjoy it though.
Lovely fun it was. Good fun. Good fun.
Well done. Right, we'll have a quick word with the top 3 from the white group. And Paul, congratulations. Another podium position for you. You must be happy with that.
Yeah, really happy. Yeah, started 17th after a terrible qualifying. So really happy to come through to 5th or 3rd in my group. Had to absolutely go for it. Completely screwed up quali. And I knew with Cal up in 2nd that I just needed to, be fairly aggressive and take every opportunity. So yeah, very happy with that.
Excellent. Well done. Congratulations. I'll have a word with Tim in a second, who has got 3rd place, and then we need Cal as well, but I don't know where Cal's disappeared to. So I'll try and grab a quick word with Cal, but oh gosh, that was so hot. So hot in that car. Did you find it hot? Towards the end?
When we were going out, I'm like, this is way too hot.
Yeah.
I felt my seat was better. It was like a heated seat in my road car. But, yeah. Once we group went,
go round.
Go.
You don't think about it, do you?
No. Just survival.
It is survival, yeah, brilliant.
You did well, by the way.
I did well. I'm 7th in my group, so yeah, I'm well happy with that. Tim, congratulations.
You're still talking to me because the move I made on you was slightly not so great, was it? Thank you, Sam. I'm really pleased to be here. I think everyone's done amazingly well.
Yeah.
And I was just saying earlier, what an iconic environment that we're in. The track is amazing. Couldn't be happy to be here. Scrambled the podium. Paul, I think, driver of the day, did amazingly well. But we've all done brilliantly. No red flags. I think we gave ourselves a good result for the day for all of us. So thanks for the interview and thank you. Your racing was great, by the way.
Thank you. Thank you. Right, I'll tell you what. We'll. I can't find Cal, so there's another race about to start, so we'll hand back to David.
Well, thank you, Sam, and well done. I think that turned into the other drivers interviewing Sam, asking how she got on, didn't it?
Yeah, they were brilliant. I mean, everyone, again, at the Academy, everyone's going through this process together. They really are genuinely interested and love it. But going from one end of the grid to the other, we've gone to the 310R Championship now.
Yep, this is their third race of the weekend, based on the results of the race we had this morning. So it's Tom Willis in pole position by a few thousandths of a second in terms of his race time alongside Taylor O'Flanagan. Second row is Hugo Bush and Lars Hoffman. Third row, David Yates alongside Harry Cook. Then on the fourth row, we've got Graham McDonald and Ben Lopez-Appleton. Row 5, Duncan Mallet and Harry Eyre. Sixth row, Mark Jones, number 2, alongside the 92 of Philip Bianchi. His car repaired after his shunt yesterday. On row 7, William Wood, number 3, and 17, Alex Vincent. The 8th row, it is 38, Jeff Price, 84, Joe Priday. Row 9, Rob Bullen, number 85, and 45, Richard McCann. Penultimate row 16, Steve Metcalf, and 68, Chris Welch. Saw him take a trip across the grass in the earlier race. And Ron Mounsey in the McDonald-sponsored number 12 car starts at the back.
Yeah, so one of the shorter grids we've got, but the quality and the racing they've put on has been absolutely to their credit. Remember, these drivers, they're probably fourth minimum season of racing, but many of them have raced many more seasons than that, all in Caterhams. Like I say, they can very used to driving this machinery. But it's the 310R machine, we sort of mentioned it earlier on, but they've got, compared to the 270s, which is the class below them, they have a boost in power. So they have 155 horsepower as opposed to 130 odd, so a little bit more power under their right foot. They've got a limited slip differential as well to play with, which allows them to play with a bit of a power oversteer, which is really turns this race car into such a fantastic machine. The rest of the car is relatively the same. In fact, from the outside you can't tell any difference between 270R, but you can certainly feel it when you are driving around. And another, about second and a half to 2 seconds per lap round Silverstone perhaps is the kind of difference between those, as it is up through most of the championships that we run. And it's great to see all the championship, bar the 7 championship UKs, who they were racing with the British GT a few weekends ago, and they will be next out on track on the 22nd, 23rd of June at Alton Park, racing with the BTCC crew. So if you want to go and have a look at the top flight of Caterham Motorsport, the 7 championship UK, they're going to be next out on track 22nd to 23rd of June, so not too long away. Next weekend, in fact, at Alton Park, as we watch these 310s then round Brooklands, and coming up to a line-up then for their third of their 3 races. Final 20 minutes of action for the 310R drivers.
Okay, it will be Tom Willis, the silver and black car, that will take pole position in this 20-minute race alongside the yellow car of Taylor O'Flanagan. Hugo Bush is in grey and day-glow orange. Lars Alexander Hoffman in red and white. Harry Cook's car is black and gold. David Yates in blue and white. Now, David Yates, I know he's desperate for a victory. He's been trying for years to try and win a 310R race.
I remember pipping him at Thruxton back in 2018, and unfortunately that was his best chance yet. I think he has been fully involved in the front end battle now for the past, I'd say, 3 seasons, where he really does get involved, and he definitely, as one of the drivers, if you want to, you really want to see a success story and a happy story, if you get David Yates that victory.
Not to be confused with the driver of the same name who raced in Group N saloons in the late 80s and 90s in a Sierra Cosworth.
Well, unless he wasn't supposed to join the Academy in 2013, I hope it's not the same
No,
one.
it's not, don't worry.
We can see these grid then forming up nice and quickly. The marshals clearing away. Thank you ever so much to all our marshals. But it will be to the gantry that the drivers will next look to get their 5-second board before the lights then come on, and off we'll go for the 20-minute race for these 310Rs.
Now, Tom Willis, Taylor O'Flanagan, Hugo Bush and Lars Hoffman have been separated by the proverbial piece of string all weekend, all four of them. You can see all four of them lined up there.
All season long.
All season, yes, so far, including those incredible races on the home of the Dutch Grand Prix at Zandvoort. 20 minutes this race then for the Motul Caterham 7 310R Championship. Their third race of the weekend gets underway and down towards the first corner at Copse. It's a decent start by Taylor O'Flanagan, but around the outside Tom Willis has just got his nose in front as they head through the first corner. All the way clean, number 12 there towards the back of the field. That's Ron Mounsey, has made a decent getaway, has beaten Steve Metcalf away in the light blue car there at the back, who's going to be leading as they go into Beckett's for the first time.
So many famous shots around the Silverstone circuit, the heat haze there. You can see the temperature rising then as they head into Beckett's, and looking for them as they approach and exit out onto Hanger Straight. This another famous shot. You can see all the Formula 1 cars doing this. Now it's all the time for the 310Rs as we've got Lars Hoffman making good moves up on the outside of the track there. Willis down the middle. Hugo Bush going to the inside, and that leaves Taylor Flanagan in the middle. Cook looking to see what he can do, and I think it's going to be Willis all the way around the outside of all of them. There's Graham McDonald hanging a Cook trying to squeeze Cook onto the inside, but it was all the way around the outside there, and he's going to be tucking up the inside of Vale this time. Tom Willis in the aluminium coloured car. He's ahead of the Motul sponsored Lars Hoffman. Hugo Bush looking to see what he can do, but it was Taylor O'Flanagan, the yellow Carbon Creative sponsored car there, who is going to be able to get in front of him as they flow around Club then up the Lewis Hamilton straight for the first time.
That's the first time I've ever seen four different cars and drivers lead a race in a single straight there as they went four wide. Now who's leading as they come towards Abbey for the first time? It's Willis who's got the lead, Hoffman in second, O'Flanagan is in third position. Hugo Bush might have dropped to fifth there. Yes, I think Harry Cook has come through into fourth place. Hoffman will try and swing for the lead as they go into the right-hander at Village. Doesn't quite get it. There's McDonald ahead of Yates. They've got Duncan Mallet, number 4, in behind them, I think. It's a solid scrub of cars. David Yates a little slow off the corner there. Graham McDonald gets around the outside of him. Ben Lopez Appleton is the man behind them. Then it's Duncan Mallet. Now, what's going to happen as they go into Brooklands just for the first lap? This is not going to be for the faint of heart. Here they come down the straight. Lars Hoffman dodges between Tom Willis and Taylor O'Flanagan. Bush up the outside of Harry Cook, just about gets the brakes on in time. The five of them go together towards Luffield. Bush will have the inside, but there isn't quite room, is there, on the inside? Oh, yes, there is. On the inside of Harry Cook. Graham McDonald trying to go with them as they come through to complete lap number 1. It is side by side at the front of the field between Tom Willis and Lars Hoffman. Tom Willis runs a bit wide there. Hoffman will... No, he won't have the lead. Tom Willis manages to keep his foot in and hold it together. Here comes Harry Cook on the inside.
Yeah, remember at this stage in the race, it's all about just making sure your car is in about the right place and not losing out any gaps in time. You can see that nearly the whole field is nose to tail, but it'll quickly happen with a bit of battling. So I can see a car out at Brooklands stuck, and Marshals are trying to move out the way, but it is stuck in the middle of the Luffield right-hander. Hopefully the Marshals will be able to get rid of that.
It's Ben Lopez Appleton, number 5,
and
who has gone around.
Having trouble moving it must mean that his wheels or something's collapsed on it, so maybe he's made contact as he's gone through that right-hander, and it does mean that he's going to be struggling, and whether we have to have a safety car, which I think they probably will have to do, so let's keep an eye out for that, because at the moment it's right in the middle of the circuit.
He may have made contact with Jeff Price, the 38, because he's come into the pits. Yes, safety car is going to be deployed. Oh yes, quite a lot of damage to the right front of Ben Lopez Appleton's car. Now we'll try and see what's happened there. He was in the second group behind the leaders, lower reaches of the top 10. That's his work done for the weekend. Sadly, the number 5 it's going to be a long journey back to Yorkshire for him.
Yeah, you can see fluid on the track as well, so it's going to be slippy. Even you can see that sort of trailing off from the front of the car where the radiator is. So it's looks like either that car or the other one has got radiator fluid onto the floor. And yeah, that will be slippy there as well, so they'll have to do a bit of drying out. But as soon as they can get a flatbed, you can see the Marshals trying to push that car desperately. In fact, they are getting it to move a little bit, so with a bit more manpower, they're going to get it onto the grass at least, so that'll stop him from being in the middle of the track exposed there. But yeah, we have got the safety car for the first time today, I think it is. So yeah, good job by everyone there. We certainly covered a bit few under yellow flags today. You can see the Marshals doing a great job. Thank you ever so much to everybody out there. As been watching them, but he is onto the grass, so in a position of safety. And the idea of the safety car is to bunch everyone up, so the safety car will be out on circuit, and the rest of this field will be kind of close up, nose to tail, and that gives the marshals enough time for them to be able to do this kind of manoeuvring in positions of safety, and knowing that when the snake of cars go past, but they are still calling for a flatbed or a tow to move that car further. It's not too far to the pit entrance, so there's a good chance we can get this back up and running pretty quickly, as I see the lead group then going through.
Yes, the pickup truck is on its way over. I can just see out of the commentary box window over at Luffield. That's going to tow Ben Lopez Appleton, the man from York, back into the pit lane. Safety car will pick up the leaders as they come round. It's Tom Willis with the lead. Will establish the rest of the order as they go across the timing line.
Good job drivers as well. They haven't had the safety car on this lap, but they've done exactly what they should do, which is bunch up, go nose to tail, and go at reduced speed, but you know, not too slow, so we don't lose too much time. But they will now pick up the actual safety car, who will do that job for them. But great job by the experienced drivers. It's Lars Hoffman who was in front when that safety light board went out, according to the decision of the drivers out there, and they are all now nose to tail. They cannot go in a safety car alongside each other. It is now it's a new rule in for this year, but you must follow nose to tail. You cannot overlap the car in front until you go over the green control line, and the racing can then continue. You can see the tow car is ready to drag the number 5 here, so you will have a bit of a scraped nose cone by the time he gets back to the pits, but the pits is just sort of diametrically behind that tow car, you can see, so not too far to move it out of the way, number 5. But it's not the way that Ben would wanted to finish his race weekend, and a sad way for any driver to not get to the finish line. And but hopefully we can get this car into the pit lane, and then we can get this race up and running again.
Just over 13.5 minutes of this Motorsport Caterham 737R Championship race to go. Safety car has picked up Lars Hoffman. He's ahead of Willis, O'Flanagan, Cook up into 4th place. So the big 4, if you like, have been broken up at the front by Harry Cook, who's had a slightly quieter weekend by his usual standards. Graham McDonald in 6th, ahead of David Yates, the 2 blue machines. Then we've got Duncan Mallet, Harry Eyre and Mark Jones rounding out the top 10. Alex Vincent is on the move further back as well. He gained a couple of places on that last lap. He's up into P14 further back. We've lost Jeff Price, as we mentioned, into the pits, so whether he had some contact with Ben Lopez Appleton,
situations
we didn't see, but I would imagine that was the case.
Yeah, Harry Cook's had a first and a second, so he's had 3 podiums this season, and you've seen him take that step forward. He's got a brand new livery this year, and it's certainly given him a fresh pair of fresh speed injection out there. As you can see, they're still trying to work out what they want to do with this car, but yeah, it's good to see him up there. But like you say, just a little tiny bit further back than he want to be, just in that 5th place, but absolutely in the battle that he needs to be. And after yesterday, yeah, I'm sure he's going to be pleased to be up in that battle. Patiently waiting in that driver's seat just to see what they want to do and how they want to deal with it. It does look like we might have to go onto a second safety car lap, doesn't it, at the moment? Yes. I think they're going to be back with them before we get a chance.
Yeah, they've tied the tow rope to the roll cage, and they're going to guide the car away there, 2 of the marshals. Making sure it doesn't dig into the grass.
There's a safety barrier, isn't there, halfway through that piece of grass? I wonder whether they'll aim for that, just as to put him behind there as a position of safety. I think that might be what they're aiming for, rather than all the way down the pit lane. But let's wait and see where they end up. And if they are relatively quick, we might get it. The lights of the safety car go out on the Wellington Straight, so that's the last opportunity to show everybody in the field that the lights are out. So I wonder whether the safety car has been going slowly to try and hold back and allow this race to go. But you can see the safety barrier that they are behind that, and I haven't seen them approach into Brooklands yet, so maybe we will get under racing conditions again as they come through Brooklands and the Luffield complex this time.
We haven't had notification yet from race control whether the safety car will go in on this lap or not.
It'll be a late call, won't it? Because they will have been waiting to see that, because they've done what they wanted to do. Both the cars are now in a position where they're happy that they're out of the firing line, and yeah, still not a period in Brooklands just yet. So yeah, here comes the safety car. Are the lights out? The lights look like they're out. I can't see them flashing.
Well,
Can you, Dave?
He's pulled away the safety car, so that's normally a sign that we're about to go again. So I think we're getting ready to go racing again this lap.
Great stuff by the marshals.
About 10.5 minutes left on the clock. Yes, you can see the safety car is pulled away, and is heading for the pits. Great work there by the marshals and the recovery teams here at Silverstone. Well done to all of them. And we are ready to go racing once again with Lars Hoffmann, the number 70, the Motul car, in the lead. Revs beginning to rise as they head up towards the timing line. And we're racing once again here at Silverstone. 10.5 minutes of this race still to go. Tom Willis moves to the inside of Lars Hoffmann. We'll try and get the slipstream as they move down towards Copse Corner. Harry Cook darts out as well, so does Graham McDonald. But I don't think there's any change in the order as they head into Copse Corner. 92 Philip Bianchi continuing his recovery after that crash in yesterday's race with Freddie Chiddix, which spelled the end of his weekend with chassis damage. Tom Willis up the inside. He has taken the lead as they go into the Maggots and Beckett's complex. Taylor O'Flanagan is shadowing them in the yellow car behind. Then in fourth position it's Harry Cook. Fifth is Hugo Bush. David Yates has got ahead of Graham McDonald into sixth. It's a sixth. It's a 7-car breakaway, followed by another 3, and then comes the peloton as they head out towards the hangar straight on the first lap of this restart.
Yeah, a couple of the drivers there missing out on the restart a little bit. You can see the gaps have already opened up, but that could be because someone's tried to overtake them. Duncan Mallett trying to get across the group to the front. Hugo Bush right on the edge of the track on the outside, and there's Cook on the inside, so they're absolutely opposite sides of the track. It works out for Cook. He's moved to the lead, but I think he's washed out a little bit wide. That might give Lars a little chance up the inside again as they go into the Vale, as they just disappear over the crest. Here comes Taylor O'Flanagan, though, fighting with Lars to get to the lead. One thing, every time we give the order, it's just not going to last for more than a couple of laps, but you can see that they are really jinking, and it's coming into the second half of this race. David gets pushed out wide by Hugo Bush there. There's not really a lot of room for 2 cars through, but they managed to thread the needle with Graham McDonald also fighting back, and it is Duncan Mallett nearly across that gap to that lead group already.
That was unbelievable. They came into Stowe, it was Willis leading and Harry Cook in 5th, and by the time they got into Stowe Corner it was vice versa. I've never seen that before. 1st to 5th and 5th to 1st in the same manoeuvre. Now Hoffmann's got the lead from Taylor O'Flanagan. It's Cook in 3rd, Willis back round the outside of Hugo Bush. Then we've got McDonald and Yates trying to hold off Duncan Mallett. There's more cars stacking up behind. That's Harry Eyre with the yellow nose, I think number 55 in there as well.
Mark Jones up there as well, so he's
yes,
having
he rounds
a
up
good
the top 10. I'm just trying to work out if it was 10th.
Yeah, great result for him if he can stay up there. And Bianchi's the next up behind them, looking to see what he can do with that lead group battle. But we've got Aaron on the outside for Taylor O'Flanagan. Hoffmann, nothing he can do. Is Cook going to be able to go around the outside as well as they swing it through Brooklands? It looks like they are going to manage it. See all the cars on the absolute raggedy edge. It's a tricky corner to balance all the grip and control of the tyres, and you've still got to get braking done as well. So somehow they all managed to do it whilst going 3 wide, as Cook then finds himself in that 3rd place. Taylor O'Flanagan leads across the line this time through then, but it looks like Hoffmann might be going for the lead as they come into Copse for the for the next time.
Less than a second covering the first 7 as they went over the line there. Fastest lap going to the man in 8th place, Duncan Mallett, with a 2:27.706, but never mind that because they're still at it as they head up towards the Beckett's complex this time. Taylor O'Flanagan with his nose in front of Harry Cook in the black and gold car. Hoffmann 3rd, then it's Bush. And who's there in 5th position? That's Tom Willis, the silver and black machine, trying to fight back. He led a couple of laps ago. Donald is in 6th place, then Yates, Mallett, Eyre in 9th, Jones in 10th. It's a 10-car battle at the front of the field now for the lead of this incredible Caterham 310R race, sponsored by Motul Motor Oils. What's going to happen as they come down in towards Stowe? Moving wide is Harry Cook, moving wider is Hugo Bush. Cook's going to take the lead, Bush around the outside. O'Flanagan's course on the inside line. Hoffmann won't get round there. Graham McDonald having a go up the inside, the former boss of Caterham Cars, having a good attack there on the inside through Stowe. What's going to happen into Club? I think Harry Cook is just about going to hold it. And Tom Willis had a brave dive up the inside but thought better of it. There was nearly contact there with Taylor O'Flanagan, and somehow they're still in the same order as they come out of the complex.
It's almost like it's almost not worth it, but it absolutely is. It's brilliant to watch 2 by 2 by 2 by 2 by 2 as they make this 10-car grid into a clump that's only using about 12 metres squared of this Silverstone circuit. They've got acres of tarmac, but they're all on the same piece. Just seeing some of the rear of the field now disassociate or detaching themselves again as they lose, maybe have made a mistake and lose some of that toe. But you can see this again, this 310R grid, and whilst they're a bit lower numbers this weekend compared to the other grids that we've got here, the quality of this field is immense, and a lot of those 270R drivers I'm sure will be looking to the 310 next year, and how that's going to be even better when we've got a grid of 40 of these cars. And yeah, so David Yates there still fighting with Duncan Mallett. It does look like McDonald, we saw his sort of challenge deplete as the race went on last time out, but he's still firmly there just behind this lead group. But again, it is that consistent lead group, isn't it, of those 5 cars. So Flanagan, Hoffman, Cook, Bush and Willis have been firmly part of that lead group battle throughout the whole of this weekend.
Who's coming out of this with the lead then? Looks like it is Hugo Bush that is now into the lead ahead of Harry Cook. A clump, is that a technical term?
I think it is now, isn't it? A clump of,
I like
the collective term for a Caterham, yeah.
A clump of Caterhams heads over the start-finish line here at the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit. It is Harry Cook who has now gone to the front. He slips straight past Hugo Bush. It's Taylor O'Flanagan on the inside as well. Tucked in behind them is Lars Hoffman. It's Willis 5th, McDonald going with them. These 6 trying to break away from David Yates, Duncan Mallett, Harry Eyre and Mark Jones behind them. Look at this, Taylor O'Flanagan's been swallowed up on the run into Beckett's. Oh, that was close. I think it's Harry Cook that's still just about got the lead there. Willis has come from nowhere into second place once again. He always produces the most unexpected move, doesn't he, Tom Willis?
He seems to make the move quite consistent as well, as in he drops maybe back to 5th or 6th, but then is able to just pop up into that lead somehow. He must be just managing that toe extremely well, but you can see again that front group of 5 have absolutely been joined by the other group of 5 to make this a front group of 10 as they go 3 wide once more into Stowe. Just getting very used to seeing that as well, but it takes enormous trust, skill and control to be able to do that, and they're doing it lap after lap, so let's keep that going, everybody out there. It's fantastic to watch this. The great, they've been driving a little bit of a lock-up from Lars Hoffman as he goes in there, but he had it all under control, met the apex, no harm, no foul. Tom Willis still nose to tail with him, and then it's Harry Cook behind. Again, can he get that podium that he wants out of Silverstone? But Hugo Bush certainly wants to make it 3 podiums here, as well as David Yates. Remember that good news story? If we can get him to the front of this race, can 7th place be first? 4 minutes to find out.
I reckon about 10th or 11th place could be first by the end of this race. Philip Bianchi's on the back of this group as well. Now he's come through. Yes, the top 11 cars at the end of the last lap were covered by 2.3 seconds. And there's not much more between them now as they head up towards the loop. David Yates, who's lost a wing, goes for the inside into the loop, attacking Hugo Bush. Taylor O'Flanagan's been shuffled back a bit in the number 11, but the way Lars Hoffman cut his way into the lead there, coming down into Stowe, he sliced across the front of Hugo Bush and Taylor O'Flanagan. He really does mean business here, the German, coming down towards Brooklands, and talking of slicing across, that's what Harry Cook was doing there, but Lars Hoffman's covering the inside line. It's Willis and Cook side by side, Bush and O'Flanagan side by side. Bit of a lock-up from Graham McDonald as he chases David Yates. And what's the order going to be? Well, by the time they get out of Luffield, it's hard to tell.
Well, at the moment it is Lars Hoffman out front, and you have to have perfect understanding of the width and length of your car in order to be able to do that kind of dicing. So as we come into the final 3 minutes, this is going to be the penultimate lap, isn't it, as they head around. Willis on the outside has he sort of seems to have the straight line speed advantage maybe over Lars. A bit of a lock up again as they head into, wonder whether that's Lars with a bit of a flat spot on his cut of tyres, and is certainly locked up a couple of times whilst he's been on our screen. But it is Willis and Hoffman. Cook next up in 3rd place, Bush still thereabouts. Hoffman takes that lead again, quick into this Maggots Beckett's, but he compromises his line, but he knows that even if he's compromised his line, no one else has got an opportunity to get past him until that hanger straight. So he is managing the situation. Bush and Taylor O'Flanagan right there. Yates in that 6th place. McDonald just moved back by David Yates on that last lap, but Mallett is not far behind. You can see him in the sort of turquoisey green and dark green car as they do the rattlesnake on the way down. You can do that weaving right up until someone pulls alongside you, so it will calm down and they fan out into the Stowe for this time. Hugo Bush,
Hugo Bush through the middle, that's brilliant.
Nothing between these cars, absolutely threading the needle. Hugo Bush on the inside. That does mean he's on the outside though for Vale, so he will lose that position once more, but he's in the right position for the next 1 minute and a half. So I guess they're going to come around to complete their penultimate lap of this 310R. Breathless racing.
Breathless commentary as well from Chris there. This is incredible stuff. David Yates tries to move around the outside of Taylor O'Flanagan. It's Willis that has it at the moment ahead of Hoffman and Bush. They're trying to make the break up the Sir Lewis Hamilton Straight. Still a gaggle of 11 cars as they head into Abbey. It's Tom Willis trying to make a break ahead of Lars Hoffman. They were separated by 0.05 of a second as they crossed the timing line last time through. It could be even closer than that on the finish line. Taylor O'Flanagan up the inside, side by side with David Yates. They teaming up to attack the number 9 of Harry Cook now. Duncan Mallett is on their tails. He's got ahead of Graham McDonald into the top 7 now. It's just over a minute left on the clock, so it will be last lap this time through. They charge down the Wellington Straights. Now who's going to make the move into Brooklands? What moves are going to be made this time through? Tom Willis has the lead. It's going to be 3 wide, and David Yates gets squeezed out there by O'Flanagan and Cook. Graham McDonald gives it the big handful around the outside. He's sideways, drops back into the clutches of Mark Jones. That's Graham McDonald's chance of victory gone. He bounces over the curbs on the inside, nearly bounces into the side of I thought we were going to see that might be what's happened with Jeff Price and Ben Lopez Appleton. I think he went over the curb and into the side of him. We didn't see it, but anyway, back with the leaders who start their final lap. It is Tom Willis with the lead by 0.3 of a second now. Here comes Hugo Bush. Here comes Lars Hoffman. Here comes Harry Cook. Tom Willis looking for win number 2 this weekend, as is Taylor O'Flanagan. Or are we going to see 3 different winners? Lars Hoffman certainly looks determined here.
It was almost like Graham McDonald had a sort of spin there that happened to accidentally follow the course that the track was on, so he didn't end up facing the wrong way. But Willis is out front then as they come into. But this is where the management comes in. This is where Hugo Bush thinks, actually, I want to let Tom go a little bit further ahead of me so I can have the nice super toe. And actually, do I want it yet? Because this is going to put me in the position too early. This is only halfway round the lap. Remember, the line is at the end of this circuit. So will Hugo Bush hold back? He certainly looks like Lars Hoffman's going to go up his inside at the moment. It means he's not going to get the toe, and Lars Hoffman chinking to side. There was no room for Lars. He bullied his way out there. Can tell it is the last lap. Hugo Bush slams it down the inside of him, said, anything you can do, I can do better, mate. And maybe he will give him that shoulder barge as well, saying it's my position on track, and now he's in a better position for the end of this race. So has he done the perfect thing? Hugo Bush having to tuck to the inside though to protect that, as Willis and Hugo Bush and Lars Hoffman all tucked to the inside. Harry Cook looks down the inside. The club is going to have to ride over that curve. There's not really much room for this as they come into the second half of this lap. David Yates going around the outside of Hoffman. There was millimetres between the rear wings of those cars as they head up the Lewis Hamilton straight then for the last time.
This is absolutely unbelievable. This is the closest race certainly we've had so far this weekend. This could end up as a 3-way dead heat, the way they're going at this. And Abbey Curve for the final time then. Which order are they going to come into Village? It is Willis that still leads from Bush. Under fire is really here is Lars Hoffman. He's very aggressive around this final. David Yates desperate for a podium. Up behind him in the blue, number 15, out onto the curve there as they head into the loop. Harry Cook is tucked in behind him. They're going to start to take their positions now for the run down the Wellington Straight into Brooklands for the last time. Tom Willis is in the an enviable position of being in front. He's trying to make the break, but he knows they'll be ready to slipstream him. We don't want to be in front at this point on the last lap. Here they come. Here comes Hugo Bush. Dives to the inside. Tom Willis very late on the brakes, and big lock up there from Hoffman as well. That'll have flat spotted his tyres. David Yates up to third. Here comes Harry Cook. He'll be on the outside though for Luffield. They're coming up towards the checkered flag this time. Tom Willis, has he done enough? Hugo Bush will have one last chance to attack. David Yates trying to hold off Hoffman. I think Hoffman's going to get up the inside for P3, but it looks like it is going to be P1 for Tom Willis. They're coming up towards the line this time. The checkered flag is in sight. Over the line they come, and it's Tom Willis by 0.13 of a second. A second win of the weekend over Hugo Bush. David Yates hangs on for the podium ahead of Hugo Cook. Hoffman drops to 5th. 6th is O'Flanagan, 7th Mallet, 8th McDonald, 9th Jones, 10th there, 11th Bianchi, as quickly as that.
Fantastic, and David Yates can be delighted. He really did make up a lot of places at the end there. He positioned his car well. You could see Hugo Bush overtook, or tried to overtake going into Brooklands. He lost the rear of his car going through the right-hander of Luffield, which is why he wasn't able to overtake before. He knew he had to get on power early, but unfortunately the rear of his car just cried no, and that lost him the little bit of momentum he needed to get past, and that gave Willis another victory. Willis is really proving to be a real star of this 310R grid. Shame that he can't do every single round, but he's showing that every single round he attends, he is doing a fantastic job. So Bush does take that second place then as he went over the line, and just 1/10 between the two of them. Then David Yates taking that third place, another podium for him, but another nearly but not quite story.
So 2 wins out of 3 for Tom Willis this weekend, making up for missing the trip to the Netherlands. He beats Hugo Bush home by 0.131 of a second. Fastest lap and a third place for David Yates, who beats Harry Cook and Lars Hoffman to the line. There was 0.02 of a second between Cook and Hoffman at the line there. Taylor O'Flanagan ends up 6th ahead of Duncan Mallet. Graham McDonald with that late race moment at Brooklands drops him to 8th. Mark Jones 9th. Harry Eyre 10th. He was in a photo finish with Philip Bianchi, who's fought back after his accident yesterday. There was 0.08 of a second between those two. William Wood in 12th, then Richard McCann, Rob Bullen, then it was Alex Vincent, Joe Priday, Steve Metcalf, Chris Welch and Ron Mounsey, the final finishers, because we lost Jeff Price and Ben Lopez Appleton early on.
Fantastic action there, really enjoyed that race. Let's have a look at some of the highlights then. as we were early on. Still the same people, but all doing it in every single order you could possibly go: left, right, centre, going every single position of the track. Hugo Busch taken to the inside, moves Hoffman to the outside, but Willis flying into the lead early on. There was the contact we saw with Ben Lopez-Appleton. Great job by the marshals to get that car moved and out the way. We only lost a little bit of time to the safety car. We still had plenty of racing action to see once we'd got that car cleared away. Again, we went 5 wide. Why not into a Stowe, as the group behind also looking to see where they can thread their small. Caterham's a small car, but there was really nowhere to put it. And yeah, a little bit of aggression as we saw as the time and the clocks ticked down, as drivers really sort of decided to assert where they wanted to be on track. Hugo Busch and Hoffman again side by side, wheel to wheel, as we've seen so much. There's 5 dice formation there in the sort of Red Arrows style Caterham action. Here comes the clump then as it comes towards us. There was Hoffman saying, I absolutely going to go and move across this track, and Hugo Busch said, well, if you're going to do that, then I'm going to squeeze down the inside. There was that lock up again from Hoffman. That's maybe where he lost a bit of speed as Cook went round his outside, but as they crossed the line, it was Willis taking over from Hugo Busch, who just lost the rear of his car and wasn't able to do it. So there goes Willis in his waving to the drivers out there and all the marshals, and so sounds like Sam is getting ready. So why don't we go down and speak to Sam then in the pit lane, who can hear from all of our drivers and then see how they thought about that race, which we thought was excellent.
Okay, let's hand down to Sam down in Parc Fermé.
Gosh, that was quite hairy, wasn't it? Great to see David Yates on the podium, missing a wing, but great second win for Tom Willis this afternoon, and so he will be happy with that. I think you're happy with that one, Tom, aren't you? And yeah, quite a close call. Like it could, it could have been any of these guys really. There's always a way with Caterham racing, but we'll wait for him to get out of the car.
It's never elegant getting out of the car.
It's never elegant, no. Well done, congratulations. That was, you worked for it, didn't you? But
yeah. Again, it's always chaos out there, but fairly organised chaos today. So yeah, really happy with the result, and had a great day today. So thank you.
Second win with podium, all 3 races. So it's fantastic.
Yeah, over the moon. So yeah, good stuff.
Excellent. Well done.
Cheers.
Congratulations. We'll have a quick word with Hugo. He's just taking he's having his Ribena. We'll let him have his drink. It's a thirsty work out there, and it's very hot now, especially for these guys in the car. So congratulations, Hugo. That was it was a great race to watch from our side.
Yeah, I spent the whole of the warm down lap swearing at myself. I should have won that one, probably put myself in the perfect position coming down Wellington, and then just didn't convert it, unfortunately. But Tom's been going well all weekend, so well done to him.
But it's such a long lap, though, isn't it? For having to position yourself in the correct place.
Yeah, I think you're defending aggressively all the way up to that point to be in second, but then just didn't convert it going into Brooklands. But never mind.
Still, second place. That's brilliant. Well done.
Thank you.
And that's going to have a word with David. Oh, he's just talking to the circuit commentary, but we'll grab a word with them in a moment. But yeah, lovely to see David on the podium, and I know he'll be very happy with that one. But yeah, the weather's been fantastic today, so we've been very lucky after yesterday's heavy downpours. So I know I was very happy for this weather today. Well, this morning obviously we had greasy qualifying, but anyway, David, lovely to see you on the podium. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. I'm very pleased to be here. That was absolutely awesome. Just literally inches apart for the whole race, and we were just swapping positions. And this man particularly, we were very close sometimes, but absolutely fantastic. That's why you do it,
Exactly. I love seeing people get out of the car and seeing the smiles. It's just fantastic.
Yeah, it makes it all worthwhile. So yeah, absolutely delighted, and a great way to finish.
Excellent. Thank you. Well done.
Thank you.
Right, ROKiT F4 is up next, and then we've got one more Caterham race after that. So I'll hand back to David.
Okay, thank you very much indeed, Sam. Time for race 3 of the weekend then for the ROKiT F4 British Championship, certified by FIA. They had their second race of the weekend earlier on today. There has been an amendment to the result of that race. It's now a win for Leo Robinson ahead of Ella Lloyd and Alex Ninovic, because Ninovic, Joel Bergstrom, James Higgins and Bart Harrison were all penalised for overtaking while the safety car was out. So they've all been dropped to place, and Ella Lloyd moves up into second position. Cars are heading to the grid, so we will give you the grid for this one. This is based on qualifying yesterday. It's Reza Seaworthen on pole position in car number 4, alongside the number 7 of Deegan Fairclough. Failed to finish the earlier race, ended up in the gravel. Row 2, James Higgins and Alex Ninovic for Rodin Motorsport, the two high-tech cars on the front row. Row 3, it's another Rodin Motorsport driver, that's Jack Sherwood, hoping to complete a lap this time. He's had a disastrous weekend alongside Max Dodds. He ended up in the gravel on the first lap earlier on as well. Rowan Campbell-Pilling, a fruitless weekend so far as well. Starts on row 4 alongside Yampu Shui in the number 56 to Finsis by Argenti cars. And on the 5th row, Joel Bergstrom and our earlier winner, Leo Robinson. His first ever win in the championship, moving him up in the points a couple of spots into 9th. Ella Lloyd starts on row 6 alongside Bart Harrison. Both he and Jack Sherwood have 3-place grid penalties applied for misdemeanours earlier in the weekend. Matis Riba is on row 7 alongside Mika Abrahams. Chloe Chong and Abby Pulling on row 8. Then Kai Darinani and Martin Molnar on the 9th row. 10th row is Nina Gadaman and Zach Sculler in 3 and 23. Carrie Schreiner starts on row 11 alongside Alex Berg, and Yu Hao Fu, who also ended up out of the race after just a couple of corners of the earlier race, is at the back of the grid. Looking at the point standings after the first 2 races of the weekend, it is still Deegan Fairclough who leads the championship. His lead now cut to 26 points, with Alex Ninovic in 2nd, James Higgins in 3rd, and then it is Jack Sherwood, the 3 Rodin Motorsports cars, with Reza Seaworthen in 5th position. Leo Robinson, his first ever win in the championship, moving up into 9th in the points earlier on. Yampu Shui still leads the rookie points. Martin Molnar 2nd and Rowan Campbell-Pilling is 3rd. While Rodin Motorsports has a 13.5 point lead over High Tech in the teams championship, and they're well clear of JHR Developments in 3rd. This will be a 20-minute race for the ROKiT F4 British Championship, certified by FIA. Hopefully no repeat of the mayhem we saw at Beckett's on the first lap of race 2 of the weekend, round 14 earlier on. Well, perhaps the reverse grid concertinaing everybody up was a factor in that. The partial reverse grid being used for the second race of every weekend. So it's Reza Seaworthen on pole position, with the silver nose cone on the right of the grid alongside Deegan Fairclough, looking for win number 6 of his season. Alex Ninovic has had 2 wins so far. Highest ranked driver in the points yet to win is James Higgins, number 18. He's in 3rd on the grid here, so he's got a chance. He's waiting for Ben Lopez-Appleton's Caterham from the previous race to be recovered into the pit lane after some contact at Luffield.
After the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit, they'll be heading to...
Good to have Carrie Schreiner back in the championship this year as well, the German. Raced in F1 Academy this year with Campos Racing. Began her career in 2011 in karting. First drove in Formula 4 in the ADAC series in Germany in 2015 and 16. She's raced in British Formula 4 back in 2016 as well. She's raced GTs too in Lamborghinis, and now making her return to F4 this weekend. She's in the number 15 car for Chris Dittman Racing, the red, yellow and black livery. There she is towards the back of the field. As the back is the number 99, which is Yu Hao Fu. Razor Seaworthen took his breakthrough first victory last time out in race 3, round 12 at Thruxton. He's had a few non-scores this year as well, which have hampered his championship chances. Race wins so far this year, 5 have gone to Deegan Fairclough, 2 to Alex Nidovich and 1 each to Abby Pulling, Razor Seaworthen, Mika Abrahams, Yanpu Shui, Alex Berg and now Leo Robinson adding his name to the list of winners. So it's an all high-tech Pulsates front row, their third car of Mika Abrahams back on the 7th row. Safety car heads them round then. Once that pulls aside, the cars will move up to the grid. These drivers have come through, the majority of them karting background, some of them in the Ginetta Junior Championship, some in Junior Saloon Car and Fiesta Junior Racing. Deegan Fairclough started his career there. These cars identical. T421 chassis built by Tatus, built in Italy. So the cars coming up to the grid then. Tatus T421 chassis with Abarth engines, designed to be as equal and even as possible. Results down to the skills of these young racers. 20 minutes fun for the ROKiT F4 British Championship, certified by FIA. Single-seater stars of tomorrow. Reza Seaworthen and Deegan Fairclough in position on the front row, waiting for the red lights to come on. When they go out, we will be underway. Off they go. It is a decent start by Reza Seaworthen. He'll lead the way. There's a yellow flag further back. Somebody a little bit slow off the line there. I thought we had a car stall, but I think they have now got away. It's up towards Maggots and Beckett's the first time one of the Fortec Motorsport cars running out wide. It's Seaworthen who leads the way. Deegan Fairclough slots in second place. Looks like James Higgins in third position as they move their way through Beckett's for the first time. It's either Higgins in third or one of his Rodin teammates. It might be Alex Nidovich who's got the better getaway there and running straight on there, bouncing over the curves. That was the number 11 of Chloe Chong that made a mistake through there. She's just about held it together. It is Alex Nidovich up in the third, but here comes James Higgins down the inside. Rodin Motorsport teammates racing each other for third. Don't take each other off. The worst you can do is take out your teammates. They've held it together there though with Nidovich in third place, but it is Seaworthen who leads the way, looking for his second victory in the category. Second in as many weekends. They were in action at Thruxton last weekend. It's 2x2 there, 4x4 almost through the right-hander out of club, and there's a spin there, somebody running wide. Cloud of tyre smoke, didn't quite identify who that was. They've all held it together though. They make their way through Abbey. A lot of locking up here in the early stages. These drivers very eager indeed. This little group headed by the number 17 of Max Dodds for Virtuosi Racing. That's backed everybody else up behind. He was a little slow through there, and there's a tangle, somebody off. Now who's that that's gone off? It might be one of the Virtuosi cars. Can't quite see the number at the moment. It's the number 19 car of Matus Riba. That's the Finnish by Argenti car. They and Virtuosi running very similar liveries, and the young Slovakian has spun out there. Leaders making their way around towards the end of the opening lap. The two high-tech cars well clear of Seaworthen and Fairclough. Check the rest of the order as they head over the line this time. Safety car being brought out though, because the car stranded somewhere over on the far side of the circuit, just as we saw in the race this morning. See who that is that's gone off. One car that has made a remarkable start is Zach Scholar in the XL Motorsport car. He's gained 11 places and he's up into 9th position at the end of lap number 1. So a couple of cars have not come through. James Higgins hasn't come through. Mika Abrahams has pulled into the pits. There's Reba, he's rejoined the number 19. We've lost Higgins and we've lost Kai Daryanani. The number 8 car hasn't come through, the Fortec Motorsport driver. There's Seaworthen, our race leader, on the number 4. So we'll wait to get confirmation of where those two cars have ended up that have not come through. There's Nina Gardeman at the back of the field, the number 3. Already getting busy as they headed through the Beckett's complex for the first time. It's Chloe Chong, number 11, the car that ran out wide, then bounced over the curb on her way back in. Didn't see what happened to James Higgins. We saw what happened to Matus Reba, the Slovakian. 6 into 1 didn't go, and he was tipped into a spin, quite possibly one of his teammates there, unfortunately. He managed to get going again. See it again from the other angle. Too many cars in too small a space there. It was Yampu Shui who tapped the 19 car round into a spin. Yes, it was his teammate in the Finnish by Argenti team. Safety car heads them through Abbey. Number 18 of James Higgins. There's a car being retrieved from the gravel there in the background. I thought I saw someone spin coming through club. I think that, yeah, it's a white and red car, so that is Kai Daryanani in the colours of Fortec Motorsport. So we know where he has ended up. We didn't see what has happened to James Higgins. Whether he's gone in there as well, we couldn't see.
That looks like it's potentially one of the Fortec cars, which would tie up with it being Kai Daryanani.
Right, here's a replay. Watch the background on the right. And there is the car of Kai Daryanani going into the gravel. We saw a couple of cars run wide. Are there 2 Fortec Motorsport cars stuck in there? One of them's got stuck. The other one I think is Nina Gardeman, because she was a little way behind at the end of the first lap, so that's where she lost some time. But her teammates, the number 8 of Kai Daryanani, is stuck there in the gravel. See Nina Gardeman weaving the car there to get the grab off the tyres and out of the side pods. So that's what's happened towards the back of the field. And there is James Higgins' car being stretchered away. We didn't see what happened to him, unfortunately.
Number 19, James Higgins' car is being taken.
Looks like another lap behind our safety car. With Seaworthen in the lead ahead of Fairclough. Jack Sherwood in third, so at least he's completed a couple of laps this time. Safety car in this lap, we're told by race control. Alex Ninovic is 4th. Rounding out the top 5, we have Max Dodds having a decent run for the Virtuosi team. Then earlier winner Leo Robinson is 6th. Ella Lloyd 7th. Then Bergstrom, Sculler and Campbell Pilling rounding out the top 10. Joel Bergstrom leads the rookie class. Yampu Shui delayed by tangle with his teammate. Very vigorous weaving to keep the tyres warm. Wondering if Mika Abrahams got caught up with James Higgins because he went into the pits and rejoined. Interestingly, Nina Garderman has got the fastest lap of the race so far because, of course, she had to zip round and join the back of the queue after she went wide down at Club. Two high-tech cars, 1 and 2. Jack Sherwood in 3rd place. If memory serves me correctly, he's the son of Justin Sherwood, of former single-seater and British GT fame. Sherwood family famous for their haulage business based over in Leicestershire. Anywhere in the East Midlands, you'll see their trucks on the road. Waiting for everyone to form up again there. Mika Abrahams has been able to catch up after calling into the pits in the 3rd of the high-tech Pulse 8 cars. Safety car lights are out, so it'll be unleashing pack this time. Now, is Reza Seaworthen going to do Sebastian Vettel here and try and back the field up before putting his foot down? We saw it in the Caterhams earlier on. Yeah, the safety car's gone. He's going to try and hold the field back just a little before he gets his foot down towards Woodcote and takes off. There we go, the two high-tech cars have anticipated that superbly there. Seaworthen and Fairclough, they've already pulled clear of Jack Sherwood as they take the green flag, and we're racing once again here at Silverstone with 11 minutes of this ROKiT F4 British Championship race to go. Into Comps Corner we go then. It's Seaworthen from Fairclough, Sherwood in 3rd place, Ninovic is in 4th, then Max Dodds trying to move up on the outside there in the number 17 car, the first of the Virtuosi racing cars. Swing their way through Beckett's for the first lap of this restart. Dodds coming under fire from Leo Robinson, who's having a cracking weekend in the number 33, fresh from his first win. That'll give him a big boost in confidence. He's got Ella Lloyd up behind him. Bergstrom leads the rookie class a little bit further back, and Zach Scholars going well, the UAE-based driver in the purple and whites number 23 car there for Excel Motorsport, and he's going to make a move on the inside there to try and take Bergstrom for the lead of the rookie class. Bergstrom is a little bit crossed up on the outside, and through goes Zach Scholar to take the lead of the rookie class. Now, I'm not sure he's had a win in that division so far this year, Zach Scholar, so it could be his first. We'll check the stats. No, he has had a couple of wins. He had a win last time out at Thruxton. My apologies. As they make their way around past the wing, dreaming of sitting in that pit lane in a Formula 1 car someday, perhaps, these young racers. Seaworthen still leads. Another lock there at Village. Very easy to do through there. Joel Bergstrom on the inside now defending from the number 42 and defending vigorously from Rowan Campbell Pilling, but Pilling up the inside. Here comes Bart Harrison as well, always a very forceful young racer. And yes, Bergstrom is being pushed backwards down the order here. Great battle among the rookie category. Still Seaworthen who leads the way overall. Now Scholars moving up to maybe have a go at Ella Lloyd ahead of him in the 44 car. Big lock up there on the outside. Now who was that? That was the 42, I think, of Rowan Campbell Pilling, was it? No, it was Bergstrom, so maybe he's having some handling issues. That's Campbell Pilling, the blue and black car. So Joel Bergstrom may be having some tyre issues here, I would think, or possibly braking problems. It's under 9 minutes of this race to go, so we're past half distance in this race C for the ROKiT F4 British Championship, 35 by FAA here at Silverstone. The other car runs out wide onto the tarmac runoff area through the exit of Copse. Zach Sculler in the 23 car is absolutely flying along here. New fastest lap of the race though by Seaworthen. He's done 2 minutes 2.034. Leads Deegan Fairclough by just over half a second. There's number 3 of Nina Garderman towards the back of the field. 21 cars still running out of the 23 that started. There's the fight for third place with Alex Ninovich putting Jack Sherwood under pressure. All sorts of pressure there through the club complex. In 5th place behind them is now Leo Robinson. He's got ahead of Max Dodds up into P5. Leo Robinson, for me, has been one of the stars of this weekend in the ROKiT F4 British Championship. First win in the reverse grid race too, and he's up into the top 5 here. Then there's a gap back to Ella Lloyd in 7th place. Zach Sculler still there in 7th. Another big lock-up through the right-hander at Village. Some of the drivers right on the limit through this infield loop. Car running out a little bit wide there. In fact, several of them taking a wider line. One of the Fortec cars there trying to get the cut back. It's certainly been a spectacular race so far, this third race for the F4s. Alex Ninovich and Jack Sherwood still together. Ninovich on the wide line into Brooklands. This is allowing Robinson to close up on them as well. The silver JHR Developments car. Up over the line come the leaders once again. Another new fastest lap, 2 minutes 1.732 for Reza Seaworthen in the number 4 car, chased by Deegan Fairclough. 0.6 of a second the two teammates are apart. Ella Lloyd coming under fire from Zach Sculler, who still leads the rookie category. Leaders swing their way through Beckett's. Hard to believe some of these drivers are only 15 or 16 years of age, given the maturity and racecraft they are showing here. Some of them as young as 15. Battle is on for the lead here because Deegan Fairclough closing his teammate down now. Is he going to snatch a second win of the weekend and win number 6 of the season? Deegan Fairclough leading the championship heading into this race. He'll want as many points as possible. Third in the championship last year. Further back, third place now is Alex Ninovich down the inside. Can he make that stick? Yes, into the club chicane, but he might run wide on the exit. Jack Sherwood fights back on the inside. We clipped the curve there. I thought they were going to bang wheels going through there, and now jinking to the inside and trying to defend. I think that's Robinson trying to come through, and I think Robinson has split the two of them. That nearly ended in disaster. I thought that Sherwood and Ninovich were going to tangle up there and go into the gravel on the exit of the club complex. So Sherwood is down to 4th place. Could be down to 5th. Yes, there's the 33 of Robinson who's got ahead of him. So that means it's Ninovich up into 3rd place. Robinson 4th. Sherwood is down into 5th place, I think. Now in behind them is Max Dodds in the number 17 for Virtuosi Racing. He's closing up on them now as well. Ella Lloyd still behind them in 7th. This is all closing the midfield up as they fight each other. Two leaders about to go over the line. Seaworthen by 0.8 of a second ahead of Fairclough now. They're clear of Ninovich, who comes over in 3rd. Yes, Sherwood has dropped to 5th behind Robinson. So Ninovich is there in 3rd. It's under 5 minutes of this race still to go. There's the 48, that's Alex Berg. Been a quiet weekend for the Thruxton race winner for the Fortec team. Still 23, Zach Sculler leads the rookies ahead of 42, Rowan Campbell-Hilling and Bart Harrison in 3rd, with points leader Yampu Shui down in 4th position ahead of Bergstrom, who's now dropped back into P5. Dodds trying to go around the outside. Could Jack Sherwood lose another place here? Yes, he jinks back to the inside. He really threw the car across there. You can see Jack Sherwood's getting frustrated now. The way he flung that car across the straight, I thought he was going to throw it into the grass. That was a violent movement of the wheel there. Looking up to snap his steering. Throwing it around like a kart there, showing his karting training, Jack Sherwood. And I think he may have lost out to Max Dodds for P5. Got back up the inside at club. Has he held the place? We'll look a little further back. He has held the place. You can see he's being threatened now by this little gaggle of drivers behind. We've got Ella Lloyd, Zach Sculler, and now being threatened for the lead of the rookie classes, Zach Sculler, because Rowan Campbell pilling up the inside. He goes through at the loop, and off goes Sculler to the outside over the grass. So that's cost him a couple of places, because I think Bart Harrison for Chris Dittman Racing has got through. Well, this is certainly the most exciting race of the weekend for the ROKiT British F4 Championship, certified by FIA. You know, really on the limit of adhesion. You can see them locking up into the corners. So Rowan Campbell Pilling, I think, now leads the rookie category. Another fastest lap of the race for our leader, Reza Seaworthen, 2 minutes 1.503. Leads by 1.3 seconds, increases lead over Deegan Fairclough by half a second. Yes, Campbell Pilling now leads the rookie category in the number 42, ahead of Bart Harrison up to second. Yampu Shui has come through as well. What's happened to Zach Sculler? That's off, has put him down to 13th place and 5th in class. He lost 5 places as a result of running wide there at the loop. Rowan Campbell Pilling leads the rookie division. He's had 1 win so far this year in that division at Brands Hatch on the Indy circuit. He's about 16 points down on Yampu Shui coming into this weekend in the rookie category. Shui, who won the first race here this weekend, and Phil Bergstrom won the second rookie race. Rookie category victory, I should say, here this weekend at Silverstone. Just under 2 minutes of this race still to go now. Going round to start their final lap this time, I'm fairly sure. Still busy in the midfield. Bart Harrison coming under fire from Yampu Shui. In a weekend where 1 or 2 big names have hit a few problems. Heaters coming down towards Brooklands and then through Luffy. Over the line to start his final lap goes Reza Seaworthen, 1.5 seconds ahead now. Pulls out by another couple of tenths over his teammate Deegan Fairclough. Deegan will still have the championship lead at the end of this weekend, going into the next round, which is an away day at Zandvoort. Then they go to Knockhill in Scotland. Then it's Donington, the Silverstone National Circuit, and the Brands Hatch Grand Prix circuits to round off their season, predominantly supporting the British Touring Car Championship. Plus that's an away day in the Netherlands. Down the Hanger Straight they come for the final time. I don't think Deegan Fairclough is going to catch his teammates here. It's going to be a second win of the season for Reza Seaworthen in the number 4 car for High-Tech Pulsate. 2 wins for them at Silverstone this weekend, and they'll try and close the gap on Rodin Motorsport in the team championship standings, especially with Rodin only having a 3rd, 5th and 12th here. Abby pulling back in P12. Not a quiet weekend for her, sadly. Alex Ninovic up there in 3rd, and Jack Sherwood relegated down to 5th in those mid-race skirmishes. Clock is counted down to 0 though. 2 high-tech cars clear of Alex Ninovic in 3rd. On his own in 4th is Leo Robinson. He has had a fantastic weekend, including his first win. Leaders coming down towards Brooklands for what will be the final time. Well, they started from the front row of the grid. They've led all the way despite the safety car. And it's going to be a win for the number 4, former Ginetta Junior star, Reza Seaworthen. It's coming up over the line. Checkered flag at the ready. Reza Seaworthen takes his 2nd win of the ROKiT British F4 season. 2nd for Deegan Fairclough extends his championship lead. Alex Ninovic comes over in 3rd. Leo Robinson, one of the stars of the weekend, will take 4th position. And let's see who's going to win the rookie class. It is Rowan Campbell-Pilling, who picks up his 2nd category win of the season, ahead of Bart Harrison and championship leader in that class, Jan Piu Shui. Poor old Zach Sculler led the class early on. He went backwards. He ends up in 20th place. Confirm the full results of that one in a moment, but it is a dominant 1-2 for High-Tech Pulsates. Their 2 cars never headed there. 2nd win of the season for Reza Siwerthan, ahead of Deegan Fairclough, his teammates. It's Alex Ninovic who completes the podium, the Australian. Wait to confirm the full results of that one. Margin of victory 1.76 seconds for Reza Siwerthan over Deegan Fairclough, and Alex Ninovic completing the podium. Leo Robinson, for me the driver of the weekend, takes an excellent 4th position ahead of Jack Sherwood, who finally gets some points on the board here at Silverstone. Max Dodds in 6th ahead of Ella Lloyd, then the rookie class winner Rowan Campbell-Pilling ahead of Bart Harrison, Jan Piu Shui and Joel Bergstrom. Abby Pulling down 12th place ahead of Matthias Rieber. Good debut for him, despite a spin in that race with some contact with Jan Piu Shui. Mika Abrahams in 14th. From the back of the grid it was Yu Hao Fu who was 15th. 16th was Chloe Chong, then Martin Molnar, Nina Gadaban, Carrie Schreiner, Zach Scholar, who was going so well in the rookie class early on, but he dropped down to 20th place, must have damaged his tyres in that off coming out of the loop. And the final finisher was Alex Berg, because of course we lost James Higgins and Kai Darianani on the first lap. James Higgins with a bit of a weekend to forget here at Silverstone, sadly. Waiting the cars to pull into Parc Fermé, we'll have a quick look at some of the highlights from that race. It was Reza Siwerthan outpaced his teammate Deegan Fairclough off the line. James Higgins initially battling with Alex Ninovic for that 3rd place position. 1 or 2 cars running wide at Copse for the first time. Thankfully no shenanigans at Beckett's this time, with the exception of Chloe Chong getting a little bit wayward on the outside line and running wide over the curbs. 1 or 2 lockups early on, and we lost James Higgins around the first lap. Then 6 into 1 didn't go up the loop. There was a bit of contact between a couple of cars ahead, and then around went the number 19 of Matthias Rieber. Contact with Jan Piu Shui. See it again here from another angle. The 2 blue and black cars tangle together, and round goes the young Slovakian. Kai Darianani went into the gravel along with teammate Nina Gardaman in a misunderstanding at Club Corner. That brought out the safety car to retrieve Darianani's car. The rookies' fight was one of the most interesting in that race. Rowan Campbell-Pilling making the decisive move on early pace setter Zach Scholar, who flew up the order from the back of the grid and ran wide, presumably damaged either his front wing or the underside of the car, and dropped down the order. Deegan Fairclough not able to catch his teammates, and Reza Siwerthan takes the victory. Let's head down to Ewan Dunlop in Parc Fermé.
Okay, here we are then in the pits one more time. 3rd race of the weekend, and it's another win for Reza Siwerthan. How do you feel?
I'm over the moon. I don't think words can describe how I'm feeling right now. Just very happy.
A big hug to the family as well straight away.
Yeah, Father's Day, it's also my dad's birthday weekend, so...
Is it really?
Yeah, so
wow.
Don't think you can ask for much more.
Absolutely fantastic. What's been the difference this weekend? Because as we said earlier in the weekend, your season has now been like ignited. How are you feeling inside? What are you doing in the car that you weren't doing maybe a few weeks ago?
A bit more composed, sort of taking it as it comes instead of, oh, I really need to do this, or I really need to achieve this. I think it's doing simple things and keeping it simple.
And leading from the start to finish at Silverstone on Father's Day. Your dad's birthday as well. Doesn't get any better, does it?
No, it's also High-Tech's home track, so yeah,
triple whammy.
Mate, well done, go and celebrate.
Thank you very
Cheers,
much.
buddy, thank you. We'll get Deegan in as well. Where's Deegan? I might grab Alex first of all, and then we'll find out where Deegan is. Alex just getting weighed here. Alex, in fact, 3 podiums this weekend, so a fairly successful, big points total across the 2 days. Alex, another podium, we see it every single time.
Yeah, it was an interesting race out there. Starting from 4th, I got up to 3rd. Oh, sorry, I stayed in 4th, and then I got up to 3rd, and yeah, it was quite tricky. Obviously, we had not as good tyres as the others, so it was quite hard to challenge them. But on the last lap, I managed to pretty much match the fastest. So it obviously showed that we had the pace there, and the car was pretty good. So I'm quite happy with the result.
And what do you take from Silverstone into the next round? Because you're being incredibly consistent.
Yeah, the consistency's been really good recently, so hoping to really keep that into the next round, and yeah, I think that's going to be the main focus.
Brilliant weekend, well done.
Thank you.
Cheers, buddy. We will try and find Deegan somewhere. There's so much going on down here. Here's Deegan over here. It's very rare you'll see a pit lane this crowded. It's fantastic, great atmosphere. Again, Father's Day, loads going on, and we need to find our way through. I'm going to make my way through the pack here and pick out Deegan from the crowd. More points in the bag. Great weekend for High Tech Pulsate as well.
Yeah, very good. Well done to Reza. Yeah, I wanted that first place. Obviously, it's Father's Day. That was going to be my present to him, but yeah, Rez's dad's got it today. But yeah, good points. Obviously, team, we can see the car was fast. Obviously, we were 1-2, so big thanks to everyone in the team. Everyone's so happy. It's nice to see, and yeah, that one goes to ROKiT as well.
Being the championship leader, do you feel the target on your back now?
I feel the target, but not really. If I just stay consistent, finishing within the top 5 in a main race, and then getting some points in a reverse grid, then it's crucial in the long run. It might not look it now, but it's very crucial in the long run.
We are halfway through the season, halfway to go. You're standing on top. Good luck with the rest of it.
Thank you very much.
Well, thank you. Well, a sensational weekend, a packed pit lane. The guys are absolutely loving it, as are their family and friends. We're going to go to the podium celebration very shortly. We've got 2 more races today. We've got the Britcar Trophy second race. That's our last race. But between now and then, one more time to the Caterham. It is back to Dave and Sam.
Thanks very much, Ewan. Well, that wraps up the coverage of the ROKiT F4 British Championship certified by FIA. They now move on to Zandvoort in the Netherlands for rounds 16, 17 and 18. Thanks to those who've tuned into the F4 stream today. That's about all from them, and we'll see you for more coverage of them soon. We move on here on BARC TV with our final Caterham race of the weekend. It is the Mission Motorsport Caterham 7 270R Championship race number 3. This will be another 20 minutes. We saw an absolute belter earlier on, once again with another victory for Ben Timmons, and he takes the pole position as a result. It was just a couple of hundredths of a second in it over Ryan Wilby, the number 88. Row 2, David Rook and James Empson. Third row is Toby Boys and Rob Kennelly. Toby Ballard and Paul Woodman take the 4th row, with Matt Larby and Nick Bryant rounding out the top 10. Watch for them coming through. 6th row, number 9, Daniel Hope and 94, Megan Bruce. Then Daniel Neal, who slipped back a bit in the second race of the weekend earlier on. He's got it all to do from row 7 alongside James Moon, number 97. Row 8 is Gareth Lucas and Theo Theato, who was climbing his way through from the back after his disqualification from race 1. Row 9 is Steve Merritt, who picked up some damage yesterday, and Rog Patke, the erstwhile championship leader, with mechanical problems in race 1 hampering his weekend. Alistair Davidson and Giles Perry make up row 10. Row 11 is Henry Littlejohn and Darren Butler. Row 12, Neil Warnock and Rob Gregor. Gary Cross and Andrew Bailey on row 13, ahead of Solomon Rogers and Craig Story. Then we've got Scott Graham and Louise Deason. James Rowling, one of our newcomers, alongside Andy Palmer. Further back on the grid on row 16. Row 17 is Mike Waitman and Mikey Clark. Then James McCullough and Mark Soden. Graham Finlayson and Craig Boyle, who failed to finish the earlier race, and Adam Wakeman starts at the back of the grid. The three Wakemans, of course, swapping cars all weekend, with three drivers sharing two cars. That's your lineup then for our final Caterham race of the weekend, Chris.
Yeah, it's been an absolutely brilliant set of races today. I'm sorry again that I couldn't join you yesterday, but I've absolutely loved all the racing that we've had. We see the 39 Caterham 7 270Rs, third step of the Motorsport ladder, the final 20-minute race for them here at Silverstone. Next time we see all the Caterhams on track, well, the ones that we've seen here at Silverstone with Cadwell Park on 13th to 14th of July, but in between now and then, CSC UK, the top flight of the Caterham Motorsport ladder, 22nd, 23rd of June, Alton Park. But we have got 20 minutes of 270R action to go, and they put on some great action for us all over the course of this race weekend. Ben Timmins has been coming out on top, though, like he always seems to do at the moment, in his spare car, as it were. Tony Jenner lending him a car after his crash at Snetterton in the first round of the season. What a fairy tale story he's having after what was a brilliant race season for him last year in Roadsport as well. So looking forward again to see, can he make it 3 from 3? Well, there'll be plenty of people trying to stop him. Ryan Wilby's been sort of badgering him all weekend long, as has David Rook. Can either of those do anything about him? James Ensign had a good showing, making up some good time into 5th place by the end of the last race. Rob Kennelly, Toby Ballard, Paul Woodman. I saw him after the last race. Paul Woodman joining us again. He was the media partner a couple of seasons back with Love Cars, and he's here with Tiffany Dale doing some filming. But he's jumped back in the car and had some fantastic sort of action out there, fully in the battle. But he couldn't believe again how quick and close it all is, and he's jumped back in and done a good job. But I think he's also realised quite how tiring it is. So he'll be glad, I'm sure, once this final 20 minutes of action for the day is over, and he can get and have a cool beer, I'm sure. Matt Larby, we saw him having a good battle in that front group, but just never managed to make it stick. And whilst he was in 5th place at one point, he drifted to 9th at the end. And like I say, Dan Hope falling all the way down there as well after what had been a good season, or good set of races up to then. So let's see what they can do in this final 20 minutes of Caterham action here at the Silverstone Grand Prix track this weekend. And the sun is still resplendent, and it's a fantastic sight it is here with all the tracks in good condition. So I'm looking forward to this one.
I certainly am as well. A shame hearing that Tiffany Dell is here, a shame we couldn't tempt him out in a car this weekend as well.
Yeah, it'd be interesting. He's obviously followed on with He's a Love Cars presenter as well, so they both sort of coming here, and they've been talking to Sam. So I'm looking forward to the next event or next episode of Caterham Racer, and get across all your social channels for Caterham Racer. Go and find that, and go caterhamcars.com as well for full links. If you've enjoyed all the Caterham action like we have, if you want to get involved, caterhamcars.com is where you need to go. You could become part of the academy in 2025 and become a racing driver, just like Sam Parker and all the others that have gone before. But we've nearly lined up now with this 39 car grid, so we're getting ready to complete the action for Caterham this weekend.
You were certainly tempting me there with the Caterham Academy place next year, but then I remember I'm not a fast driver.
You never know. We get everyone to be fast in the end. The driver's eyes will be looking to that gantry for the 5-second board. The green flag you can see at the back. 5 seconds board is up. The next thing will be the lights.
Revs are up then. Ben Timmins on the right in the maroon coloured car. In the silver and orange car alongside him is Ryan Wilby. Away we go down towards Copse Corner for the first time. Decent start by David Rook in the red car from the second row. Looks like it's Ryan Wilby who's just about got the advantage again. Ben Timmins slow away. He's always fairly slow off the line. Just hasn't quite got the reactions needed off the grid. They all surge their way through Copse the first time. There's number 21, which is Mike Wakeman. It is Ryan Wilby, the silver car with the orange wheels, who has got the early advantage into Maggots and Beckett's the first time. Ben Timmins up alongside David Rook. Looks like it's Rob Kennelly who's got away well in the blue car with the white wheels up there in 4th place. And number 50 of Toby Boys rounding out the top 5. They're all round. Beckett's okay for the first time. Rob Gregor running a little bit wide in there. There's that number 49 Graham Finlayson in the Mazda Le Mans colours from the early 90s, the orange and green. Ben Timmins moving to the inside. They go into Stowe Corner for the first time. He's going to take up the lead, and there's a bit of contact there. Toby Boys gets it sideways. Oh, how did he hang on to that? He hasn't hung on to that. and he's been collected there. That's David Rook's gone into the side of him, wheel off David Rook's car, and I suspect that's going to be a safety car.
Yeah, they're not going to be able to move that car particularly easy, and there's also some damage to that car as the tyre now rubbing. We watch these cars as the racing will continue until we see those safety car boards, so they will still be going for championship positions, but the rear of that car, yeah, the real sort of dust and smoke, definitely a tyre rub there, but maybe even a little bit more than that. Just watching is certainly just pluming smoke behind him. The rest of the field, though, are continuing to fight as they go up here into Abbey, as they will do. Basically, you race until the referee's whistle, as it were, and that is what they're doing now, so they'll continue the action. But sad to see David Rook there. He's injured his hand last year, and that would have jolted that steering wheel quite severely as well, so I'm hoping that he's going to be okay with those. Has anyone else made any progress? You can see just how many cars we have to squeeze around this loop complex out onto Aintree and then into...
Yes, safety car deployed.
Yeah,
car deployed.
Yeah, it was, again, just to make sure we can collect David and move that car away. It's going to be difficult for a marshal just to push it when it's only got 3 wheels. And just to check that David's okay as well. The marshals will look for hand signals from the driver, and David's absolutely fine jumping out the car. So, yeah, you can see the mudguard of it looked like the mudguard of Timmins was also slightly up in the air. Let's keep an eye out for that. That would be a good way to end your race. There is David on the side of the track, breathing a bit heavily, but otherwise looking okay. He'll be getting instructions from the marshals about what they want him to do, but at the moment he's just going to look casually cool against the fence after a disappointing end to what has been a fantastic race weekend for David Rook, so he'll be disappointed, but no doubt he'll be back with us at Cadwell Park for more action.
So under the safety car here at Silverstone. Just looking down the timing screen, one driver who's made incredible progress in those early laps is Theo Theato in the number 72. He's gained 9 places, up to 7th.
That's a very Theo Theato thing to go and do. He certainly does like to make up places in the opening laps and make up for those, whilst everyone else is maybe being a bit cautious. He likes to throw caution to the wind and make that move up. But also a Woodman up those 2 places, 5 places up for Nick Bryant as well. So again, we were saying watch out for him because he had a win in the opening round at Snetterton, but he sort of slipped back a bit down the order, so he has put himself back up in contention. Ballard up 4 places as well, but it's see whether we can see what happened then as they came into Stowe.
Watch for Toby Boys and David Rook on the inside up. Boys got sideways. David Rook tries to go out wide and cuts back to the inside, but they just tangled up.
Yeah, it was one of those things where it's kind of just a strange reaction where that tyre just must have got caught at exactly the wrong angle. It sort of ripped it straight off its anchors, and then the car reacted awkwardly. But as soon as contact is made between cars, the wheels sort of align themselves, and then it's hard to unstick the cars, if you like, and that's what happened there. But could have been an awful lot worse, but I think you said it was Boys sideways as he just lost the rear of the car, and David Rook really had nowhere to go and tried to avoid him, but unfortunately that contact just collected them together. As they go nose to tail, as we talked earlier, they must go nose to tail now, which is why you see the long straight snake of cars behind that safety car. Hopefully it won't take them too long to get a recovery vehicle over to David Rook's car. In fact, you can see it just coming along the other side of Vale from the old club corner to come and pick up that car and move it behind a barrier. The rest of this field then flow through, and a bit of a time for us to catch our breath and maybe see that there's some really good early winners. Who was the car that was smoking though? Which car was it that was actually with a lot of smoke coming off the rear of it? I wonder whether that was Timmins' car in that 2nd place.
I think it might have been Toby Boys' car, because that was the one that was collected by David Rook as they tangled up there. He's still going, but let's have a look where he is down the order. Just got the TSL timing screen. Toby Boys, yeah, he's down to 29th place. He has been into the pits to check on that damage as well, so that's why he's dropped back.
So he was in that 2nd place as he was smoking, and as we saw him around, but he clearly would have felt and seen that there was a ton of smoke. And again, probably checking his radiator wasn't damaged as well, because that would, if it's a radiator damage, then that's if you carry on driving, it's an instant engine replacement. They don't go very well when they haven't got liquid in them. But you can see the sleek line, unfortunately sleek line of David Rook's car there with no front left, so he'll have to get that fixed up in time for Cadwell Park on the 13th, 14th of July. But these Caterhams are built well, and they respond very well to having those kind of repairs done. We'll get a wheel back on it and off he'll go once more. few other wheel arches missing
Yes.
already.
Well, number 80's got all his. That's Mikey Clark in the turquoise machine there. Who's that in front of him? It's number 60 of Mark Soden. The car's missing a rear wing there. Long journey back to Scotland, unfortunately, for David Rook today.
Aberdeen based, so yes, an incredibly long journey. It's an incredible dedication that he has to come to all these rounds. We will go to Knock Hill, which is still, I think, probably a 5-hour drive for him. So it's an incredible dedication for the drivers up at the north of Scotland coming to race with us. But they love the Caterham.
Probably be easier for him to travel and race in Scandinavia or something all the way up there.
Absolutely, yeah. So yeah, it's great. But he is a fantastic part of this grid, and we love having him around. So long may he continue to do that journey.
It looks like we might just be one more lap behind the safety car, because the three-wheeled Caterham number 45 is being moved aside.
Yeah, as the safety car just goes by us now, so I'm sure once they've moved that car to a position where they're happy that they're going to be able to clear the track completely, the safety car will put his foot down a lot more so that we can actually get round and get as much action as well as they can. The race directors and all the BRAC personnel, they're always looking to get maximum racing out whilst doing it in the safest possible way, and yeah, you can be sure that they'll be egging that safety driver to make sure we get back round to the start finish straight and get this race up and running. We are still going to have at least 10 minutes, aren't we, of this race to go, which is fantastic. And again, just one more opportunity for me to thank you again to all the marshals out there for all of what you do and allow us to go racing. So they've cleared that car to a position where they're happy. They'll get that digger back behind the fences and off they'll go once more.
So it looks like the recovery operation nearly complete under the watchful eye of the car's owner. Well done, recovery teams and marshals. 12 minutes of the race still to go, so hopefully we go back to green this time. We'll have about half the race still to go, with Ryan Wilby in the lead.
Just got to get rid of that tractor back behind the barrier. It came from Club, so it's probably got to get back there before we can get it. So still going slow with the safety car to allow that to happen at the moment, and as soon as they're ready and happy, they will move it back. But look what a colourful grid that is in this late sunshine as we've got here at Silverstone. All of them with these, you know, their distinct personal liveries, all chosen for different reasons. Their numbers are chosen for different reasons as well. And if you listen to the drivers, you know, it's very important to them, all those sort of things, and it's great to watch. So, there's Warren Wilby in his grey and orange machine, number 88. Just following on, so eventually when that safety car chooses and decides that we're all free, he will become the safety car. Everyone still must maintain that nose to tail. It does look like the speed's increased, doesn't it? You can see the attitude of these 270R cars are flying themselves around this corner a little bit more as that safety car works hard to get them back to the start finish straight as soon as possible. As you see this, get a good opportunity to see all the colour schemes on show as they come round.
So can Ben Timmons do the hat-trick is one of the big questions. It's not often we see hat-tricks, even with the results-based grids for subsequent races giving drivers pole positions, and David Rook there presumably on the phone to the Caterham spares department.
Maybe his dad to say happy Father's Day. Happy Father's Day to my dad and everyone else out there listening in. So I'm sure everyone will be wanting to give phone calls and whatnot as the day goes on. But yeah, it's nice to have a little phone call just as you finish your little race. But yeah, early finish for him. But
that's or he's ordering a takeaway before the drive home. Maybe.
That's it. Yeah, just a long journey. Yeah, there was Toby Boys at the back. Can he make any impression in this last 10 minutes? Are the lights out on the safety car? Everyone's following those safety cars still pretty closely, but it does look like the lights are out. Off. So we're going to have an unusual finish where Ryan Wilby will take off as soon as he is now the safety car. Hopefully he won't follow him down into the pit lane. He is leaving it to the last minute to get the foot down, but I think they're going now.
Yeah, now that must have been a late decision, because normally we see drivers drop back from the safety car, but Ryan Wilby was very close to it there, and look how close everyone is behind him as they charge down towards Cox. We're racing once again. Wilby leads them off. They charge their way through Cox Corner. Are they all going to make it round? Okay, one car running out fairly wide through there. They've all gathered it up pretty nicely. I think that might have been Theo Theato who ran out wide, but he's up there in among the leading group. And after that superb opening lap, saw him gain 9 positions. Wilby leads it from Timmons. Ballard in third. Kennelly is in 4th position. It's a solid line of Caterhams behind.
Yeah, Woodman doing well as well, but yes, sort of keeping it up in that lead battle, 6 across the line that time. Well, another, is that Megan Bruce?
That's Meg running right,
and
yeah.
I'm wondering whether it was Megan Bruce the last time as well, the red rear of her car maybe. Anyway, just off wide there is an uncomfortable place to be. It's not good for speed down the Hanger Straight, but it is Ben Timmins who takes over that lead, where he's been most of this race weekend so far as well. Not had it all his own way, certainly had to work for it, but he's been at the front when it matters and the checkered flag has fallen. Can he do it 3 from 3? We'll find out in 8.5 minutes time, but Ryan Wilby deserves a win. I think there's a lot of drivers in this field that deserve a win, but Ryan Wilby's been as close as any other. David Rook, who we've seen, is the other person who's been deserved a win, but unfortunately that's not going to happen. George Butler and the mid-pack coming through as well. Lots of fluorescent yellow in this part of the track.
That was Craig Story, number 56 was the car we saw on the grass coming down the Hanger Straight there, lucky not to spin it as he got offline there. As they charge their way up towards Village this time, it is still Ben Timmins who just about has the lead. Rob Kennelly going for the inside, squirreling around there, under braking for the right-hander at Village. Can he get P3 away and get up into his highest position of the weekend so far from Toby Ballard in the number 3? We'll pick that up in a moment as Megan Bruce chases the number 9 of Daniel Hope further down the top 10 there. Coming down towards Brooklands any moment now. There is Craig Story battling it out with Neil Warnock in the number 42 car. Here come the leaders. Timmins from Wilby in second place. And who's this coming through the middle? That's Nick Bryans, I think, in the number 28 car. And he's going to go up into P3. There's a bit of a lock up there in behind them from the number 3 of Toby Ballard. He's just about holding back the number 72, Theo Theato, in among the lead pack now. Then it's Woodman and Bruce.
Yeah, I think they're both of them locked up a little bit there. It's Theo Theato locking up as well as Ballard. So yeah, so they went down the inside there. Absolutely, the car's trying to brake, turn left and avoid other cars all at once, and the tyres cried enough. But it will be back to the front ahead then of Timmins as they tip it in. The number 14 there of Kennelly still in that 4th place. Nick Bryant really made some dive bomb moves as he was going through the Village Loop complex. He was following through small gaps that really weren't Caterham size, but he kind of made it work, and now he finds himself then up into that 3rd place. So that action has worked out for him in the mid part of this race. He finds himself in a podium paying position at this time, but as we've seen all throughout the day, any one of the cars you see in this, Rog Packy also coming through from the rear of the field earlier on in the day to come up to this lead battle. He is doing incredibly well. He was looked like he might have been having some understeer problems earlier in the day, but back up there fighting, sorted all that out in his car. We go too wide again into Stowe, and it's going to be 2 by 2 for the first couple of positions. Timmins holds on though ahead of Wilby. Then it's that Nick Bryant who's making progress so far. Can he make any more? And Theo Theato absolutely continues to throw caution to the wind. Now finds himself up in 5th.
Steve Merritt has pulled into the pits, so a weekend that started well with pole position has delivered very, very little for Steve. Sadly, he picked up damage in yesterday's race. Theo Theato all over the back of Toby Ballard. There's Roger Patke, he's up into the top 10 now. It shows how much retirement in the first race can ruin your whole weekend with the results-based grids being used. You've got to fight your way through for the whole of the rest of the weekend to get back to the front.
Especially with 40 cars on a grid.
Indeed.
You know, it's great to see these big grids, but if you do have an issue in the 40-car grid, it's going to take you a couple of efforts to get through, and that's why it was so impressive that Timmins in that first weekend at Snetterton managed from a complete last place finish back of the grid start, managed to get halfway up in race 1 and then compete for the win in the final race. And so yeah, that's impressive stuff and hard work, and the 270R drivers proving themselves this year as they've been a fantastic set of races to witness, and long may that continue. Megan Bruce there just trying to cling on to Woodman just ahead of her, and will be it was Larby as well round her in that racing, but it's Woodman ahead of her. He's just behind Theo Theato, another driver he's had plenty of experience racing against, so he rejoins some of his friends and enemies, shall we say, as he rejoins this grid just for this race weekend. Again, Dutch Barn Vodka sponsoring that car, again, everything they do, and as part of the Academy Racer Series, thank you for your sponsorship. As we see continue, Megan Bruce with a strong weekend. Can she improve from 8th place where she is currently?
Up and over the line, no change among the leaders. It's been slightly more subdued. As I say, that's Ryan Wilby takes the lead from Ben Timmins down into Cops Corner. Theo Theato sliding there. Paul Woodman has to go out wide over the curb to avoid him. It's been a fairly quiet lead battle, has to be said, in this one so far, as Ben Timmins now takes it up again. They must have heard me because they're turning up the wick now. Look at Nick Bryant around the outside on the first element of Beckett's. That's a move I've not seen so far this weekend.
He used the whole sausage curb on the inside there, which is, I promise you, at 120 miles an hour, whatever they're doing coming into there, is not a comfortable place to be.
Sounds like
His car seems to comply with it very nicely. The 270 are reacting well to that curb, but it's going to be Ryan Wilby back up the inside there. You can see them fighting over the toe of Timmins ahead to see whether they can pull it, and in the car you can really feel the car absolutely get a little super boost as you tuck into the toe. And in fact, you as a driver in front can choose who you give your toe to in occasions like that. So it's another tactic that as you move up through the Caterham ladder, you learn these little skills. Who do you want to give that boost to? Who don't you want to give it to? Ryan Wilby, though, does sit into that second place. Nick Bryan has to, after that sort of heroics into the Beckett's that time, he still sits in that third place, but he's looking comfortable there. He looks like he got the peak speed in the car.
Ryan Wilby just locked up there going into the club complex, trying to hold off Nick Bryant. It's Toby Ballard in fourth. Theo Theato charging through the field in both races today after his disqualification yesterday. He's up into fifth position around the outside. Ben Timmins, that's a brave move at Abbey. Has he made that stick? We'll pick it up as they come through into Farm and Village, and yes, he has. That's one of the moves of the weekend from Ben Timmins. That was superb. Now side by side, Ryan Wilby and Nick Bryant. Then we've got Ballard, Theato. Behind him is Rob Kenley, who's back up into sixth position, ran as high as third briefly earlier on. And a small gap back to seventh place, which is everybody else.
Yeah, absolutely. Watch that man, Theater, in the orange McCat car coming down. A great livery on that car as well. But Timmins has managed to break free of that, following through her really close, coming to Britain's almost millimetres. Ryan Wilby had to get out of the accelerator pedal to give the other cars a bit of space. Bryant and Ballard absolutely squeezing him. Got a spinner.
That's Dan
Hope
Hope.
Backwards. Dan Hope spinning backwards, and everyone else managed to scatter. They saw it and avoided him.
No, this car's off further round.
Didn't rejoin very carefully, so there will be some inquiries around that, because there would have been yellow flags. Car crabbing around the outside there, so as they all scatter to avoid that spinning car, unfortunately one of them would have lost it, and that has caused a degree of damage to quite a few cars out there.
Now that's Daniel Neal's car, I think, with the heavy front end damage, number 26. Pick up who the others were involved there. Yeah, that's very much the end of his race. Not been a great weekend for Dan Neal. And who else was involved there? We'll pick that up in a moment to see who doesn't come through. Well, Ben Timmins got a clear lead meanwhile, and now a tangled Toby Ballard and Ryan Wilby have tangled up. Theo Theato goes off as well. Somebody else caught up in that too. Well, it was we said it was a relatively tame affair. I cursed it, didn't I? The last three laps, they've all completely lost it. We've got a red flag, no surprise at all.
That will be conclusion of Caterham action today then. After, like you said, a fantastic series of racing, it all just fell apart as that car spun in the middle of Brooklands and caused the concertina, and later around the lap we had that other series of contact. So red flag will mean that is called at the last time they all completed, so we will dial back a lap to when they all crossed the line the last time. They will work that out, but I'm pretty sure Timmins has led across the lap enough times that will be the hat-trick. Not the way he wanted to complete that race, and not the way a lot of these drivers would have wanted to complete their race, with damage and stuff to do. But nevertheless, we have completed that action, and we will figure out what the results are, I'm sure, as the time has the doctor's just checking that everyone's all right and before he gets going and removes his helmet.
Yes, well, one of the cars involved there we know was Dan Neal. Also involved was Neil Warnock, number 42. 24, Alistair Davidson was caught up in that as well. Matt Larby had an off somewhere, but he came through in 25th place over the line.
Just see Warnock's car.
There's
there.
Warnock's car, yes, the grey and
that was the
yellow.
one that was crabbing nastily, so his rear is crabbing to the right, and therefore pretty much guarantee that at the front of one of these cars, the other cars that we can see.
That's been for Dan Hope, incidentally. It was exactly the same place he spun in yesterday's race.
Yeah, it just looked like the rear just said no, didn't it? It was maybe he touched the curb a little bit too much and just unsettled the car, and it was asking too much for them to cling on in there for him, and once the rear stepped out that far, it was never going to get caught. He tried his best, but unfortunately Ryan Wilby got caught up that. Theo Theato was able to cut across the grass and jump back onto the circuit, but it will be depending will depend on where that red flag was thrown. So the precise time that the red flag is thrown determines. There was that accident with David Rook a bit earlier on. Again, another nasty accident. The car tipping up in an awkward way as the wheel got dispatched, and as he went into the little bit of gravel there, but he jumped out and he cooled himself off against the fence. The race continued. We had Megan Bruce off out wide as they went on to Hanger Straight. Coming down here, the battle was intense, and you could see how many cars are involved in it, including the car. Here's that 4 wide manoeuvre that we thought was all going to work. Nick Bryant shoving it down the inside. There's a couple of wide cars. Ben Timmons looking resplendent out front, and I think he was crossing the line in the lead. We did see that little lock up, and a bit further back we had that spin by Hope, and in front of the whole field who had to scatter, and I think it was his cars rejoining it with a concertina. Dan Hope got back into it, but as he rejoined he didn't spot the Warnock car, and that is where he got that rear damage that's he's got his exhaust and all sorts flying off there. The rest of the pack continued, but we had an additional thing. Ryan Wilby was on the grass up the inside, and that's what caused that spin. Then Ryan Wilby made another bit of contact with Kennelly, who lost the front end of his. Theo Theato rejoining across the grass ahead of Rog Packy, who sort of came through all that. So all the cars that are stationary during this red car will be discounted for the race results, and it's whoever's left. We'll dial it back to the last time the whole field went across the line, but it will take probably about 10 minutes for them to work out exactly what the result are for this last bit of Caterham action. They've got a bit of tidying up, but here are the preliminary results until we get given those last official results then across the line.
Yes, so Ben Timmons, it looks like provisionally will take the hat-trick ahead of Toby Ballard by just under a second, and Nick Bryant completing the podium, but that is wholly provisional at the moment because we don't know how many cars will not be classified because of being involved in the red flag stoppage. So a slightly unfortunate end to our Caterham action this weekend. It has been a bit of a weekend of attrition for the 270R category, sponsored by Mission Motorsport, sadly, and now a few minutes to allow the marshals to recover the cars involved there before we get our final race of the weekend underway, which is the Britcar Trophy Championship, minus the Snetterton Saloons this time. They were only out for race 1. The only exception, I think, will be, well, you might guess it's Jazz Sapra, because
Sam has got, I think, cars down in Parc Fermé. I think we... Yep, so we can go down to Sam and hear from the drivers who did survive it back to Parc Fermé. Over to you, Sam.
At the moment, we've got Ben Timmons P1 and Nick Brown P3.
As long as they were running.
Gosh, that was a crazy last lap. I hope the guys that came off are all okay. But we have a first place and we had a third place. Oh, and here is second, Ryan Wilby. So in a rather battered car, his exhaust has seen better days. But yeah, some hefty impact out there. But let's speak to Ben, the race winner. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Fantastic. I mean, it was carnage out there on the last couple of laps.
Yeah, I didn't actually see it, but I think I'd made a break and was able to just kind of focus on what was ahead rather than in my mirrors. But great to get the win, but you never want to win under a red flag, and looked like some big impacts out there. So first, I hope everyone's okay. But yeah, I was pleased with the result, how I managed the race as well. Again, similar to earlier, just trying to work with each other and make sure we built gaps on the cars behind. And yeah, just very happy with that. To come away from here with basically maximum points aside from fastest laps, I'm absolutely chuffed with. I know this is a circuit that's hard to win at. So yeah, hopefully puts us in good stead for the next one at Cadwell Park. Very different circuit, very different. But I'm really excited. Never been there before, so excited to get back out for them.
Excellent. Well, we look forward to seeing that one. Thank you, Ben. Well done. I'll come through to Ryan. Ryan, congratulations on second place. Are you okay after the impact?
Thank you, yeah. After a 360 through Maggotts and Beckett's, and the car's not looking too well. 2-1 doesn't go through the middle of Maggotts and Beckett's, but I'll review the footage and see what happened afterwards, because a bit of whirlwind, to be honest. Yeah. I'm
not surprised. Sometimes it's hard to remember exactly what went on, isn't it? Is when it's like that.
Yeah, but to be honest, I think a couple of other things had happened at other points on the circuit as well. So I think you just need to, calm down, go review the footage, and we'll see what happened.
That's it. Yeah. Well, still, well done. Congratulations. And I'll speak to Nick quickly. He's off to speak to his family. Just going to grab a word with Nick.
Hello
Congratulations on third place.
Thank you.
It was quite. I was just saying to the other guys, it was quite hectic, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a hectic one, and it's been a frustrating weekend for me, quite badly, and working my way through. Car feels all right now though, so changed the setup. But yeah, the race was intense, and I think when the red flag was coming out, I didn't have the toe, so I was a bit of a sitting duck. So that could have been anyone's, I think.
Yeah, that's the thing though, the toe is so important around here, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. I didn't have it on that back straight then, so Timo pulled away. So I was a bit of a sitting duck, then the red flag come out. So yeah, that was an intense one.
Well done on the podium. Fabulous. There you go. That's it for the Caterham Racing today and this weekend. It's been great to have some fantastic races. I hope you've enjoyed it. And we have one more race here at Silverstone, though. It's Britcar. So I'll hand back to David.
Well, thank you very much indeed to Sam Parker on and off track this weekend. We'll look forward to her latest video from the Academy Racer project. And a thank you to Chris Hutchinson, my Caterham co-commentator this weekend as well.
It's been a pleasure as ever, so thank you on behalf of Caterham to everyone who makes everything that we do come to you on BARC TV, and we'll be back with you with BARC TV at 13th to 14th of July, Cadwell Park. Next Caterham action on track will be 22nd, 23rd of June with the CSC UK cars at Alton Park. If you're any in the area, go and watch the BTCC, but the most important race will be the Caterham race. Enjoyed very much. Thank you to all the volunteers, marshals, TV crews and everything that happens here to make it happen. I look forward to be with you back at Cadwell Park on 13th and 14th of July.
Thank you very much, Chris. We will see you at Cadwell next month. So Chris is off for a post-meeting drink now, I'm sure. And we were just saying, just before our interviews there, Jazz Sapra was going to be out in this race. He's the only one racing in both the Britcar Trophy and the Snetterton Saloon today, but he's off for a post-meeting drink as well because his BMW broke down in the first race. It's not been repaired, so he's not going to be out in this next race. I can give you the grid just while the track is cleared up from our Caterham race there. We had a few cars needing to be cleared away, unfortunately. Thankfully the drivers are all okay. Now the grid is based on the result of the race from earlier on. It's once again a 50-minute race with a mandatory pit stop. And the way it works is the drivers that went second in race 1 go first in race 2. They swap over driving stints effectively. The grid's based on the results of the first race, so it is the number 23 Cupra that is in pole position. The Jabba Sports Sim Dynamics Cupra. Chris Baerland will start this time. He'll hand over to Simon Mason, and they have to serve an extra 15 seconds at their pit stop because that's another quirk of the rules in the Britcar Trophy, because the top 3 in each class get extra pit stop penalties. 15 seconds for a class win, second is 10, and 5 seconds for third. So Simon Mason and Chris Baerland have to serve an extra 15 seconds at their pit stop. Alongside them on the grid will be Treble 1 Axel van Nederveen in the Dayton Motorsport Ginetta. He'll have to serve an extra 10 seconds at his pit stop. Second row of the grid will be number 10 Lee Goldsmith in the Jeff Steele Racing BMW M3. He has 5 seconds extra to serve because he was third in class 1. And alongside him will be number 4, Marco Anastasi's Ginetta for Dayton Motorsport. He has no pit penalty, so he could be one to watch here in the final reckoning. Row 3 is the third of the Dayton Motorsport Ginettas. That's Maurizio Silio, number 47. No pit penalty for him either, so all 5 of the Class 1 cars in the top 5 places on the grid. Alongside him, number 7, the TSR Audi TT of Rob Ellick. He has 15 seconds of pit penalty to serve because he won Class 2 in the first race. Fourth row will be number 68, which is the Team Brit BMW M240i. Asher Silva will start that car, handing over to Noah Cosby. They have an extra 10 seconds to serve at their pit stop for second place in Class 2 earlier on. Alongside them is number 88, which is the first of the Clios. That's the championship-leading Hyro Motorsport car. Hadley Simpson is starting that car, handing over to Maurice Henry. They have an extra 15 seconds to serve, and it's in the Clio class where pit penalties will make a difference, I think, because that was very, very close earlier on. Row 5 is the second Clio, number 96, started by Sam Nesser, sharing with Jack James. They have an extra 10 seconds to serve. And they'll be alongside the 89, the second Hyro Motorsport car. Thomas Jack Lee will start that car this time, sharing with James Harrison. They have an extra 5-second penalty. That completes the top 10 on the grid. Row 6, number 12, which is the Dragon Sport Clio of Alex Neville, who will start, sharing with Matthew Hyde. They have no pit penalty. And they start alongside number 77, Mark Jones, in the second of the TSR Audi TT. That's the dark, almost camo green one. 5-second penalty for third in Class 2 for him to serve. Row 7 is number 38. Despite not completing the last lap, Bobby Trundley and Caleb McDuff still classed as the winners of Class 3 in race 1, the Team Brit BMW 1 Series. Caleb McDuff will start this time, and they have a 15-second penalty. They start alongside number 14, the Spires Motorsport Clear, which Andreas Georgiou will start, sharing with Travis Chapman. No pit penalty for them. The penultimate row, number 62, Alex Turnbull in the SVG Motorsport Ginetta G40. That has a 10-second pit penalty to serve. Starts alongside number 1, which is the car that failed to finish race 1. Reece Lloyd will start this time, the reigning champion, sharing alongside Harry Reynolds. No pit penalty for them. So that Clio will be one to watch, and we should have had Jasper Sapra's BMW starting from the back of the grid, but that car broke down earlier on, and he won't be out. It is a shame, because we've seen him take a win here in Britcar Trophy in the past, Jazz Sapra, sharing with Brian Branson in his BMW M3. So he would have been a contender from back there. So we won't see the Snetterton Saloons this time because, of course, they were only out in race number 1. Cars now heading to the grid. Taking a look at the results of race 1. The race winner completed 21 laps in a time of 51 minutes 53.396 earlier on. Of course, it was the Snetterton Saloons' Luke Allen who won overall. Winning margin was just over 47 seconds for Chris Byallan and Simon Mason over Axel van Nederveen in the first race. See if those pit penalties have any effect as the cars begin to make their way to the grid now. Clio's of Dragon Sport will be first there. Yes, all three of them are out there. The number 1, whatever the problem was earlier on, has been fixed. For Reece Lloyd, the reigning trophy champion, to start. Out come the Ginettas past my commentary box. Of course, the 4 and the 47 do not have pit penalties. Team Brit, their 2 BMWs up to the grid. Next it'll be the TSR Audis, then Lee Goldsmith's BMW. They're almost heading to the grid in team formation here. I like this. Then the Spires Motorsport Clio, and then we should have the 2 Hyro Motorsport Clios to complete the grid. It'll be a rolling start.
And credit to the marshals and the recovery teams and the officials generally for ensuring that despite the various problems we've had, this race is going to get underway a few minutes late.
So it's the number 88 car that leads the championship.
And I think the Clio is going to be part of the fun. Is this sort of the full complement of Clios, or do you have even more?
Look for another class win here.
Right. There is a third Hyro car available, which they're trying to fill.
So it's not good fun. Common race Clios and the Britcar Trophy.
A number of young drivers in this as well.
Hope you enjoyed the weekend with us here on BARC TV. More action coming up in July. Of course, we've got the Convoy on the Plane event for the British Truck Racing Championship taking place in July at Thruxton in Hampshire, as Ryan Smith aims for yet another British Truck Racing title. I think it's 9 in a row if he wins this year. There's full support down at Thruxton. Then the week after that we head to Cadwell Park with the Caterhams. Keep an eye on the website, barc.net, for all the news of upcoming live streams. Thanks again to the volunteer marshals. If you want to become a marshal, have a look online at barc.net, see how you can join the marshalling team and volunteer your services to get up close and personal to British motorsport. It's not just about waving flags. You can find out as if you attend one of the marshalling taster days, you'll be introduced to all the various jobs around a UK race circuit. Ford Focus pace car, I'll call it this time, in position, ready to lead the cars away. 16 cars out there. We'll keep an eye on those pit penalties as well in each class. The numbers fairly evenly divided across the classes. There's only 5 cars in this race not serving a pit penalty. Green flag waves. Cupra, Crispy Allen on board, leaves them away. Axel van Nederveen starting alongside in the Ginetta. One or two cars a little slow away there. That was one of the Audis, I think. Mark Jones's Audi there. A bit slow getting going.
Wasn't the Greek party, actually. They didn't take the round on the lap either, did they?
Clio battle should be a highlight here. Keeping their tyres warm as they head towards Stowe Corner. That's number 1 Clio towards the back of the line, Reece Lloyd on board. So far this year, this championship opened Donington Park. That was back at the end of March on Easter weekend when Sébastien Dubois led home Maurizio Cilio and Marco Anastasi in a Ginetta clean sweep in the first race. The Cupra of Bialon and Mason was 4th. Class 2 won by Mark Jones and Rob Ellick, sharing an Audi TT on that occasion. Class 3 went to the Westbourne Motors Clio of Dara Flock, the young Irishman. And the Clio class on that occasion went to Harry Reynolds and Reece Lloyd. In the second race at Donington, Chris Allen and Simon Mason won in the Cupra. Tony Whitney's Porsche 911 took Class 2. Maurice Henry and Hadley Simpson, a fine 6th overall, won the Clios. And Dara Flock again won Class 3. And there were 2 races at Snetterton as well, but with the Cupra taking race 1 and Maurizio Cilio race 2. But never mind that, because we are almost ready to go racing here on the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit for the final time on this summer weekend. Cupra and Ginetta on the front row of the grid. BMW and Ginetta on row 2. Ginetta and Audi on row 3. Pace car pulls into pit lane. Pace begins to quicken. Fine sight they make, these Britcar Trophy cars. Here we go, up towards the red lights. As soon as they go out, the race will be underway. And here we go. Down towards Copse Corner for the first time. It's the Chris Byerland in the Cupra who gets away best. Axel van Nederveen up there on the outside. Lee Goldsmith tucked in on the inside in the orange BMW. Already Clio's battling it out. Mark Jones spins in the Audi, goes sliding off into the gravel. Oh, a 50-minute race, and he doesn't even get round the first 50 seconds of it. Great shame for Mark Jones in the TSR Audi TT. Hopefully the marshals can dig him out of there and he can get going again. So that's one of the two Audis in trouble in Class 2 already. We've got a Clio running out wide there through Beckett's. It's one of the Dragon Sport cars, couldn't tell which, as they headed onto the hanger straight. But it's Chris Byalan in the Cupra touring car that leads the way. Side by side for second. Lee Goldsmith going well in the orange BMW. Had a look on the outside there of Axel van Nederveen for second place, but the Dutchman holds that P2. Marco Anastasi's Ginetta is in fourth position as they head towards Club for the first time now. Can the BMW get up the inside? No, it can't. Out of the Club corner complex and up towards the Hamilton straight, side by side. That's the other Audi. Rob Ellick, our holding team on. He gets ahead of Maurizio Cilio. He hasn't made the best of starts in his Ginetta. Clio's line astern, all five of them there in a line astern formation. Look at this, Dragon Sport against Tyro Motorsports for the lead of the Clio category. And it looks like it's one of the Hyro cars that has just taken the lead away. We'll pick up which one as they come towards us. It was the 96 car, I think, that briefly led there with the blue mirrors into Village. It's the 89 that's taken the lead of the Clio class. That's Thomas Jackley. Oh, Maurizio Cilio has spun the Ginetta. So one of the race favourites in trouble already. He's had a win this year already at Snetterton. He's won here at Silverstone in the past as well, the Italian, but he's now down to the back of the field. He'll have to race his way through. He'll be up among the Clios. Now, is that the Audi I saw behind there? Has Mark Jones been able to get going again out of the gravel? Tyro Motorsport 1 and 2. The 89 with Thomas Jackley on board ahead of Hadley Simpson in the 88 at the moment. And then a trio of Dragons fighting for third place. It's Rhys Lloyd in third in the Clio class at the moment. Completing the first lap then, less than a second in between Chris Byalan and Axel van Nederveen. Lee Goldsmith is in third position, then it's Anastasi in fourth place. Team Brit BMW is in fifth. That's Asha Silva. She leads Class 2. Class 3, that's being led by the other team, Britcar. No, it's not the Audi, that's still stuck in the gravel there. It looks like Mark Jones is out of the race, sadly. Didn't even get past the first corner. Here come the Clios. 89 from the 88 at the moment. Thomas Jackley from Hadley Simpson. They're being shadowed by that number one machine with the Welsh flag mirrors. I said green mirrors earlier on. That's what the green is. It's the flag of Wales. I can see the dragon there on the Dragon Sport car, appropriately enough, up there in third. That's Rhys Lloyd. This is the battle for fourth position between Anastasi, Silva and Rob Ellick in the Audi TT is in behind them. There's the other Audi. Still in the gravel. Now Mark Jones is still in the car. Now, is he waiting for the marshals to try and push him out of the gravel, or for a recovery vehicle, or what? He's still in there. So I'm not quite sure what's going to happen with the TSR Audi TT at Cops. Side by side down the Hamilton straight there. That was the BMW of Silver and the TT of Ellick. Through the section where Maurizio Cilio, spun a lap ago. There are the leaders. Chris Byalan in the Cupra, ahead of the Ginetta G56 of Axel van Nederveen. 0.7 of a second was the gap last time through. Down the Wellington straight towards Brooklands. No slipstreaming here, unlike in the Caterham races at the moment. Two leaders. We'll see how far ahead of the rest of the field they are. It will be Lee Goldsmith's orange BMW in that third position. Due to complete their second lap then. Chris Byalan leads by 0.8 of a second over Axel van Nederveen. Goldsmith just over 2 seconds further back. Then it's Marco Anastasi with the number 4 Ginetta. Remember, unlike the three cars ahead of him, which are running in the order they finish race one, Anastasi doesn't have a pit stop penalty to serve. Play into his hands here. The Audi of Rob Ellick going well, shadowing Asher Silver. That's for the lead of Class 2. The 89 is leading the Clios here. Thomas Jack Lee, the young gun in the Hyro Motorsport, number 89. Aha, telehandler has arrived. For Mark Jones, that's what he was waiting for. Side by side, the BMW and the Audi fighting for the lead of Class 2. Clio's in the background, 5 of them line astern still. The other Clio is the number 14 of Andreas Georgiou. He's a bit further back. Maybe about 7 seconds then. Still Rob Ellick trying to make a move for the lead of Class 2 on Asher Silver at the club chicane. BMW goes a bit wide, but has the power advantage as they come off the right-hander into the straights. So the first 6.5 minutes of this race have gone. Class 2 lead battle, that's for 5th place overall, heads into the loop. Has Mark Jones got going again? Haven't seen the other Audi as yet. Being towed out of the gravel, but we'll wait to see if that car does get back into the race. This battle, the closest on track at the moment for the lead of a class, apart from the Renault Clio battle a little further back. Still being led by the 89 car with Thomas Jack Lee at the wheel, showing with James Harrison. Chris Byler has just set the quickest lap of the race, 2:20.917, the Cupra. There's the leader coming up towards Maggots, the left flick, and then into the Beckett's complex. 94, just over 94 miles an hour average around the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit, some way off the fastest speed in the British Endurance race yesterday. That was the Audi R8 GT3 of Peter Erschek, which was lapping at 108 miles an hour in slippery conditions as well. Axel van Nederveen not letting the leader get away here. The gap's only 1.2 seconds. Lee Goldsmith's BMW 3 seconds back now in 3rd place. And here are those squabbling Renault Clios. Hyro Motorsport holding the first 2 places in the class. Looks like the 96 of Sam Nesser has got through into 3rd with the blue mirrors. He's got ahead of the Welsh flag adorned car of Rhys Lloyd. And then 5th behind them is the car with the red mirrors. That's Alex Neville, the number 12. Here be Dragons at Silverstone, Dragon Sport that is. The Clios have been passed by the recovering Mauricio Cilio, who's got his Ginetta back up into 8th position after his spin a couple of laps ago at the loop. Still fairly close towards the front of the field. First half dozen covered by around 13 seconds, then there's a gap back to the Clios. Lifting a wheel there, Rhys Lloyd on 3 wheels around the loop. Now Mark Jones has set a time in the 2nd sector, so he is going again, the Audi TT. Wouldn't be surprised if he comes round to the pits to have that car checked out by the TSR team. It won't count as a mandatory pit stop, of course, it'll be outside the window if he does. Speaking of Audis, Rob Ellick's got ahead of Asher Silver in the battle for the Class 2 lead. So TSR gets their other Audi, the black one, ahead of Team Brit. The other Team Brit BMW is the number 38, driven by Caleb McDuff in the first stint this time, sharing with Bobby Trundley, who represented Team Brit for a number of seasons. Started off in the BMW 116 Trophy, so used to a 1 Series. Very successful karter as well. There is the number 38. Bobby Trundley will take over that car at the pit stop. It's Caleb McDuff doing a fine job at the moment. Trundley using Motorsports to cope with his autism, co-driven by Caleb McDuff, who's only in his teens, comes from South Wales, the UK's only male deaf racing driver. Has cochlear implants to help with his hearing. Duff in the car at the moment. Meantime, we catch up with our leaders, and you can see Axel van Nederveen, something of a Silverstone specialist. He's had a couple of wins here in the past in Ginetta. He's not letting Chris Byalan in his Cupra get away here. We're just over 10 minutes into this 50-minute race now for the Britcar Trophy. Lee Goldsmith in third in that BMW. Had one win with that car last season. Now, what's his gap to the top two? Nearly 7 seconds in it. Van Nederveen has just done the fastest lap of the race, 2:20.02. Anastasi in fourth place, he's 2.3 seconds off Lee Goldsmith now. Took 0.3 of a second out of it on the last lap, so we could see a challenge on soon for third. Fastest lap for Van Nederveen, 94.12 miles an hour around the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit. Ellick still fifth ahead of Silva. And in seventh place is Cilio. The Clio leader is next, Thomas Jack Lee in the number 89. Not surprisingly, Mark Jones has brought the Audi TT around to the pits after his spin into the gravel on the first corner. Hopefully he can get that car back out. The TSR team. Two leaders make their way through the club complex. Up the Sir Lewis Hamilton straight into Abbey. At the length of that straight between second and third now, Nederveen and Goldsmith. Goldsmith is being reeled in slowly but surely by Marco Anastasi. 2.3 seconds in it between two of them. Here are the squabbling Clios, two Hyro Motorsport cars tantalisingly out of reach of Sam Nesser in third in the class with the Dragon Sport car ahead of Reece Lloyd. Alex Neville rounding up the 5 Clios. The other one is Andreas Georgiou, who is a bit further back. Axel van Nederveen currently holds the fastest lap, but Chris Byalan is on a very quick lap indeed here in the Cupra. Could be about to set a new quickest lap of the race on lap 6. Yes, 2:19.884 for the leader. First lap of this race under 2:20. Two Hyro Motorsport Clios first and second in their category. There goes the leader. New fastest lap for Chris Byalan, 94.8 miles an hour. Quicker as the early evening wears on here at Silverstone. Still about 5 minutes till the pit window opens. We'll notify when it does, once we get the notification from race control. Riders head down towards club once again. There's a battle in the Clios, still Dragon Sport racing it out amongst themselves. This is Sam Nessa and Reece Lloyd. Through Beckett's come the Clios, then 36 minutes of the race to go. There's our Class 2 leader, that's Rob Ellick in the Audi TT. You can see he's pulled away from Asher Silver's BMW. He's now in the clutches of Maurizio Cilio in the Class 1 Ginetta, recovering after that early spin. Won't be long before that Ginetta, the more powerful car, goes through. Back up into the top 6, then he'll be after Rob Ellick in the Audi. A good performance by Asher Silver of the Team Brit setup. Asher Silver also diagnosed with adult autism and ADHD. Asher's grandfather competed in African rallies and safari events. She drives alongside Noah Cosby, former freestyle motocross competitor who sadly broke his back in a fall, inspired by fellow Team Brit driver Aaron Morgan, who also suffered back injuries in a motocross accident. Team Brit has done so much to rehabilitate these racers, help them overcome their various obstacles. And their dream is to field a team at the Le Mans 24 Hours. Here comes Maurizio Cilio onto the back of Asher Silver's BMW. He's driven very well indeed today at the wheel of the M240i. I don't think he's going to hold off Cilio's more powerful Ginetta G56 for much longer. Down the hanger straight they go. Where's he going to make the move? Tries to have a look down the inside. Mark Jones's TT incidentally still in the pit lane. From Stowe Corner go the battling BMW and Ginetta. They may be in different classes, but having a good race for position. Meantime, here are our cluster of Dragons further back, headed by the 96 of Sam Nessa. I wonder if the team's pit garage is known as the Dragon's Den. Still, Maurizio Cilio hasn't got the Ginetta through. He'll try down the Hamilton straight into Abbey. No, Asher Silver holds him off. Giving a great account of herself this weekend in the BMW. Now he'll try into Village, the Italian up the inside in the Ginetta, and this time he's got the move done. Almost exactly in the same place that he spun earlier on. Recovery drive by Maurizio Cilio. He'll use the fact he hasn't got a pit penalty to his advantage as well. Team Brit's BMW does have a 15-second penalty. A 10-second penalty, excuse me, beaten by Rob Ellick to the class win in race 1, so he has the 15. Look at this, Asher Silver fighting back up the outside, side by side, almost, into Brooklands. The Ginetta just about holds on. Just over half an hour of this race still to go. There we see a glimpse of the Audi of Rob Ellick. Cilio is up into 6th position. Now he'll try and catch Rob Ellick in the TT as he tries to catch his fellow Class 1 runners. There is Rob Ellick, the Class 2 leader in the TT. TSR Performance team, more used to running VW Golfs over the last couple of years. So your leader is Chris Bylan in the Cupra. Cupra Gen 1 touring car. Pit window has just opened a few seconds ago, and the first car in is one of the Clios. They came in right on the pit window opening there. It's the number 12, Alex Neville. He'll hand over to Matthew Hyde. So it's only a 10-minute or so pit window. Teams will have to work fast to get their cars in and out. Matthew Hyde will take over the number 12 Dragon Sport Clio. Mark Jones is still in pit lane. I think that car may be out of the race. Still leading the Clio category is the number 89 we saw there of Thomas Japp Lee. There's the number 62, that's leading second in class 3, the little Ginetta G40 of Alex Turnbull. Here come the leaders. Now what's the lead gap now? 3.27 seconds for Chris Byerland over Axel van Nederveen. Hopefully we'll hear from some of the drivers with Ewan Dunlop down in pit road shortly. Fastest lap of the race still with Chris Byerland, 2:19.884. Leads Nederveen by 3.2 seconds, nearly 12 seconds back in third now is Lee Goldsmith, so these two have pulled away from the BMW. Marco Anastasi is 2.3 seconds off the third place man. There's the Class 2 leader, Rob Ellick, driving very well indeed. Car coming into pit road. Who is that? It's the number 96 Clio. Another Dragon comes in. Sam Nesser will hand over to Jack James. Of course, they have got the extra 10 seconds to serve their pit stop as well. They have to be stationary for an additional 10 seconds. And number 1 has come in as well, Rhys Lloyd, to hand over to Harry Reynolds. Two Dragon Sport Clios in together. Here's our Class 3 leader. That is Caleb McDuff from South Wales. It'll be Bobby Trundley who will take over from him a little later on. We saw Bobby racing the McLaren GT4 car. They're pouring into the pits now. The leader is in. Just got a glimpse of Chris Byerland there below my commentary box. He's come in. There's the Clio in as well, the number 14, Andreas Georgiou, to hand over to Travis Chapman. So the leader comes in. That will make Axel van Nederveen our temporary race leader. They start to cycle through the pit stops. The leaf blowers you can see on the bottom left of your screen there, but they're to cool the engine down during the stop. An interesting solution. Driver change taking place. Chris Byerland's seat insert is literally thrown into the pit garage, and it will be Simon Mason who climbs aboard behind Sim Dynamics. See the Clio of number 1, Rhys Lloyd, and now Harry Reynolds in the background at the Dragon Sport pit. The Dragon's Den. Rob Ellick's brought the Audi TT in as well. Asher Silver's come in to hand over to Noah Cosby as well in the BMW M240, I should say. Number 14 Clio is in. The 62 Ginetta G40 of Alex Turnbull is in. They're pouring in now. Who's that coming through? That's one of the Hyro Motorsport Clios. That's the 88 of Simpson Henry, the championship leader. Maurice Henry will take over that car. So the vast majority of cars all coming in together. Now in the earlier race, 3 Ginettas from Caterham Motorsport all came in together on the same lap. It's been for a very busy garage, that. Axel van Nederveen in one of them it is who leads. Hand down to Ewan Dunlop meanwhile. See who he's got hold of in the pit lane during this round of pit stops.
Here with our race leader, Chris, a great start.
Did you release it on the count? We're up against the Ginettas, which are faster through some of the bends, but we seem to have a little bit of the top end on them. So the biggest challenge was getting through the first few bends and trying to keep the lead. If I kept the lead, then hopefully I could stay ahead, and that's just about what we did. Okay. But it was very tight.
Now, everything okay with the pit stop? You looked a bit cautious there, overseeing Simonoff.
No, we've only got a 15-second penalty from winning the previous race. Yep. And he just looked a bit slow going out. Okay. But I think that's because we're trying to time it to perfection. We don't want to get a pit penalty. So absolutely, yeah. So it's down to Simon now.
Okay, cool. Well, let's go and watch him. Cheers, well done.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chris. Current race leader prior to the pit window. Everything gets mixed up, of course. Back to Dave.
Yes, thanks, Ewan. So, explaining the 15-second additional penalty for winning the first race there, Chris Byerland. It is now his co-driver Simon Mason who has climbed aboard the Cupra. The reason Simon was a bit slow leaving the pits is they were trying to get as close to the minimum pit time to entry to exit as they were able to. More cars coming in. Lee Goldsmith's come in with his BMW. The other Hyro Motorsport Clio that was leading the class has come in as well. That's Thomas Jack Lee. He'll hand over to James Harrison. So which cars haven't stopped now? Van Nederveen, Anastasi and Siglio haven't stopped yet. The only other one is the BMW 1 Series of Caleb McDuff and Bobby Trundley. I wonder if they're going to pit all 3 of the Ginetta G56s together again. So everybody's out lap has been completed. You can see them on their timing tower there on the left of the screen. We'll find out where everybody's going to slot back in. For now, Axel van Nederveen leads, but he's yet to stop. Axel van Nederveen has come in, so we'll find out if the other 2 Ginettas are going to come in as well. So Van Nederveen, the Dutchman, is in. Yeah, Anastasi has come in as well. There is Axel van Nederveen in the treble 1, parking up next to him. Oh, fancy seeing you here, says Marco Anastasi. Is Siglio going to come in and join them? We're going to have all 3 of the Caterham Motorsport Ginettas in the pit lane. Screens are cleaned. Yes, I think Siglio is on his way in as well. I caught a flash of yellow there. It's going past my commentary box in the pit lane. Work going on Marco Anastasi's machine. I'm just going to wait for the yellow car to arrive. Notification that they had come into the pit lane. Yeah, there he is. What a well-drilled team Caterham Motorsport are. There's Mauricio Siglio, looking quite calm. Now, the difference is Van Nederveen has got a 10-second success penalty from race 1, so he's got to wait longer than his two teammates. That's where the symmetrical operation comes to an end in this race. Wait and confirm who's leading each class and everything else when everybody's cycled through their pit stops. The only car to come in now is Caleb McDuff in the BMW 1 Series, number 38 for Team Brit. To hand over to Bobby Trundley, so I suspect he'll be in this time around. There is the reigning champion, number 1 car now with Harry Reynolds aboard. Marco Anastasi has headed back out, so has Axel van Nederveen. Of course, he was the first of the Genetas to come in. There he is, lapping the only car that, or passing the only car that has yet to stop. 4th placed Caleb McDuff. He and Bobby Trundley have not yet swapped over, and we just had the notification the pit window has closed. So the pit window has closed according to race control. That means Caleb McDuff, unfortunately, has missed the pit window in the BMW 1 Series. He's not come in unless the notification hasn't triggered. For whatever reason, he has been in without me seeing. But I would probably have seen the car come in, because my commentary position is above the pit entrance. Okay, let's wait for everything to cycle through. Now, by my reckoning, we see Axel van Nederveen there, and behind him is Simon Mason. So I think this is for the lead of the race. So I think van Nederveen has got out in front. The pit penalty has worked because, of course, the Cupra had a 15-second penalty. Van Nederveen had only 10. And so the Ginetta, I think, is leading this race. We'll see when they come round to complete this next lap at the timing line. So Simon Mason down into Brooklands, giving chase to the Ginetta. Got to wait for everything else to cycle back through. Now we've concentrated on pit stops, now time to look back at the circuits. Here they come down towards the timing line. Let's have a look as they go over the line. Is this for the lead of the race? It certainly is. So it's game on between the Ginetta and the Cupra. Axel van Nederveen using the pit penalty to his advantage. He's got out in front. I can tell you the BMW 1 Series is coming in now, but that car unfortunately has missed the pit window. They came in a lap too late. There go your leaders into Maggots and Beckett. So 3rd place is Marco Anastasi in the number 4 Ginetta. He's 8.2 seconds down on these two in 3rd place overall. Next in the order will be Goldsmith, and then it's Maurizio Cilio, but they're together. Are they together on track? No, they're not. They're 16 seconds apart, those two. So wait to see where the well, it doesn't matter where the 38 car will slot back in, because if it's missed the pit window it will be penalised. Rob Ellick leads Class 2, 22 seconds ahead of Noah Cosby in the 68s. And it's the number 89 car of Thomas Jack Lee and James Harrison who leads Class Clio, ahead of number 12 Hyde Neville car. They're about 11.5 seconds apart. The current championship leader, Maurice Henry, is in 4th place as we pick up the lead battle coming through the loop. Still Simon Mason not able to make a move, and Axel van Nederveen, who's desperate for his first win of the season. His season got off to a very inauspicious start at Donington Park in the very first corner of the year, in contact with, I think it was Brian Bransom's BMW. Broke his steering and he was out, with literally just Redgate completed. Holding off Simon Mason in the Cupra now. It's complete lap number 14. Ginetta pulls away just a little there, gets his foot down coming out of Woodcote. Over the line they go. The gap is just under half a second, 0.464 to be precise. So it is Marco Anastasi third, Goldsmith is fourth, Cilio will be fifth. Everything's fairly well spread out with the exception of this lead battle following the pit stops. Harrison leads Matthew Hyde in the Clio class by 12.2 seconds. Let's go down to Ewan Dunlop in the pits. He's at Team Brits talking to Asher Silver.
I haven't spoken to you yet this weekend. How was your stint out there?
It was not too bad. A bit of argy-bargy, good bit of fun. Getting in front of our friend, Mr. Relic, number 7 TT. But yeah, he's always got the pace, so that car's quite quick through the corners. But we've got decent pace, so it's good fun out there. Just see how it goes, really.
You're having a fairly good season as well, aren't you?
Podium so far, so can't complain. Every weekend we're taking some silverware home, so yeah.
Actually, at Silverstone, no matter what, it's always a joy to be here, isn't it?
This is a sort of patriotic situation. Yep. I myself am a sort of Kettering, Northamptonshire person, so even though he's a local boy 10 minutes down the road, so it's very much home from home over here.
I'll let you get back to watching. Well done.
Cheers, thanks a lot.
Asher, thank you. Asher from one of our Team Brit 2 cars. We think they missed the pit window. I was trying to grab Caleb McDuff. If I can find him, I'll come back down with you. Back to Dave.
Well, while that was going on, you will have seen the lead has changed. Coming out of the loop, it was the Ginetta that ran just a little bit wide, coming off into Aintree there, and well, Simon Mason rather, didn't need asking twice. He was through. The Cupra leads once again, looking for its fourth win of the season. Axel van der Veen having to play second fiddle again. He'll try and fight back in the Ginetta. His teammates third and fifth, separated by the BMW of Lee Goldsmith. Goldsmith just under 4 seconds off Marco Anastasi further back. Anastasi some 10 seconds back on the two leaders. And then Cilio is 16 seconds down on the BMW of Goldsmith. Class 2 is being led by Rob Ellick ahead of Noah Cosby, who's now taken over the Team Brits BMW. They're separated by 28 seconds though. Class 3 led by Trundley and McDuff, but of course we'll wait to see if that car did indeed miss the pit window. The Clios, they're still being led by Harrison and Lee. Clios are fairly well spread out after their pit stops, with 3 of the 6 examples having those pit success penalties. At number 62 we caught a glimpse of there. It's Alex Turnbull. There's number 14, Clio, only down in 14th place. That's now Travis Chapman on board that car. It's taken over from Andreas Georgiou. There's our Class 2 leader, is getting past the Clio. That's Rob Ellick at the wheel of the TSR Performance Audi TT. First time for the team running 2 of those cars this weekend. Oh, Noah Cosby is back in the pit lanes. There might be a problem for the BMW M240i. Alright, let's head down into the pits then, because Ewan Dunlop is at Hyro Motorsports. The car we're looking at now, number 89, their first driver, Thomas Jackley.
Cheers, Dave. Back down again in the pits with Tom Lee in the 89, leading the Clio class. That was a storming first stint for you.
Yeah, really good first stint. Kind of got off the line, worked your way through the pack. Obviously with Hadley, my teammate, behind, we kind of knew we were going to work together, try and build a gap, and to hand James over with the best possible chance.
Now, Clio's is incredibly competitive this year, isn't it?
Yeah, great championship. I mean, it's my first round here. Just kind of come in, join, but no, it's been a great weekend. All the people are really nice as well.
It's a great team. And what brought you into the... This is your first round, as you say. What brought you into the team this weekend?
Well, I think we've kind of just wanted to keep in a car racing, kind of build the racecraft before we kind of make our next move on plans. And we've known Max for quite a while, so we thought, yeah, it's a good team, we'll come join him.
Well, 10 minutes left. I'll let you go and watch. Well done.
Yeah,
Cheers,
thank you.
buddy. Thanks a lot. That is your Clio lead at the moment, number 89. Back to Dave for the final time.
Okay, 10 minutes to go here at Silverstone. And the car number 38, we've been told, and it has come in to serve it, yes, car 38, Bobby Trundley and Caleb McDuff, stop-go penalty for missing the pit window. I thought it had come in a lap too late, and yes, they've been given a stop-go. That car has come in to serve it. The other team, Brit BMW, is back in the pits as well. That's the car of Asher Silver and Noah Cosby is back in the pit lane as well, so more problems for Team Brit. That car slipping down the timing tower now, the number 68, so it looks like it's going to hand Rob Ellick the Class 2 win. There's the 38 car, which has been in for its stop-go. It's all starting to unravel, unfortunately, for Team Brit. They missed the pit window with their Class 3 BMW number 38. They came in one lap too late. And now it looks like a problem for the 68 car of Noah Cosby. Oh, and Marco Anastasi has come back in as well in the number 4. So now he was third, one of the Ginettas that could be in trouble here. So the number 4 car is back in. There is the Team Brit BMW, the bonnet is up.
The weekend or the day even, they did miss, we believe, the pit race window whilst leading in class. However, their lead was so significant it might not make too much of a difference. Just seen behind us as well, Marco Anastasi in the number 4 has also just come into the pits. He's actually getting out of the car, so that looks like a retirement for the car number 4. We might try and have a chat with Marco. We'll watch the Team Brit. They've got that one back on wheels on the road, so that will make its way back out on to the track. And if we just turn round here, the car number 4 of Marco Anastasi, who was, I think, lying in 4th place at the time, but he's got out of the car now. I'll see if we can grab a chat in the garage. Let's try and see if we can. We're just going to jump in here, see what we can do. Marco, are you okay for a quick chat? Is that all right?
Yeah.
What's happened?
I have no idea. We'll find out. I think the team will have to find out. I think it's something to do with transmission. I had a noise developing throughout the race. It just got worse and worse and worse. And by Brooklands here, luckily it happened here at Brooklands. So it became like a clanging noise. I don't know what's going on. Probably something with the.
You were out of the car straight away. You knew it was quite terminal, yeah?
Yeah, there's no way I could do another lap with that, so I just didn't want to cause a safety car or whatever, so I think this is just the best outcome for the race at least.
Yeah, really sorry. We'll see you in the next round. Well done.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Marco. So plenty going on down in the pits. The Team Brit car has gone back out, but it is terminal for the car number 4. We'll try and get a few more interviews before the end of the race. Not too long to go. Back to Dave.
Okay, thanks so much for the updates there, Ewan. So sounds like a possible gearbox issue for Marco Anastasi, a potential podium loss there. And problems for both of Team Brit's cars. You mentioned the penalty, and whatever the problem was with the 68 car, it has gone back out. It's lost the lead in Class 2 to Rob Ellick's Audi TT. There's the battle for the lead then, with Simon Mason pulling away slightly now from Axel van Nederveen. It's just under 2.5 seconds separating those two as they go down the Hanger straight together. We were told one of the Clios had a moment out on track as well. Yes, the Harrison and Lee car with James Harrison on board, number 89. It did stop briefly out on circuit, so thanks to one of our camera operators for relaying the news there. And it's down to 4th in class. Yes, last lap it lost nearly a minute. Last lap was a 3 minutes 15 as opposed to a... Oh, and the number 1 car going rather slowly past my commentary box. It looked like there was a bit of damage to the rear of the car, the right rear corner on the number 1 Clio. I don't know whether that was from earlier on. It looked like there was a little bit of damage on the number 1 Clio driven by Harry Reynolds as well, so problem for Dragon Sport as well. Yes, you can just see there. He swings towards, yeah, a little bit of damage there. The right rear corner, you can see as the wheel lifts there, there's a bit of damage. Not anything significant, but the car was going a little bit slowly as it came down the pit straight. So possibly an issue. I wonder if he's had a collision with the 89 car, perhaps. He did lose a bit of time on his last lap. Yeah, his last lap was a 2 minutes 48, so a couple of the Clios with a few issues. Meantime, Ewan Dunlop is back down with Team Brit with a further update.
Back down in the pits, we're with Caleb McDuff, member of Team Brit. You were going really, really well. Tell us about your stint, first of all.
What? Sorry, what?
How was your stint going? How did you find the tracking conditions?
Oh, it was very good. I really enjoyed it, and we were limited on how to brake because we had to use a different brake. And we had a problem with the pit, so we missed the open pit because I had a compass problem. So that's where they gave us penalties.
But you were looking very, very fast. You were driving really well.
Yeah, thank you very much.
No worries at all. Well, I'll let you go. There's about 3 or 4 minutes of the race left. I'll let you go and watch. Well done.
Yeah, all right, thank you.
Mate. Thanks, Caleb. Thanks, mate. Caleb McDuff of Team Brit. We are a few minutes away from the end of this race. Dave will call us in the last few moments.
Thanks to you, and you can see a little bit of damage to the right front corner of that BMW as well. It's not been the happiest of days for Team Brit. They had a good day with their McLarens yesterday, the McLaren GT4 cars in the British Endurance Championship. See a bit of damage being taped together on the right front corner there of the 1 Series. Coming towards the closing stages now. In fact, my TSL timing screen says there's only 90 seconds left on the clock. Our timing tower says 3 minutes. As we come we've got also, in addition, car 38 penalty, drive-through penalty for pit stop infringement. So another problem. Yes, it's been back in again, so that's 3 stops now for the 38 car. They've had a drive-through as well for a further pit stop infringement. Problems stacking up, sadly, for that 38 of Bobby Trundley and Caleb McDuff. Meanwhile, there's our leader coming round, I think, to start their last lap at this time. We've got a discrepancy, unfortunately, between our timing tower and the TSL graphics, which say there's only 40 seconds left on the clock. So it's going to be last lap this time for the Cupra of Sim Dynamics with Java Sports, Simon Mason and Chris Byler. It was Chris who started the car this time. Simon Mason takes it through to start its final lap. He's 2.3 seconds ahead of Axel van Nederveen, who'll go for one final push in the Ginetta. Out towards Maggots and Beckett's they go for the last time. Lee Goldsmith looking fairly safe in the Jeff Steele BMW for 3rd place. He's about 14 seconds or so clear of Maurizio Silio, whose Ginetta is now up to 4th with the demise of his teammate Marco Anastasi. Clock now counting down towards 0. Rob Ellick is in a safe 5th place with the Audi TT. He's going to win Class 2. And Class 3 with those misfortunes for Team Brit is going to be a win for Alex Turnbull by the look of it in the little Ginetta G40. He's about a minute clear, or near enough, of Robbie Trundley now. Into club corner for the last time comes the Cupra. It's going to be a double win for the Seat-based touring car, badged as a Cupra. Fastest lap of the race as well, recorded 2:19.752. I don't think Axel van der Veen is going to catch them, but it ain't over till it's over. They haven't reached the checkered flag yet. Van der Veen will try his hardest to catch the number 23 machine up towards the loop for the last time. He's getting closer. Just the Wellington Straights, Brooklands, Luffield and Woodcote to go. It's a little bit closer through there, so maybe Simon Mason just taking it fairly easy around this final lap. Needs to be wary not to take it too easy though. Remember Nigel Mansell in Canada in 1991? Dropped the rev so low he stalled the engine. Nelson Piquet stole the win. I don't think that's going to happen here though. Here they come round Luffield for what will be the final time. Well, the Clio's just slowing to let the leader through so it doesn't have to do another full lap there. And up over the line, there is the checkered flag. It's a win for Sim Dynamics Racing with Jabbersport for the second time today. The Cupra takes it of Chris Baerland and Simon Mason. Axel van der Veen 1.96 seconds behind in second place in his Ginetta for Data Motorsports. We await the third place car to come home. A couple of the Clios suffering a bit of misfortune. That was the Lloyd and Reynolds car, 2 laps down after a few problems there. Now this is the battle in the Clios for second place. They're 2.5 seconds behind the class leader. There's Lee Goldsmith over the line for third place in the BMW. And the Clio class is going to be won by the number 12 car. There it is, of Alex Neville and Matthew Hyde for Dragon Sports. Jack James and Sam Nessa home second, and the championship leaders Maurice Henry and Hadley Simpson only third in class. They were less than 0.2 of a second behind the number 96 car. So the top 3 in the Clios covered by 2.5 seconds. I said it's always close in the Clios, and the pit stop penalties play a part. Well, Hyde and Neville didn't have a pit stop penalty. That's how they won that race. Coming across the line for fourth, Maurizio Silio's Ginetta. Rob Ellick is fifth, and he wins Class 2 in the Audi TT. And Class 3 is going to be won by Alex Turnbull in the little Ginetta G40. Waiting for that car to come home. It's going to be 10th overall. Yeah, definitely problems for James Harrison late on the 89 car. He's ended up 5th in the Clio class. Was lapping over a minute behind the other Clios in the last few laps. He ends up 2 laps down, so something's gone decidedly wrong for the 89 car. Quite a few cars hitting problems towards the end of that race. Here comes the 68 car. Late problems for Team Brits. They finished second in Class 2 and 14th overall. Asher Silver and Noah Cosby. That's a great shame. It was a great stint for Asher Silver early on. The Georgiou and Chapman Clio comes over in 9th and 4th in that class. A couple of cars hitting problems. The 62 of Alex Turnbull. Here he comes. He's coming out of the final corner now, and he wins Class 3 for SVG Motorsport. So we're just waiting to see if the Harrison and Lee Clio makes it home. They've had some serious problems by the look of things in the last 3 or 4 laps. We mentioned it had stopped out on circuit at one point. It's still out there on circuit somewhere, but lapping very slowly. Its last lap was a 3 minutes 46. We're just waiting to see where it is out on circuit. Where is the number 89 car? Winner completing 21 laps as it did earlier. Winning by 1.96 seconds, Chris Baerland and Simon Mason. And the Clio, it's coming into the pit lane. The 89 Clio isn't going to take. He's going to take the checkered flag in the pit lane effectively. So we'll look at the provisional results for you in a second. For our Britcar Trophy Race 2 here at Silverstone. Chris Byerland and Simon Mason in the Jabersport Cupra take their second win of the day. Just under 2 seconds clear of Axel van der Veen in the Ginetta. And the Byerland Mason race-winning Cupra sets the fastest lap as well. Lee Goldsmith's BMW third ahead of Maurizio Cilio. Class 2 won by Rob Ellick's Audi TT for TSR. The Clio class won by Matthew Hyde and Alex Neville for Dragon Sport in the number 12 car after some of their rivals hit problems. In Class 3 won by Alex Turnbull in the Ginetta G40 number 62. Let's head down to Ewan Dunlop, who's down in Parc Ferme.
Right, guys, we've got about 90 seconds because the curfew for the tannoy system is coming in 3 minutes' time. So very, very quickly, this is a bit of deja vu. 2 races, 2 wins. What a weekend.
It's been a magical weekend, really. I mean, as I say, the car suits the circuit, which helps. But we've got a brilliant team in Jabersport preparing the car. You know, it's brilliant, yeah.
Father's Day, sun shining, home of motorsport. It's amazing, isn't it?
It is, and I have to say, Axel in that last race was absolutely brilliant. Racing against him, he was working hard, and I could see him sliding around. I thought, at a moment, he's going to have a bigger mistake in a moment, and I'll get through. But he really did well, so it was really good.
Well done. Go and enjoy your trophies with Chris.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, I want to speak to Lee really quickly. We're getting told we've got to go, but I've got to jump in with Lee. Lee, don't go anywhere. I didn't speak to you earlier. Very, very quickly. 2 podiums today. Well done.
No, well, thank you very much. It's all down to my team. It was great support. Good, you know, Jeff Steele had built me a great car, and Will and Anthony have done a brilliant job all weekend. So, yeah.
I mean, the car performed incredibly well. An amazing venue. The sun's out. It's the perfect weekend, isn't it?
Absolutely. It couldn't be better. The weather. I mean, I'm a bit hot, but yeah, it's absolutely fabulous.
Go and enjoy your presentation. Well done.
Thanks,
cheers, buddy. And I might just try and sneak in with Axel, and before I get told off, last word of the weekend. Axel van der Veen, 2 second places. Simon said you nearly got him.
Yeah, well, no, I made a mistake, as usual.
Don't say that.
No, it was one little mistake. It was enough for him to overtake me, and the car's too quick on the straight, and you can't be close enough.
Yeah.
So, but it was at least more fun than the first one. It was definitely a good race.
There's always next time. Go up and get your trophy. Well done. I think we've just about done that without getting told off. They are literally 60 seconds away from not being allowed to use the PA system. But we got in there. We did it. And I hope you've enjoyed yourself. 15 races this weekend across 2 days at Silverstone. Caterham's, Britcar's, ROKiT F4. It's been quite a weekend. Big thank you to all the marshals here, the entire team on the ground. Plenty of them you never get to see, but it can't run without them. So thank you. And of course, thank you to Dave, your commentator. He is going to say the last few words right now. But from Silverstone, down on the ground, it's goodbye.
Well, thank you very much indeed to Ewan Dunlop, also Ian Waterhouse and Sam Parker, our reporters down on the ground. Also to Chris Hutchinson, my co-commentator on the Caterhams here today. It's been a pleasure to have you with me. Thank you to all the volunteer marshals, everyone else here at Silverstone, the race control staff, the medical staff, the recovery crews who've been kept busy today, and everybody else here at the home of British Motorsport. Thank you to all the drivers for their entertainment this weekend as well. Some brilliant racing, to say the least, from all our formulas, the Caterhams, the British Endurance Championship, Britcar Trophy, Uncle Luke's, Snetterton Saloons, and the ROKiT F4 British Championship certified by FIA. Thank you to all the teams and mechanics and all their other backup members in the paddock for keeping the cars going as well. Easy to forget about them. So well done to them as well. Thank you to all our camera operators, directors, and everyone else this weekend for bringing us this programme, and most of all, thank you to you, the viewers, for joining us. We hope you've had a great weekend with us here on BARC TV. Join us for more action soon. Keep an eye on the website barc.net for a list of our upcoming live streams. Until next time, this is commentator Dave Goddard signing off here at Silverstone Circuit. From all of us here, thank you very much indeed for watching. Bye for now.